All right, I think we're live on YouTube. We should be live on Twitch. We'll be live on TikTok in just a moment. We'll double check our streams and see if everything's good to go, friends. Hey, welcome in. It's Friday night, y'all. Welcome to the barbecue. Hopefully we'll have something hot on the grill. Looks like we're up on the horizontal stream. I'll double check the vertical stream. We are up on TikTok. I see we're up there. And we should be up on Twitch. Oh, all right. Everything's good to go. Welcome in, friends. Hey, I hope y'all had a good week. Looking forward to the weekend. I hope y'all looking forward to the weekend as well. And you guys know our next holiday. St. Patty's Day is gone. Easter's coming up. So that can only mean here in like the next week and a half, it will be an absolute deluge of resurrection memes and posts and nonsense of that nature, which is, to be fair, it's good fodder for channels like ours. I think this coming week I'll be doing some resurrection live streams. Really no good reason not to. I agree with the words of Paul in 1 Corinthians 15 is, if Christ is not raised, we are to be pitied most among men. In fact, we'll grab that real quick in 1 Corinthians 15. It's really a fun line that he has in verse 19. For if for this life only we have hope in Christ, we are of all people most to be pitied. But in fact, if Christ has not been raised from the dead, the first fruits of those who have died. So there you have it. If Christ is not raised from the dead, then Christians should be pitied. Sadly, their religion makes it very difficult to pity them, given the type of nonsense that they get up to, starting global wars, persecuting heretics. That makes it very difficult to pity them. They can pity themselves all they want, though. They love to be martyrs. Let's grab a couple of super chats. We should have some people filing in sometime soon for opposition. Sherry, thank you so much for the super chat, friend. It says, making BMF doll clothes. We'll send soon. Well, thank you. And even better, homemade clothes for the BMF doll should be fantastic. Appreciate that, Sherry. Big W. I think some people have heard us talk now. There is a BMF for the shelf, but it needs properly closed. I did release on my DZ Debates channel the BMF clip for those who haven't seen the BMF clip. So look in my videos for this week if, in fact, you want to see the BMF video and you haven't already seen it yet. And Steve, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend, says, what's the meaning of Luke 16 through 17? Justin's frockin' rock. And today I found out, maybe? Is that TDIF? Well, Luke 16 is famous for the Lazarus and the rich man passage. But let's see what specifically is in 16 and 17, those two verses. Oh, yeah, it's similar to Matthew 5. All right, give me a second. We'll pop it up on the board here, and we'll walk through it. I don't think there's anything terribly interesting happening in Luke 16, and 17. But if you take it in context with what he says elsewhere in the New Testament, oh, why is it not showing up? Hold on, let me relink my browser. There we go. If we connect this with what Jesus says elsewhere, it'll make more sense. The law and the prophets were until John came. Since then, good news of the kingdom of God is being proclaimed, and everyone tries to enter it by force. But it is easier for heaven and earth pass away than for one stroke of a letter for the law to be dropped. And so this coincides with Jesus' teaching. Now, Jesus only in one place says that you need to follow the law to be saved. That's when the rich man is approaching him and says, good teacher, what must I do to be saved? And he says, you know the commandments. And he says, which ones? And he starts naming off commandments. And he's like, hey, I've done all those. He's like, great. Then the thing that you need to do to be perfect still yet is this one thing. So this seems to coincide with Jesus' teaching in Matthew 5, 17 through 19 as well, saying that those who don't follow the law will be least in the kingdom of heaven. So he's not saying that if you don't follow the law, you're destined for hell. What he is saying is that up until now, the kingdom of God was basically the law and the prophets. That was the situation. But then he says, now that John has come, remember, John was baptizing people for the remission of sins, something that previously, you needed to pray directly to God for. And he says people are trying to enter the kingdom by force, meaning probably without following the laws. And so he's saying, listen, despite the fact that things are different now, these laws are still important. These laws aren't going anywhere. It'd be easier for heaven and earth to pass away than for one stroke of a letter in the law to be dropped, which is why he says in Matthew 5:17-19 that you still got to follow them. So it seems to be in agreement with Matthew 5. It's just really weird wording, and he doesn't give you much context in the passage. And Floscow, great to see you, friend, says, you are amazing. Thank you for what you do. Praise Doug. Well, thank you, Floscow. You're amazing, and I appreciate you being here and supporting the channel. Gay for Justin. Simply Wet for Sharon. Love you, brother. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Floscow. I really appreciate that. And, we're going to keep doing what we do here. We're going to keep trying to get our message out to as many people that will listen and get people out of these toxic religions. And Shiloh Maccabee, I hope I said that right. Thank you for the super chat. It says, thrilled for a Friday barbecue. It's been quite a week. Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Justin's fucking rock. Well, thank you, Shiloh. I really appreciate that. And that's the best part about the Friday stream. Y'all can grab a drink, kick back, stay up late, have a good time. It should be a lot of fun. And, we'll get some good opposition up in here soon. If you're watching and you're not on TikTok, you can join the discussion by going to tiny.cc/DZ And of course, if you're watching on TikTok, you can just hit the guest request button and you'll be into the guest queue like everybody else. If you are coming from Twitch, it's the same thing. Just use the link on the screen and you'll be able to get into the conversation. Saint Brush, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, all Dougites rise for the Christian national anthem. I'm not really familiar with that part of the Bible. I haven't studied that yet. That's actually the Christian national anthem. And the reason why is because in order to take the position that these apologists take is by not reading the Bible. You can't seriously read and study this Bible and still be like a sold out evangelical Christian. Even people like William Lane Craig will say things like, well, actually, this part of the Bible didn't really happen. This is a theological story. They always push back. In fact, when I was in Bible college, one of my professors, he was an Old Testament professor, really thought that like the story in Genesis, the creation story, wasn't literal. It wasn't a literal 6 days. His whole idea was it should be read for the theological message. But other Old Testament scholars, which I agree with, like John Walton, will say the opposite. They'll say no. Genesis acted like a science book for the ancients. This is how they really believe that it happened, and that seems to be the case. If you read all the other ancient literature, they agree that's how things happen. Turkey Bacon, thank you for the super chat. Says Solo Justin is the best Justin. Rock hard for Doug. I have received some feedback from people. It is hard to follow some of the live streams when there's too many co-hosts on the live stream. I totally get that. I will do my best to try to keep that to a minimum, or when we have co-hosts up here, try to make it so that no one's talking over each other. I totally get that that's like disruptive and it's hard to follow. So I'll definitely try to manage that. I get it. Obviously, there are some co-hosts that I'll always bring up. Ems is an indispensable expert when debating Muslims. And sometimes you need someone like a Dr. Blitz or a scientific snitch to progress the conversation. So that being said, though, I definitely will be working on trying to make sure the over talking is kept to a minimum. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, by helping Israel, we are getting in the way of a long tradition of God using the surrounding civilizations to punish the Israelites. Dispensationalists are idiots. This is actually a fairly good point. Like, if you were a Christian in medieval Europe and somebody was attacking Israel, you would have been for that. You would have been like, yeah, that's what you get for killing our Messiah. And that's why the Catholic Church and, the Orthodox and everybody else, they were so hard on the Israelites because they're like, well, these people are technically our enemies, and you could get that from the Bible. You guys have seen me talk about books that have been written on this topic. The Bible is anti-Jewish in nature. The Gospels especially are anti-Jewish. There's a lot of anti-Semitism in the Gospels. Two books I always recommend, one by Terence Donaldson, and the other, I forget who the author is called Constantine Sword. Both of them track the anti-Jewish nature of the Christian movement. Terence Donaldson from the Bible itself, and Constantine Sword from the post-biblical period. Two really good reads if you're interested in that particular subject. Base to Shara, great to see you. Thank you so much for the 666. A shout out to all the beautiful bitches at the Deconstruction Junction. Hell yeah. If you haven't joined the Discord yet, I highly recommend it. Y'all have been such a support over life struggles. I'll forever praise Doug. That's good to hear. I think community is important. And I think it's one of the things that Deconstruction Junction does pretty well. The idea that atheists can get online, or even deconstructing or agnostics can get online and find some semblance of community, despite the fact that it might be difficult to find in like the cities that we live in. Makes it much easier to kind of be a minority number in whatever country that you live in. And atheists are a huge minority in all of the countries. Dylan, my friend, thank you for the $10 super. It says, can't wait to listen to some pretzel making while hitting the highway. Rock hard for Doug. Hell yeah, Dylan. Well, I hope you drive safe. And if you know anything about these streams, you know there's going to be some pretzel making. So that will be underway shortly. Typically, it takes a bit for everyone to file in and for opposition to show up. And we've got, what's the word I'm looking for? We've had quite a few warnings on TikTok for violations. So every time we get like a week full of violations, sometimes the TikTok numbers can be a little bit slow, and they don't send it out to as much opposition. So, but nevertheless, if we have another good week or two without a violation on TikTok, we should see TikTok pushing it out to new opposition pretty quickly. And Mr. Chris O'Brien, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Friends, is curious if you looked up the Messiah is Here movement from Rabbi Menachem Schneerson, Menachem Mendel Schneerson followers. Unless Doug sent him, I'm dubious. Well, so that's the thing. He's dead, by the way. The guy's gone. The Rebbe is gone. The general idea is that people are saying, well, there's somebody else now. And just like David Koresh was supposed to be like the second coming of Jesus, the new guy is like the second coming of the Rebbe, which is crazy because you don't need a second coming of the Rebbe. Like, if you believe that the Rebbe is so special that somebody's going to reincarnate, then that must mean that you think the Rebbe is a manifestation of the Messiah. And then you would have to buy into the idea that whoever the new Rebbe is, it's the manifestation of the Messiah as well. Now, this works out, though. There are some Jewish branches that believe that there's like this eternal messianic figure that continually manifests itself on the earth. That's why you get like Psalm 110, Genesis 14, this nonsense about Melchizedek. And if you read the Jewish literature, like if you read Enoch or the Dead Sea Scrolls, you'll discover that they believe that Melchizedek was like this eternal figure. You know, he manifested during the time of Moses. He manifested during the time of Abraham. He manifested during the time of Jesus. And so you could definitely see why there is probably some factions here that think that the Rebbe is another one of these manifestations. They also had weird angelic inventions like Metatron and whatnot. Hey, Con School Craft, good to see your friend, says, if Rahab's house was inside or against the wall of Jericho, how the fuck did her family survive when the walls fell down flat? Force field, magic umbrella. So this is actually a really good point. So to be fair to the story, when you engage in siege warfare, people would typically clear out of the walls. That being said, it seems likely that the people in the walls would have expected some kind of a siege warfare. You would have expected them to get out of the walls and into the city. If I'm using history as a guide, her and her family most likely hid in the city somewhere for the siege. And so when the wall fell, it likely wasn't that big of an issue for her and the family. But it's actually a really good question because, like, listen, if she lives in the wall, and that certainly is the case, then obviously her home would be destroyed. Like there would be no reason to believe that her home was left over. But that being said, that wasn't important. She just wanted to have her life spared. So when we go to Joshua chapter 2, and I believe the attack comes again in a couple chapters, she's not concerned about her actual house being preserved. She's concerned about her household, her family members being preserved. So that's what I would say to that. It's a very good question, though. It's a good observation. And Misha, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. Says, good morning from Australia, ready for some good barbecue. Well, thank you, Misha. I appreciate that. And hopefully you got some coffee ready and you're ready to rock and roll. You know how Friday nights is. It's gonna get it should get pretty wild. So locked in. Good to see you, friend. And Deep Blues Bluesy? Deep Blues. Oh, I see what you did there. Deep Blue Sea. Gotcha. I'm sure you're familiar with Lee Strobel's case for Christ. I am, actually. How would you, as an atheist, respond to his claims? Well, I mean, which one? There's like a dozen claims in the book, and they're all utter nonsense. I did just do a video. I haven't edited and posted it yet with Sarah, where she goes through his other book, The Case for Faith, and we dissect some of his biggest arguments from that book. But in the Case for Christ, it's just rehashed nonsense. It's more nonsense about, like, can you trust the documents? How do you know he resurrected? That kind of nonsense. So I would need maybe a more specific question about which one of his claims you would want me to respond to. I'm more than happy to. Like, if you have a particular claim in the book that you think is, like, you know, you're really curious about, go let me know, and I'm more than happy to respond to it. But I don't know if I don't know how much I can help you by trying to respond to the entire book at once. But it would be worthwhile to go through the book and respond to some of the chapters sometime. I am working on doing that with actually a real theology textbook. Unashamed Apostate, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, roses are red, violets are blue. Doug's got us hard for some good barbecue. Venus is hot. Doug is stone cold. The clowns calling in are comedy gold. Fuck ice. Beautiful. Listen, that's just... Do I have a clap on here? I don't even have a clap on my soundboard. What a failure here.
Amazing.
That was a fantastic use of words, Unashamed Apostate. You should be like applauding yourself after that super chat. That was fantastic. And also, Gina, hey, great to see you, says, I argue Justin plus kitties are the best hosts. Well, thank you. And the kitties are delightful. In fact, I suspect that Volta will actually be behind me on the shelf in no time soon. I put some Easter grass and some eggs up there, which can only mean that Volta is going to lose his mind when he sees it and start trying to destroy the grass and knock every egg on the ground that he can. If I know anything about Volta, this set behind me will be annihilated within a week, but we'll have to wait and see. Jay Bandersnatch, thank you for the super chat, says, if precepts mental masturbate, they have syllogisms. Oh boy. That's wild. I need a bonk noise. Anyone in the Discord, do you have a bonk noise I can add to the soundboard? That's what we needed for this one. But listen, that was funny, actually. I really appreciate that one, Jay Bandersnatch. That was a good use of words as well. Misha, with the additional super chat, thank you, friend. Really appreciate that. It says, pretty much my whole family and people I grew up with are celebrating Eid today. Let me keep reading. The non-bloody one. But I'm super pleased to be here watching some believer cooking this fine Saturday morning. Well, hopefully we'll have some of it. I did learn recently, I think EID might be different than like the Eid of March, which is like the middle of March. Is that different? I'm seeing Eid. The holiday is Eid al-Fitr, celebrated on March 20th, marking the end of Ramadan's month-long fast. Okay. So that's the end of the fast. Gotcha. And then the Ides of March is a Latin word representing the middle of the month of March. Although I don't know why you need a way of phrasing the middle of the month. Is March special? Like, why do we care about the 15th of March? Oh well. The only thing happening in March is Pi Day and St. Patty's Day. Lowest Rider. That was a interesting combination of characters. Thank you for the super chat, friend. The suggestion, you have rapidly become one of my favorite channels on YouTube. But keep on, keep it on. Life's a garden, dig it. Not you know. Amazing quotations from Joe Dierte. Both of those quotations from Joe Dierte. Much appreciated. And thank you for watching the show, Lois Rider. I really appreciate that. You know, we're trying to do as much as we can here within reason. You know what I mean? So, and also, I know we're reading some super chats as we start to stream. If you are opposition, if you disagree with the prompt on the screen, join up. Love to talk to you about your God belief. Doesn't have to be Christianity or Islam. Doesn't have to be a form of religion. We're interested in hearing about whatever God belief you want to bring to the table. We'll even hear out some really bad syllogisms for God if you've got a syllogism that you think somehow ends in God. If it's really silly, though, we might actually put you on a timer. Nevertheless, JR or Junior Flip, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, thank you, Justin, for teaching me how to honestly read the biblical text and teaching me how to identify bad apologetics. Praise Doug and more power to you, my friend. Well, thank you, Junior Flip, and more power to you for being able to read the biblical text honestly without apologetics or excuses or pretzeling. It's definitely a big thing to get to that point. Also, we got one guest in our guest queue, so we'll grab What Dono. Interesting name. I guess we'll find out about that in a minute. And hopefully we'll get some opposition dialogue going on here. I wonder if it's Wat or Wote. We'll find out. Welcome in. What? Are you at least 18?
Yeah,
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
yeah, I do.
Sure. Is there a particular God that you believe in?
Yeah, as a Christian God.
Okay, fair enough. And what do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God or any God at all?
I believe there is more evidence for the cause of the universe having a mind. So I assume the mind is trying to. There's a reason the mind created us, and the
Okay.
reason is to know Him and to obviously get closer to Him.
Okay, so what do you think a mind is?
Well, intellectually, something that can create something for a reason or has a reason, particularly logically, can create something, and
Mm-hmm.
it's happening to have, for example, like maybe fine tuning argument uh,
Mm-hmm.
or the psychosis or the consciousness argument.
Sure. Well, we
I
could
don't
definitely
think these
do
are
those.
answerable.
We could
Yeah.
definitely go into each of those arguments, but let me ask you a question. What do we know about minds? Have we ever seen an immaterial mind before?
No.
Mm, good answer. So, thinking that the mind exists independent of like brain matter to me doesn't make a lot of sense. We've never witnessed this. We don't have any evidence to suggest this. So, thinking that the universe has a mind that's either immaterial or just is made up of like I don't know stardust or something to me is kind of weird. I don't think we have enough, like, we don't have any scientific data that would suggest that you can have a mind without a brain.
You're assuming that there needs to be an immaterial and there needs to be matter for a mind to happen, for a mind to exist.
Well, I'm
Is
not
that what you're
assuming
trying to
it.
assume?
No. I am saying that, but I'm not assuming it. I'm saying, based on the data that we have, if somebody is suggesting that there's an immaterial mind, we would need some evidence for that. Is there evidence to suggest that immaterial minds exist?
Like we can see it. We can see. It's possible. It's definitely possible for a material if it's an omnipotent or powerful being. Like obviously he would possess some sort of mind. It's possible for him to have. It doesn't. It would be weird if we could understand it. Like we can't understand the concept of immaterial, anyways. So why could we understand the concept of immaterial mind? It would be weird
Well,
if we did
I think
have
we
evidence for it.
I think we can understand immaterial existence, although I would say immaterial inexistence is more common. That being said, I don't know if that answered my question. I think you tried to answer my question, but I don't know if you did. So I'm just asking, is there any evidence we can point to that would suggest that minds exist independent of brains?
It's kind of cracking. Independent. What did you say? I couldn't listen. I couldn't hear you.
Is there any evidence or good reason to believe that minds exist independent of brains? Because it seems like all the data we have would show that minds are what the brain does. The brain is producing what we call the mind.
Wait. Okay. Yeah. I'm like. Uh, of, like the only reason or the only cause that can explain the fine tuning or the perfection of this universe basically is a mind. Otherwise it's there's a higher chance that it was made by a mind at least than
Okay.
it was made by an that's what I'm trying to argue. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. So there's no evidence that minds exist independent of brains. So we can move on. You
There
want
doesn't need to be.
to apparently go to the fine tuning argument. I don't think the universe is perfect or finely tuned. In fact, I think if the universe was perfect, children wouldn't die of bone cancer, 3 million children wouldn't die of starvation every year, 97% of the water being undrinkable on the planet Earth wouldn't be a thing. I would expect that meteorites wouldn't be striking our planet and causing mass extinction events. Seems like we're designed more for chaos and destruction than perfection.
Okay, so you're going on that argument, but my thought when I say fine tuning was, for example, gravity. If gravity was a little bit more powerful,
Mm-hmm.
life could not exist. Or if
Well, that's not true.
basically any if
I
gravity
mean,
was
life
a
would
little
be
bit powerful,
different.
or
Like, if
no,
gravity was more powerful, it wouldn't mean that life couldn't exist. Life would just exist in a slightly different form. But let's imagine that it couldn't. Let's just pretend that your assertion is correct. It's still meaningless. Um, Life isn't the goal of the universe. Like the universe didn't have like a goal. Hey, what can we do to create life? Fine tuning is only relevant if you think that the universe or something had the goal of creating life. Life is a byproduct of the universe. It's not the goal of the universe.
yeah, but life being able to be created in this universe, uh, it shows that there was a reason, or at least
Why?
there was a mind that structured it so that life
Why?
could happen in this universe.
What does the existence of life have to do with a mind creating anything?
Because that's what you're talking about. Like the universe is created for humans. Humans,
No, that's what you need
s-
to prove still yet. That's the claim.
yeah. No, like
Why would I
no,
believe
like
that the
for
earth is
humans.
created for humans?
Like because the mind or God's purpose when He created the universe is for
That
us, for humans
that
to
that's
to
begging the
see the.
question, right? If I asked you what's the evidence that God or a mind created the universe, you can't then say, well, because God created the universe. That's you're using the conclusion in your supporting premises.
Well, what you were saying is the universe goal doesn't have to be life, but life was
Mhm.
created.
So what?
life exists, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so what though?
So yeah, but according to you, according to a atheistic point of view, you can say that. But if you look at a atheistic point of view or from God,
But why would
then
I?
God created the universe
And
for
I realize
humans.
if you believe in God, you think God created the universe. I know that. I'm saying, why would someone believe that though?
Yeah, I'm like because it allows life to exist is what I'm trying to say because the
I
universe
know.
allows life.
Yeah.
Like,
I
yeah,
know life is permissible in the universe. I don't see how that's connected with God yet.
because co- so okay, I'm not really good at English. Like it's my second language, but okay, I'll
Actually, you're
try to
doing pretty
explain
good.
it. Okay, I'll try to explain it more. Uh,
Yeah,
what's the
to be
point?
sure,
Like,
why I can understand you very well. Your accent's not an issue here. In fact, I suspect the audience can hear you pretty well also.
yeah, okay. Uh, what my point was, like, I'm trying to argue from based on the Bible when I was like trying to grow my my thoughts and my arguments. Uh, according to the Bible, the universe was created so that humans could see the power of God and just see the vastness of the by the heavens. The heavens declare the power of God. Was what my point is. But from the atheistic point of view, you can say the universe didn't exist for humans, or the universe didn't exist for life to be permissible. You can say that, yeah. But I'm trying to argue from my point of view against your point of view, and I'm saying it's more reasonable to say that God created life, that God made universe permissible to have life, than to say no, it just happened for no reason. Life was permissible for no reason. I think it's more reasonable to say God made it permissible. Is what I'm trying to say.
Right. I know that's your argument. What I'm asking for is what's the reason why it's more likely, right? So for it to be more likely, we would need a formula, some statistic to point to that said, well, this is more likely than that. And we can do this. In fact, my background's in engineering. I can tell you, like, if you give me, I used to design machines for a living. If you ask me, like, what's the likelihood of a design injuring somebody, like, I could probably calculate based on statistics, what the likelihood of that design injuring somebody is based on previous parameters. You can't calculate the likelihood of God creating anything because we have no parameters on God's existence. So we need something else. You can't just say it's more likely. You need an actual argument that would warrant it being likely.
What is your point? I don't understand your point. I'm
My
not.
point
I'm
is,
trying.
you can't tell me why it's more likely that God exists. But what you're saying is that in your mind it seems more likely, right? But you don't have a method for communicating that. It's just a feeling.
Yeah, but like, um, I'm still like I still don't understand. If, like, for example, okay, wait, my
Well, let me ask
child
you a
just came in.
question. Let me ask you a
Yeah,
question.
my child. Yeah.
All right. You're not going to have an answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it anyways. Which one? I'm holding two magnets right now. You should be able to see the screen. Which one of these two magnets am I more likely to drop?
Right now, I have to answer it now.
Yeah.
Right one.
Why?
No reason.
Exactly. You have no reason, right? So when you tell me God exists, but then you can't give me a reason, or you tell me God is more likely and you can't give me a reason, well, it's just based on feelings. Now, the reality is we could do a study. You could say, well, listen, this motherfucker holding these magnets is right-handed. Maybe he's more likely to drop the one in his left hand. Who knows? Or maybe, listen, maybe he had a thumb injury and he's more likely to drop the one that had the thumb injury. If you don't have data on something, you can't do an analysis of what's more likely. And we have no data on God.
No, like, but we know there is a cause for the universe, right?
Mm-mm.
We
No,
just
we
don't
don't
know.
know that. In fact, it's probably more likely that the universe always existed.
It didn't. I mean, the Big Bang already disproves that. So
Nope, the Big Bang did not. The Big Bang is
space-time
simply a
matter
theory
didn't
about
exist.
the expansion of the current observable universe. Actually, we have no idea what's beyond our limits of observation. It could be that the universe goes on a trillion times bigger than what we even know. All we know is how far we can observe
What existed 15 billion years ago?
the universe.
No, it didn't.
It did, yeah. What's the evidence that the
Space-time
universe once
matter.
didn't exist?
Space-time matter didn't exist. So
It did. Yep. What's the evidence that it didn't?
there was a point in singularity where there was no space, time, or matter.
Nope. That's not true.
That,
What's the
that
evidence for that?
that's the big. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I do, and the Big Bang doesn't posit that
That's
nothing gave rise to
Einstein.
something that has nothing to do with the Big Bang.
That's Einstein's law that he said
It's
space-time
not.
matter did not exist before. Yeah. Also,
And
even
not
Stephen.
only do I not believe that he said that, I could be wrong. I don't think he actually said that, but I also don't care. Science has progressed since Einstein. There's a lot of things that we've learned since Einstein. He was a genius for his time period, but there is new information. We've learned more about science since then. Now, it might be true that when Einstein was in his, heyday, that some people believe that the universe did appear out of nothing. But that's certainly not a prevailing view today, not even remotely.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking also said asking what was before the Big Bang is like asking what's north of the North Pole. He's saying
That's
there
right.
was no time. Yeah, he was referring
Well,
to there was no time.
he said that
before
at one point in his
Big Bang.
career, and then he took it back a couple years before he died. If you listen to his late lectures, he reversed course on that. He said it's perfectly fine to believe in an infinite regress of time.
Yeah, but like there's no basis of there's no evidence that they were the universe forever because there was no space time. Okay, what caused the
Actually,
universe
that
expansion?
is the evidence. The evidence that the universe exists, right? So if you can't get something from nothing and you have something, then the only best inference you have is that there was never nothing. And if matter, if not matter, if mass and energy are conserved, then I would need a good reason to believe that the mass and the energy in the universe once wasn't conserved, and that it needed to get invented, created.
How can it be created?
It can't. In fact, I have a good argument for why it can't be created. That's my point. It always existed.
Okay, what do you think? So how did the universe start expanding?
Well, there's a couple theories as to why it started expanding. Dark energy is a very popular theory. They're working right now on another theory that I personally like the best. It's a black hole bounce theory. It's a principle that we know happens. And so it's perfectly permissible in a cyclical universe, if you believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch universe, which I do, that eventually when gravity pulls everything back in, it behaves just like a black hole, and you have a black hole bounce spewing everything back out. But again, we don't know what is beyond our observable universe. Like the expansion that we're talking about right now is only what we can observe. It's possible that our expanding observable universe is just a tiny fraction of the overall universe.
Yeah, but like that's still theories. What do you think? I'm asking, what do you believe in? What do you think is the cause for the expansion of the universe?
I just told you black hole bounce.
Black hole. What is that?
It it's when there's a lack of better words, there's an explosion event because of what's happening at the center of the black hole. It becomes
Yeah, but
unstable.
like
I mean,
why?
if you really want to know the ins and outs of black hole bounces, you could just Google it. Like,
Why though? Yeah, like
why
I
what?
understand you just told me, but why does this? Okay, why does this black hole start? You know, what is it? What's called? What did you just say? Like something being. Yeah, what does the black hole start being like that? Over like for it to explode?
I have no
What
idea what you're
caused it?
trying to ask right now.
Well, like you said, the
I
black
think
hole is
what you're
completely.
trying to ask is what is black hole bounce, and for that you should just look it up. I
Yeah,
I'm
but like, why do you
I've
think
taken
that's
you
more
as
reasonable?
I've taken you as far as my cosmological study can take you. If you really want to know like the math behind black hole bounces or something like that, you should
Yeah,
probably
but
read an
like I
article
want to
on
ask.
it or talk to like I don't know, talk to an actual physicist.
Like I don't know. The comments are like like I don't know. They're like making fun of me or something like that.
Don't worry about the comments.
Like,
They're all atheists. Also, I did look up some early beliefs from Einstein, and I'm showing right now that he believed in a static eternal universe. I don't think he said that the universe was something from nothing. Now, again, I could be wrong. I've never seen that quote.
which one?
I've never seen a
The
quote from
Einstein?
Einstein that says that the universe was something from nothing.
Yeah, I don't think I didn't say that either.
Right.
I said
So
space
follow
time. Okay.
me here a little bit. Okay, let's imagine for a second that the universe is eternal. We've got lots of data that would suggest that. Philosophy seems to suggest that as well. It seems likely that the expansion rate of our universe is decreasing based on the acceleration rate of the expansion is decreasing based on the DESI data, the dark energy spectroscopy instrument. So if that's the case, then it only makes sense that eventually gravity is going to pull everything back in. And that's why we've got a number of cyclical universe models, because it makes sense of the data that we have. I don't know of any data, none. I've never seen any. If you have it, give it to me. I've never seen any data that would suggest that the universe once didn't exist. Is
Yeah, like actually, I'm actually an atheist. I'm just asking questions I didn't know about.
that the case? Why do you say you were
Yeah,
a
that's
Christian?
I used to be.
You used to be. I convert you just now?
No, I just
Sure.
asked questions. My family asks me a lot.
Fair enough. Let me ask you a question. Is Jesus Lord?
No,
Is he the Messiah?
I don't think so. What does that mean?
I'm going to need you to say
What is he
something
now?
for me. I need you to say Jesus was a liar and a fraud.
Well, his teachings were good, but I mean, like, what do
What
you mean?
teachings? I
His
need you
teachings
to
that were not
say out
good.
loud with your mouth that you deny Jesus and that he's a liar and a fraud.
Jesus is a liar. Okay.
And a fraud, right?
Yeah.
You didn't say that with your whole chest. You sounded unconfident there.
I'm pretty confident. Oh, like, do you think I'm lying?
Yeah, I do. But listen, thanks for coming up and chatting with us, okay? We only talk to believers, though, okay?
Okay, okay.
Cheers. I think he's lying. Also, Marcy's here. What's a good word, Marcy?
I am a believer indeed. I am a believer of Islam. Alhamdulillah. Muhammad ﷺ has converted me to the deen of Islam
Oh,
according to
no.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Alhamdulillah. I want to get my 72 virgins in heaven.
Actually, I was just talking about that today. I've got questions about the. We'll get to that eventually about the 72 virgins. But like the rivers of milk are a concern for me. If you've got these 72 virgins and you're in a river of milk, this seems like a sanitation nightmare. Does they not know about how germs work or bacteria? I don't know. It's rough. I'm gonna grab some super chats, so friends. While I'm doing that, make sure you're following Marcy's profile over here on TikTok. We should have another guest up in here momentarily. The live stream's still kicking off. We're still seeing people filter in. If you want to get in, you can hit the guest request button, or if you're not watching on TikTok, you can use tiny.cc/DZ Live, the link that is on the top of the screen. It's also in the description of the video if you want a clickable version. Josiah, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I've been hearing about some studies. Sociologists have been asking the question of if there are closeted atheists. and they may have found some evidence for it. I actually believe that to be the case. Anytime you have like a super minority opinion in a society, there's going to be people who agree with that opinion but don't want to be public with it for fear of, persecution and ridicule. So that doesn't surprise me one bit, actually. And Mixtress, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super. It says, Justin, ever discuss Jephthah's vow on Judges 11? I do. To win, he promised to sacrifice the first thing out of his home. It was his only daughter, and the text says he fulfilled the burnt offering. It does. It says he did to her according to his vow. And remember, when he made the vow, it said the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and the vow was that if you allow me to win the war, I'll do the thing. And so God was already sending his Spirit. God was already activating everything. He was already helping him win the war. He literally could have just made it so that he didn't make that rash vow, or in fact, that something else came out of the house. He could have done all those things. He chose not to because he didn't really care. God's not all that concerned about human sacrifice as long as it's going to him. He doesn't want you sacrificing your children to somebody else.
And according to 2 Samuel 10, we know that that whenever he takes upon your spirit, or like the Lord's Spirit comes upon you, he changes you into a brand new person and makes you do things you wouldn't normally do, such as make a vow to sacrifice possibly your daughter.
Exactly. With, like you brought up last time with Saul, that's clearly in the text. Faithless Devotion, thank you for the super chat, says, did parts of Judaism sacrifice the firstborn to Yahweh at some point? I believe it did. A lot of scholars believe that it did. I see scriptures in place that make it seem so. Ezekiel 20 and 25 looks like God may have commanded it at one point. Well, that's the case. And scholars are suggesting that the ancient Israelites most likely were Canaanites, and they practiced the practices of the ancient Canaanites, which likely included child sacrifice. And this is probably a commentary on Exodus 13:29. Exodus 13:29 is a command in the Bible to do exactly what Ezekiel thinks God was commanding. In fact, I'll show you real quick. It's not for circumcision, that's for sure. Whoops, it's Exodus 13. I get the wrong verse. It's definitely Exodus 13, though. Give me a second. Did I get the wrong chapter? Maybe it's 23. My brain, man. All right, give me 1 minute. Why did I think it was Exodus 13? 22. There we go. My brain got the wrong chapter. Exodus 22:29, I think it was. There we go. You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me. In fact, let's read a couple more verses, actually, to 28 to 30. In Exodus 13, it talks about redemption, but here it doesn't. You shall do the same with your oxen, with your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with its mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. And so this is what Ezekiel is likely interpreting as child sacrifice, which you could see he would do that. He's the first prophet in the Bible to actually really read the Torah. I'm going to grab just a couple more super chats, and we're going to get Mock in here next. Drew, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. Says, why don't people coming on here learn to read the latest about the Big Bang before they come on here letting us know that they haven't read any of the scientific literature? I don't know. It seems like, here's what I think. I think people are so used to thinking that common knowledge is good knowledge that and so many other people believe it, that when they hear otherwise, they're like, what? That can't be true. And I think that's what's happening. I think that they're coming in good faith. I just think that they're ignorant on the topic because so many people believe what they believe. They just assume it must be well-founded. Bacon and Bush, thank you so much for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Quite huge. And Malcolm, thank you for the super chat. It says, just had a brainwave. KJV only treats the incomprehensible text as a feature rather than a bug. True. The less they can understand, the less they have to contend with what the F it actually says. That's true. And here's the other funny thing about KJVers. They'll say, well, listen, some of them who believe it should be hard, they're like, it's supposed to be hard. It's not supposed to be easy. You have to study and show yourself approved. So you got to go back and learn all these archaic English words. But if you're going to go learn another fucking language to read the Bible, just go learn Greek and Hebrew and read it in the original manuscripts and be done with it. Why are we learning archaic English to read a book that could easily be translated into modern English? Drew, hey, thanks for the additional super chat. Says, if the universe was created for human life, then why is 99.9% of the universe so inhospitable for human life? Agreed. If it was finely tuned, we would probably expect life to be more likely, not a rare occurrence. I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, friends, so we didn't get too buried here. And then we're going to get Mock in here. Twisted Scriptures. Hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, hello, Justin. Been MIA due to surgery, but fully recovering. Great to hear it. Love to hear it. Hope you're feeling better. So enjoy the DZ community. Yes, I'm still alive and kicking. Thanks again for all your hard work and exposing this cult for what it is. Well, thank you, Twisted. And certainly a longstanding member in the community, please do keep us up to date with how you're healing. I'm sure a lot of us will be interested to hear your recovery. And best of luck with you. If you need anything, do reach out. And last super chat from Crazy Grandma Gamer. Amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, are you ever going to get a regular call-in number? Can't figure out the link. I'm old. Tech hard. Heart theist. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I will. So the cost to have a call-in number versus the amount of people that would use it is not a good ratio. It would cost a significant amount of money to do it. It doesn't make a lot of sense to do it. Integrating the soundboard would be a lot of additional work. And to be fair, most people that are engaging in these debates today don't want to dial a number on a phone and call in. Maybe eventually I'll do it, but for now, I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense, at least not for what I'm doing. All right, let's get Mock in here and we'll get another conversation going. Welcome in, Mock. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm above 18.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I hold to the faith. I
Which
just wanted
one?
to ask, are you looking? Yeah, I'm Christian, primarily Christian.
Gotcha.
But
Okay.
yeah, like, are you just asking for like arguments and reason, or are you just looking to argue over scripture and things of that sort?
It doesn't have to be scripture. Like if you're a Christian, obviously we're probably going to turn to the Bible. If you're Muslim, we're probably going to turn to the Quran. But like if you don't believe in one of the standardized religions, obviously we're going to give argumentation that isn't based in one of the, theological books.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not fully done with the Bible yet, as in like I haven't, finished it. So we could just talk about like God in a sense, like the atheist versus theist type talk.
Sure. Yeah. If you got an argument for a generic God, I think that's fine. Although I would point out that since I know that you're a Christian, if it's relevant, if it's really important, I might bring it back. Like if you say something about God that contradicts the Bible, I might point out that it contradicts the Bible somewhere. But I'm more than happy to talk about a generic God.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was researching, I found like an interesting argument. I forgot the exact name of it, but it's pretty much just saying that like your like mental states and things like that are in line with your physical states. Like this is unexpected on like any atheist. And under like, like when we say theism, it's more expected. And like the person who is giving the argument uses it as a way to raise probability for like, the theist idea.
I don't know what that means when you say mental states aligning with physical states. Can you explain?
Yeah, like they're harmonious in a sense. So yeah, that was the name, like psychophysical harmony or something. Like
I don't
you
know
would
what
say
that has
like
to do with God.
yeah, we would say that under like the theist hypothesis that it would be in line with what we would or the type of things that we expect. Like under atheism or like naturalism, you would say that this is very improbable.
I don't know why yet. Why would it be
Yeah.
improbable in the atheistic worldview that our minds are somehow aligned with our physical bodies when our minds are the thing controlling our physical body and taking feedback from it?
Well, I mean, yeah, that whole process in itself, it just nothing about atheism gives the implication there. Like atheism, or like we could just say more broadly, like naturalism, it just doesn't arise in a sense. Or you would say that it's not naturally explained or indicated through the thesis in a sense, or the idea.
What's unexplained?
But yeah, the harmony there. You could say the
Why?
harmony, or
Why
like
is it? Why does it lack explanation?
Well, we're just saying here, like we're just saying, like taking prima facie, right? Like at the view, nothing about atheism or naturalism indicates any type of harmonious. Well, yeah, you say like any type of harmony between the two.
That's
Now,
what I'm asking
it's
to explain. What about
well,
atheism
I'm just saying,
would indicate
yeah. When
that
we say
our mind and our
naturalism,
body wouldn't somehow be in some kind of harmony?
well, yeah, we just investigate what naturalism is. Like, like, what do you think naturalism is? Just for example, I mean, I could define it if you like, but
I mean, naturalism is typically the view that everything in the universe is naturalistic, meaning like non-spiritual. And that certainly seems to be the case. It sounds like what you're attempting to do is say that there's some sort of immaterial, like spiritual mind force that is aligned with our bodies. Is that what you're trying to say?
well, no, not in a sense. I'm just saying when we like investigate what naturalism is, nothing comes to arise saying, or that you would expect, like this harmony, like the natural, well, yeah,
Harmony
the
with
natural
what?
evolution, yeah, your psyche and the physical
Why would
body or your
why
mental
would there
states.
not be harmony? Like people who have a disharmony between their mind and your body or the outside world, what your body engages with, those people don't get to reproduce. They typically get murdered via evolution. They're not likely to survive, which means based on the basic principles of evolution, the people who do have good mind body alignment are going to be the ones that get to survive.
Well, we're not even talking about the hierarchy there. We're just saying, like, in the sense, the harmony of it. Like, when we say, like, naturalism, like, it's not even, like, really expected that, like, humans would exist in this sense. Then we have to take the latter about,
Why?
or something about a human. Huh?
Why? Why would naturalism preclude the existence of humans?
Well, no one's saying it precludes it. I'm just saying that when we just investigate naturalism and say the amount of situate, or yeah, like the amount of possible worlds in which natural things, or well, naturalism is true, it's very unlikely that humans exist. And like we could talk about,
Why?
yeah, like we
So,
could talk about like the
all right,
concepts, like
Mock,
yeah.
you sound like a sincere guy. I'm not trying to beat you up here, but what you've done so far, if you keep asserting a claim, and I'm familiar with these claims, I've heard these philosophical arguments before, but I don't think you know the arguments well because you're not supporting any of the claims, right? So when you assert that naturalism can't account for, the harmony between mind and body, that's a cool claim, but I need you to support that. What would be the support for that claim?
That's not really what I'm saying. All I'm saying is when we talk about naturalism, the type of things that arise, it like just prima facie, right? Like just at face value, you wouldn't really say that it arises or this yeah, this type of harmony arises, and we're just
I
saying it's a
would.
problem. I'm not saying it can't. I fully agree that it can in a sense, but when you
I
investigate the amount of
disagree.
situation, wait,
I'd
okay,
say
yeah. So like,
pre- prima
what
prima
about
facie.
yeah,
I wouldn't use that word normally. I'm just teasing. You would, yes, on face value, naturalism would predict that you have some sort of mind-body harmony because without mind-body harmony, you die. Without the ability to coordinate all of your faculties, something in the evolutionary chain is going to eliminate you.
well, okay, you could say that in a sense, but then it's upon like the thing we're talking about there to evolve in such a way which it does. But even then, that goes down the ladder. Like we'd have to investigate. Well, is humans expected on naturalism? Which I
Yeah,
don't really.
why wouldn't they?
And why would you say? Yeah, why would you say it's expected on naturalism? Like that's, I don't know what about
Because there's
naturalism goes.
because
Huh?
naturalism doesn't have a biological limit on intelligence. Like if groundhogs are expected under naturalism and fish are expected under naturalism, then so are humans.
Why would you say any of that's expected on naturalism? I'm just confused there.
Because science and nature is pretty well explainable. Like we know that all life is chemical reactions. Our ability to evolve over the course of 3 billion years and have our cell replication adapt to changes and challenges in our environment over the course of 3.5 billion years is pretty fucking powerful. I don't think people realize how long that time period is.
Yeah, I agree, but like all you're trying to get at, or all it seems that you're saying here is that it's possible. But I'm asking why, if when we investigate it, it's expected. Like all you're saying is yes, it can be explained, but that's not saying it can be expected.
No,
I
it can't
agree
be
it's possible.
expected. We have evidence that it happens. So
Saying it happens is not saying
we
it's expected
we
again.
find all these same building blocks of life right out in outer space. In fact, there's 2 recent meteors that have been inspected, and we found the building blocks of life on both of the meteors. One was Bennu was the first name of it, and then the other meteor is Ryugu, if I remember the name correctly. And in fact, on Ryugu, hold on, like you don't need, like I don't think people realize how pervasive life is in the universe, but there's a complete set of canonical nucleobases on the carbonaceous asteroid Ryugu. There's been write-ups on it this whole spring because of these new discoveries. So like we know that like these building blocks of life are self-assembling. There's no reason to believe that given enough time and reproduction that there wouldn't be evolution. In fact, I don't know if it's even possible to have reproduction without evolution. It seems like an unavoidable thing.
Well, again, like all the conclusion of what you're saying is saying that it's possible. These are the elements that make it can happen, and with enough evolution, sure, you could say if these, like, I guess you could say conditions are right, then yeah, like or evolution to the point where humans exist. You know what happened, but that's just saying it's possible, and under these certain type of conditions, it will be actualized. But that's not saying it's expected. We could observe
It
X, Y,
is.
Z in the universe. Well, no, no,
It is
like it's kind
expected.
of
So
different.
if we know that
Well,
life
what do
can
you mean
arise
expected?
given
Maybe I'm
certain
misunderstanding.
parameters, and we know that those
Hold on.
parameters exist, then it just means that it is expected. In fact, if
What do you
you have
mean?
a static eternal universe or even an eternal universe model, then if the likelihood of life arising is anything but 0, then it's an inevitable fact.
Well, what do you think expected means? Like when you say it's expected, what do you think you're saying there?
Expected means it's likely to happen.
It's likely to Okay, and when you say likely, you just say it's more probable that it would than it would not.
Yeah, that's what it means to be likely.
Okay, and then but here, how do
So
you conclude here that it's more probable then?
I just
Because
told
out of
you, if
all
the
the
probability of life arising is anything but
hold
0, it
on.
means that it's an inevitable result. So, for example, if we have a cyclical universe model, and that seems to be where the data suggests, and the odds of life arising is not impossible, it's not 0. That just means it's inevitable. That's just how stats work.
Okay, like I understand that's the point you're making here, but when you say that, but you again, it's like you're not even following here that it is. Yeah, well, that would be until that it would be the case. That's not even saying it's probable there, but here, like the set of states or the set of conditions in which this is met, that's improbable, or
What
not even gonna say
conditions?
that's improbable. Yeah, like the set of conditions in which your these, I guess you could say, these predicates or these evolutionary components of life, like those meaning in such a way where life does develop. That's what I'm asking you about. And
Yeah,
in the many interpretations of the universe or what it could be, I'm asking why is it likely that they would meet the same condition every single time, or in such a way where life would be birthed.
I've said it twice. I guess I don't know why you didn't catch it. So, if the universe is always in existence, it's in continuous state of change, expansion, and contraction, meaning there's not like a 6,000-year-old universe, right? If we've got trillions of years in the universe, or even infinite number of years in the universe, if the odds of life creating or self-assembling is anything but 0, then what that means is that it's inevitable. It must happen. That's what it means to be inevitable.
I okay, I understand that, but like here, like it prior, it was more confused if you were positing that the universe is eternal or you were just taking it to be a
I
hypothetical
am.
because like we had. Okay, then like what's the argument for that?
Oh, the argument's easy. The DESI data shows that the acceleration rate of our expansion is slowing down. And also, nothing about the Big Bang would suggest that the universe didn't exist prior to it. We also have the law of the conservation of energy and conservation of mass, which would suggest that you can't just willy-nilly get rid of the energy, nor can you create it. You can't create the energy either. And so if the energy and mass in our universe is eternal, there's no good reason to think that it once didn't exist. In fact, you can use like Baby's first syllogism. If you can't get something from nothing and something exists, there was never nothing.
Okay, I mean, do you want to go one by one? Because I mean, I understand them all, I guess. But like, do you want me to attack? Like, do you just want to go one by one, or do you want me to attack all of them? Because
Yeah, I would start by issuing you a challenge. There is zero evidence whatsoever that the universe once didn't exist.
well, we're just talking about possibility here. Like, I mean, I agree. I'm not a physicist. Like, I agree. Like, I probably don't have like the physical representation here, what you're looking for. But we're just talking about possibility, and like, do you want to go one by one? Because like that question just kind of starts me off track.
Yeah, I mean, one by one, I would just first start out with it sounds like you like philosophy. Well, we'll just start with the easy syllogism. You probably agree, premise number one, you can't get something from nothing?
I don't. I mean, I don't necessarily agree, but what's premise
Oh,
two?
well, if you don't agree, that means the universe is capable of rising on its own without God.
Well, no, I'm just saying I don't necessarily agree. Like, I would need motivation, but like, what's premise
Well,
two?
I can give you the motivation. In fact, give me 1 second. I'm going to keep a notepad on the screen so we
Something
can keep
cannot
track
arise
of
from
where we're
nothing.
at. So we would say premise number one, something can't come from nothing. Now, your motivation for accepting this premise is going to be, we'll do M1. If something can come from nothing, then God is not needed. Follow?
Sure.
Cool. And so the second motivation then would be M2. If actually, we don't even need a motivation 2 if you accept motivation number 1. We can do other motivations if necessary. P2 then is going to be something exists. We agree there?
Okay.
So then the logical conclusion which follows is there was never nothing.
Okay, and what do you take nothing to be?
An absence of anything.
Okay. And when you say something cannot come from nothing, you're just saying, like, I mean, I feel like it's pretty trivial in a sense, but like when you say, I don't know, like when you say like physically nothing, like, are you
I
just
say
saying,
absolutely nothing.
yeah, like, no, we're just
Like
talking about physical.
no quantum states, no quarks, no nothing.
Yeah, we're talking, okay, so yeah, absence of everything we know that it, are you saying, okay, yeah, so are you saying epistemically or like logically in a sense?
This is not difficult. Nothing means absolutely nothing exists. There is zero anything.
Yeah, that could be epistemic or that could be logical.
What do you think epistemic is doing in your argument right now?
Well, I'm not even making it hard. I'm literally just asking a question. But like the
So-
whole thing about epistemic is, yeah, the whole thing about epistemic is just saying the set of knowledge we have about, the facts there, or just information, like the set of things that we have about the subject of the domain, and like logically would just be saying in a more broad sense.
Okay, I don't
so
know
you're
what
just-
epistemic is doing for your argument here. The premise number
Again, I'm
one's
not making
very
a logic. I'm just
simple.
asking a
We
question.
if there was absolutely nothing in the universe, it's incumbent on you to accept premise 1 if you believe in God. Because if there was literally nothing and nothing could give rise to something, then that means your God wasn't necessary to go from nothing to something.
Well, yeah, I agree, but we're just gonna have to talk about what you mean as in nothing. Like, I understand I guess you could say definition, but here it's again, is it like some type of epistemic claim, logical?
I mean, I could just give you the definition of nothing. Jeez,
I
this
understand
is
what you
not
mean by
something I
nothing.
thought we were going to get hung up on.
It's pretty simple. Like, you could
I
either
know it
refer
is simple, which is why this is actually going to be like pulling teeth. That now we're debating the definition of nothing, which is insane, actually.
I agree
So
what you mean by nothing. Like, that's the problem
does
you're not understanding.
not anything No single thing is the definition of nothing.
What? Yeah. What does any refer to there? Are we saying the set of things we know, or are we just saying what could exist?
Any is a modifier of thing.
Well, I mean, if you think modifier is a quantifier, but sure, but thing refers
I didn't say
to a domain.
quantifiers. It's a modifier. Any means something other than zero.
Okay, but you agree that's a quantification, right? Like, but
Now,
whatever. It
you
doesn't
can
even
call it
matter.
a
But the thing
quantification.
there,
It's just saying it's not nothing. Anything is
yeah,
something other
I
than
agree.
nothing.
I agree, but there you'd still have to be saying the thing refers to a domain. I'm asking, what's that domain?
What the fuck does domain have to do with this? If there's absolutely nothing, there's no definitions, there's no epistemology, there's no domains, there's just absolutely nothing. Is the word nothing giving you problems right now?
I understand what nothing means, but the quantifier, I'm confused on what domain is quantifying over. Like,
It's
if you say any
crazy that
domain,
you're struggling with the word any right now.
well,
I'll put the note. I'm going to put the notepad on the
any.
screen. I'm going to ask you to tell me which one of these words is harming you at the moment. Which one of these words on the notepad is causing you trouble? Show me on the doll where it touched you.
Like, no word is troubling me. That's what you're not
So
understanding.
which
Like,
word here are you having trouble with? Premise number one is something,
I
which
just
you could say
told you
anything,
nothing. There's
can't
no
come
word
from
there.
nothing, and you seem to agree there. Do you still agree?
Well, we haven't even got into if I agree with the argument. We're just talking about what the argument goes to say here. Like, it just seems like I think you're confused on what your own argument says.
I'm actually not
Because again,
confused. In fact, I don't think anyone here is confused. In fact, put a 1 in the comments right now if you understand this argument word for word as it's written out.
okay, like maybe you don't understand the nuance of what you're saying, but the whole point here is you're saying a domain. Anything is a quantifier over a set domain. The domain I'm asking for here, that's all I'm
What do you
asking.
think
Like,
a
are you saying
domain is? I don't even think you know how that word works.
a domain? Like, yeah, the way I'm using it, a domain is a set of objects, right, that has systematic rules, things of that sort.
There's no domain if there's nothing. That's the point.
But
There are
we said
zero
we're not
domains if nothing is in
we're not talking
existence.
about we're not talking about the term nothing. We're talking about the term we're talking about the term any, which quantifies, right?
Does
Which you mean
does
by
the word
any.
any appear in my syllogism?
Dude, you had it a part of what you mean by nothing. We're investigating
Something
here
can't come
quantifier.
from nothing. Nothing is a lack of things. It's
Yeah, but
absolute
nothing has a
zero
quantifier.
things. All right. Well, listen.
Nothing has a
It
quantifier.
sounds like you may not be like equipped. There might be nothing between your ears, which is why this syllogism is giving you so many
Dude,
troubles.
I think like you
So
need to read,
I'm
bro.
gonna move on to somebody who can understand how words work. I learned the word nothing as like maybe a 5-year-old. I understood the word nothing when I was 5 years old. I'm not gonna like argue with a grown ass adult that can't understand how the word nothing works. That's painful. Don't tell your mother that you're on the internet having these arguments. This is embarrassing for your side. Let's grab a couple of super chats, and we're going to get Jake in here next, and then we'll get Sir Daddy. Not a suspicious name at all. Barbara says, thanks for the recommendation of the Apocrypha and Gnostic Gospels. Reading Judges at the moment, very surreal indeed. And rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Barbara. And I love reading through the Apocrypha. In fact, there's so much like gold in the Apocrypha for understanding the New Testament. I think it should be mandatory reading. Before you read the New Testament, you should be mandated to read the Apocrypha. It's the precursor for the New Testament. And Simeon, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, come on, guys. There's no way this is just a book of stories made easy to remember for oral tradition. Just look at Shechem from the town of Shechem. Oh, no, I know. In Judges 34, they go to the town of Shechem, and it's named after the guy Shechem. But Shechem's actually the son of the current king there. He's currently the prince, which means somehow, I guess after the prince was born, you'd have to believe that the king renamed the city to Shechem. Like, it's just a nonsensical story. The point of the story is to explain why we don't like the fucking Shechemites. That's why. That's why Simeon and Levi had to go in and murder the Shechemites, because they sexually assaulted Dinah. It's a crazy story. Mostly Gizzard, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, so much incredulity. We have 200 billion stars in our galaxy, 1 trillion stars just down the road in the Andromeda. We estimate 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe. Odds of life are crazy high. That seems to be the case. If just in our pocket of the universe we find life, our little pocket, that means it's got to be all over the universe. Given that the universe is, somehow, what's the word I'm looking for? Consistent. And Deep Burrito, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, I actually had a tooth pulled today, so much easier than listening to Baby Phil Bros. That is actually. There are days I would rather get a tooth pulled than listen to guys that want to quabble like about the word nothing. Why are we doing this? What's happening right now? Dwight explains the Bible. Amazing name change. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, since Christians say don't test the Lord, as a response, Jesus basically wasted his breath in John 14:13 through 14, right? Tell kitties I said, psst, psst. Okay. Love the show. Okay, bye. Thank you, Dwight. I will absolutely tell the kitties. And if I remember correctly, in John 14, he's telling you to pray for stuff. But give me a second to pull up John 14 to check my memory here. Says, I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, if he doesn't want you to test the Lord, why? And it's funny because that passage about not testing the Lord comes from the Torah. And to test the Lord in the passage literally means to ask for stuff. God was mad that they were asking for food out in the desert. And God's like, you greedy motherfuckers want meat and water out here in the desert. Let's fuck you all up. Don't test me like that again. And so, yeah, this would be the exact same thing Jesus is telling you to do. He literally tells you to ask for daily bread. Mixtress, thank you for the additional super chat, friends. Says Judges 1:19. Oh, yeah, the iron chariots. The Lord was with Judah, yet they could not defeat the inhabitants of the plains because they had chariots of iron. Question, is iron stronger than God? The passage says yes. Not only does the passage says yes, it doesn't actually say they. I don't know which translation you're quoting from. It actually refers to God as a he. He could not defeat. Now, it is plausible to refer to the tribe of Judah as a he. We've seen that in the Hebrew text. But it seems like it's referring to Yahweh here rather than the tribe of Judah. And that's another, maybe I'll make a video on that sometime. But yeah, God gets fucked up by iron. And obviously by Chemosh in 2 Kings chapter 3. Nightman Cummins says, can we all imagine for a second how horrific a milk river would smell on a hot summer day? I know. And the paradise they're thinking of is not cold. Like, it's not going to keep the milk at a stable temperature. It's definitely going to be warm and pleasant and whatnot. So yeah, the rivers of milk does not sound appealing at all. T Pineapple, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says current caller is doing a poor job of trying to argue the hard problem of consciousness. I think you might be right, actually. Literally just wrote a paper touching on this for my philosophy class. Well, shit, Pineapple, send it to me. I'd love to read it. It'd probably be informative for people like me who haven't studied the philosophy. And last super chat for now from our friend Drew Smith. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Those callers who clearly know nothing about the current models of the Big Bang need to read Battle of the Big Bang. I just got that actually on Dr. Blitz's recommendation. The New Tales of Our Cosmic Origins by Nayesh Afshordi. And I will definitely be reading that soon, hopefully, Drew, and definitely would recommend it for others. If Blitz is recommending it in reference to the Big Bang, I have to assume that it's a worthy read. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to grab Jake, and then we'll do Buiserdaddy. I don't know if I'm going to pronounce that name correctly. We'll see what happens. And then hopefully we'll get some good, robust debate going on. Welcome in, Jake. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 18. What's up, man?
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
Since your topic today isn't just Christian gods or something, I do believe in God. It's kind of a remnant of my upbringing of being a Christian. So some of this is like a little bit of deconstruction on my end, but some is like the lingering, like still believing in the Almighty.
Okay, so you're welcome to provide an argument for the Christian God or a generic God, whatever you think is helpful to you. If you do bring up an argument that contradicts the Bible, we might talk about it since you're a Christian. But whatever argument you've got, I'm more than happy to hear it.
Yeah, Christian would be tough because I don't live my life as a Christian, so I'll be honest about that.
Well,
And I
do
know
you believe
it,
this stuff though? Like, even if you don't live your life as a Christian, do you believe that the Bible is true?
no, like sola scriptura, like everything in the Bible, make sure you pay attention to it is all, like nobody told a lie, like all that, none of that stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, it's not an issue then. Well, I'll just treat you like maybe an agnostic or something. So,
So somewhere in there. So let me just get to, I guess, the base of my argument why I still believe, and maybe you have a remnant of this as well. Just my own intuition and feeling about like there being some additional life after this life, right? Like it's harder to explain logically because I know you're a pretty logical guy than it is because intuition really isn't logical, right? It doesn't come from my brain. It's just a feeling about what's right and wrong, and that's on your heart. And that's kind of like a biblical idea, right? The truth is written on your heart versus the objective truth. Like, do you feel the Spirit anymore, right? Like the feeling of the Holy Spirit. Did you ever? I know you talked about you felt that way before. I listened to you quite a bit. You used to believe in the Holy Spirit and there's this movement in you, things like that.
So help me understand. I guess I'm not really hearing the argument just yet.
Believe in the Holy Spirit. Okay. Maybe we just start with, do you believe in intuition? Maybe that's an easy way to say.
I mean, intuition, I think, is something that our brain does. It uses like information that we already have and tries to build what we might refer to as assumptions, which help us make decisions in like split moments.
But where does that come from? Like, I understand that you can say like there's like a reasoning feedback loop that is like somewhat subconscious, I guess, but because you're not actually fully aware of why you think what you think or why you feel it.
No, it's our brains. Our brains work really really quick, right? So when we're doing what you might call intuition or intuiting things, we're using very quickly, almost subconsciously, previous information to make decisions on things. So, for example, like I used to design machines for a living. Sometimes people would come to me and say, "Hey, could you design a machine that does this?" Well, right in the moment, I would be like, "Well, my intuition says yes, based on what I know." Now, I would need to go to the drawing board and actually try some of this in real life to tell you for sure if it's feasible. But I can definitely use intuition to be like, oh yeah, it seems based on, face value that it's probably okay.
So your gut reaction, your initial instinct, you think that's just processing faster than the way you're like you can visualize it or think about it and articulate it.
Yeah, I think intuition is a combination of our brain and our subconscious doing some of the heavy lifting for us, so that we're capable of doing like in the moment decisions. Like, in fact, if our brain wasn't capable of doing that, then we would have been like eaten by lions a long time ago.
Right. I think you're talking about instinct, right? Like I feel like there's a nuance to tease out here, like your intuition versus what you're, like you said, you've been eaten by lions. That's more like your instinct, like run, fight or flight, right? Like that's not. So I don't label intuition the same way that you're saying, right? It's more of like a consciousness you're not aware of, and then you become aware of why you have that belief, right?
That's the subconscious. That's like I don't have to think about breathing. My subconscious is already handling it.
Right, but how could it be right? I guess that's mine. How could it be? You didn't reason to that.
Reason to what?
So, like, how could your intuition be right about a thing?
I don't understand the question. I don't understand your question.
Why is your intuition ever correct? I guess like your intuition is like spot on 100%. Your gut's like, yeah, I knew that.
Your intuition is sometimes correct because it's working on priors. Like your brain has experiences, it has priors. So in fact, as we age, our intuition gets better and better. My intuition as a 15-year-old is abysmal to my intuition as an adult.
Got it. So there's nothing metaphysical about your intuition.
I have no reason to believe that, no.
So you could look back at all of your intuition that you've had in the past and trace. You could, if you had the ability, you said trace it back to a time in your life where you experienced this similar thing, and now that's why you believe this new thing happened in the future.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by new thing. What I'm saying is our intuitions are building off past experiences. Yeah.
Right, but can you track that? Like, could you say like, oh, I had this one time I was in the same situation, and that's why I'm intuiting this now? Like, how do you defeat your intuition?
Yeah. You do it all the time. I mean, like I said, I'm an engineer by trade. All the time, I'll be in situations where my intuition will kick in, and I'll have a thought. But it's not hard later to go sit down at my desk and say, okay, why is this intuition either true or false? And actually analyze why I thought it was true. And like we do it all the time. We have intuitions, and then later we're like, well, why did I think that? And it's pretty easy to trace it back to some sort of past event usually.
Yeah, that's the part I guess I'm disagreeing with. It pretty easy to trace back. I don't, because even small kids have intuitions that don't make sense. Like,
yeah, exactly. They don't make sense because they don't have past experiences. That's why intuition in children is trash. That's why you need life experiences for your intuitions to be helpful to you.
So you're just purely basing intuition off experience.
Like there's no reason to believe otherwise.
Yeah, I just don't think they're internal triggers. Well, that's the problem with it. Is like, how do you prove it, right? Like you're living in a world of like, how do we test and prove? Like, I didn't have this trigger in the past that created the intuition today. Like, you have to have a catalog of all of your experiences first, and then say, this intuition came out of nowhere. It didn't come from my past experiences. I've never had an experience like this. Like, I have no way to intuit this. Like,
I've never had an intuition that I didn't have an actual reason for it. Never.
You've never had an intuition. You've never had a reason for it. Well, then isn't that like there's like an error going on in what you're saying? Because you have your intuition before you have the reason.
The intuition, again, is happening in the subconscious. Your conscious brain can later look at the intuition and figure out where it's coming from.
Yeah, I would have to just research more about intuition to agree with you that that's true or false. I mean, that's
just what science says, and that's just true, right? Now, maybe you haven't thought about your intuitions very much. I think about mine quite a bit. I'm a reflective individual, which is why I don't believe in God anymore. But like neuroscience we've studied intuition. Like we know that this is happening in our subconscious. Well, by we, I'm saying science. Scientists have studied intuition. Our subconscious is very powerful.
So maybe the other word would be like, what about premonition?
I don't think premonitions exist.
So premonitions are just like a false intuition, I guess. How would you categorize it?
A premonition is when you get a feeling that something is going to happen, and typically it happens. Now, those do happen. Sometimes you have an instinct that leads to a premonition, but premonition in like the way a lot of people want to use it, like I've got a divine piece of information, like a prophecy, that doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist because we have no way to test it? Is that what you mean?
We do have ways of testing it, and people have attempted. So what happens typically is people who are being tested for their premonitions are told to actually write them down. And it turns out when people write down their supposed premonitions, they never come true. What seems to be happening is people think they're having premonitions for the same reason that deja vu works. When people think they're having the same experience again. that same mechanism in the brain convinces people that they had a premonition, when in reality they didn't, because when they write them down, they never come true.
You say never. I mean, probabilistically, it means someone's premonition could come true. You're just saying it's not repeatedly true. Like I could say I have a premonition about something and it come true.
Well, there's obviously going to be some things that you consider premonitions that are likely to come true. Obviously, if I had a premonition that I'm going to shake somebody's hand at work, it's likely to come true. People shake hands at work. So obviously there's going to be a percentage of so-called premonitions that people think come true just because it's something that's likely to happen already. And there's probably some that maybe are less likely to happen already that might even come true. But there's no good reason to believe that there's some spiritual force that's granting people these premonitions.
No good reason. I don't know if there's a good reason or not. Like I said, I'm on the fence on as far as like why I believe what I believe still, right? It's like it's this internal, maybe subconscious that hasn't been destroyed, because rationally I can get with you on a lot of things that you say, but there is still the underlying current of that feeling of the existence of God still. Like it's not. It's like you internalize the belief because we'll go back to your line of reasoning. There's internal emotional triggers still from being religious that are still there. So I can logic my way out of like some of the things you talk about, Christ being a liar and a fraud, but you still have the relationship. It's kind of like you've broken up with somebody, right? And but you still have that feeling towards them still, right? That's like it's the remnants of your religion. That was my religion.
Well, it takes a while to get rid of that. You know, when I deconverted from my religion, I had lots of religious remnants that stuck around for a bit, and it took a while to work through it and get to the point where I'm at now. But you know, I think that's part of the process. Some people, they go straight to atheism, like on the fast lane. You know, I did something similar to what you're doing, most likely, which is I'm kind of deconstructing it one bit at a time, trying to hold on to what I can.
Yeah, it's just like the love you still have for the creator that you believe in. Like
I don't have any love for a creator.
What's that?
I don't have any love for a creator.
No, I'm sure you did prior to deconstructing.
I'm sure, yeah, just like you have, love for your parents or your family. Yeah, obviously, when you believe that there's an entity out there that loves you and cares about you, you might develop some sort of, feelings towards it. The same way a child would develop feelings towards a invisible friend.
Imagine. Yeah. Yeah. And the last thing I'll leave you with: do you have any room in your life for things that we don't explain? We can't explain it. Like we have all this like remote viewing sort of stuff that is coming from the CIA and all this weird stuff. Do you have any of those things in your life where like maybe that's possible?
Well, I've read those papers. I know the ones you're referring to. The CIA concluded that it wasn't actually happening. People reported it happening, but it wasn't actually happening. Or else we'd be utilizing it. If the CIA could utilize remote viewing, we'd be doing it. That's for sure. Nevertheless, I'm obviously open to that kind of thing. Like if we found strong evidence that people are like astral projecting, or that like there's a soul that like is inside of us. If we find evidence of those things, I'm more than happy to believe in them. I've never seen any evidence of it, but I also don't think that it necessarily would be connected to a God. Like if, for example, a soul existed, I still don't really have a good reason to believe that there's a God that made it be so. It certainly could just be a naturalistic phenomenon. And in that case, I would be a Buddhist. But again, I don't really believe that any of that data exists.
Right. So if presented the data, your mind is still open. But the two things could be true at the same time, right? It could be that there's a spiritual world and there still happens to be a supreme being. It's hard to get my mind wrapped around like who created and when the earth or anything was created, right? It's like it's too far away from me. It's like you were contemplating nothing with this other guy earlier. It's like I don't even understand what that means. Like
right.
So it's beyond my my reasoning capabilities to think.
I get it.
Yeah. So what existed or who created it could have been a god, but there's another argument you get a lot is like it's because we exist, therefore there's a god, and it's like Maybe that's just the way the things are. It's just the way
Yeah.
the reason that life exists on Earth is because that's how it played out, and that's just it. More than somebody created it, right? Like those things, those ideas, I can get behind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, Jacob, it sounds like you're working through some of this stuff, and that's fine. But I don't know if you've got a strong argument, or even an argument at this point for God's existence. I definitely understand the instinct to think that there's some sort of like metaphysical reality happening inside of our bodies, but I'm not sure we can go much further in this conversation.
No,
But
I
I do.
appreciate you. Some of it's picking your brain. The other part, like your question
Mhm.
is, your God is imaginary. Prove me wrong. My God is imaginary.
Right. Yeah. That's
So
okay.
that's why I invited the conversation, right? You're like, hey, you don't have to be a monotheist today to
Right.
talk. That's why I jumped in.
Well,
So I
Jake,
appreciate your time,
thanks
man.
for
Thank
coming
you
and
for
chatting, friend.
Appreciate you.
Cheers. I don't know how bad the audio quality was. Some people were saying the audio quality was bad. I could hear him okay, but I wasn't sure if y'all could hear him. Marcy, could you hear him?
Yeah, I could hear him. It
Okay.
was like a little. It was kind of bad mic quality, but I could hear him.
Okay. Friends, I'm going to grab a couple of super chats. We're going to get Bew is Sir Daddy in here next. And then I think after that is going to be Tommy. And we'll keep the conversations rolling, friends. If you're watching on something other than TikTok, you can get in the guest queue by using the link on the screen. It's also in the description of the video. If you're watching on TikTok, just hit the guest request button. Mr. Brief says today is pronounced Aid. Oh, I pronounced that wrong then. And the Ides of March is famous because it's when Caesar was murdered. That fucking makes sense. Thank you for that clarification. I was wondering why like the 15th of March mattered at all. That makes a lot of sense though. I would commemorate that as well, actually. Thank you for the information. And Cameron, good to see you, friend. Says, hey, Justin, today was also the new Persian year. Oh, I didn't know that. Nowruz means the new day, Northern Hemisphere spring equinox. Just in time. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Cameron. I appreciate that. I didn't realize that the Persians had the new year about now. That's interesting. I wish I knew more about Persian culture, to be honest. And Barbara says, could someone good at fine-tuning look at my cella? Well, listen, if you're getting bad reception on your cell, you're probably going to need either a new cell phone or maybe your case is blocking your signal. A lot of these cases, the antenna is actually the rim. And sometimes if you get the wrong case on your cell phone, it'll fuck up your antenna. So be warned about that. And Deep Blue Sea, thank you for the additional super chats. My confusion is about his claim of substantial evidence for the resurrection. Why is his evidence dismissed by atheists, witnesses, empty tomb? Okay, so you're referring to the claims about the resurrection by the Case for Christly Strobel. The reason why it's dismissed is because resurrection accounts in the first century are abundant, and we've got well-documented ones like the resurrection of Nero. Well, even more than that, Aristius, Alcestis. Nero was believed to be resurrected as well. Just claiming that somebody resurrected is meaningless. And the witnesses, we have no idea if there ever was an empty tomb. We have no idea if there were witnesses. Witnesses didn't write anything. The Gospels aren't eyewitnesses. Mark wasn't there. Luke and Matthew copied from Mark. John wrote decades after the fact, if at all. We have no idea who wrote any of these Gospels, much less that they're eyewitnesses. So we don't really have eyewitnesses. We don't know if there ever was an empty tomb. What we do know is there's a trope in the ancient Greco-Roman world about empty tombs and missing bodies, and Jesus seems to be one of many of those tropes that show up in the ancient world. Dougosaurus Rectus, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, Bumblebee, how can you fly? Christians confused and wondering why. But now it's not so tricky. You flap your wings quickly unless you are one of God's little lies. I love that from the Bumblebee argument. I do love that we at least heard a different apologetic. It was a terrible apologetic. Bees shouldn't be able to fly based on physics is a crazy argument. Anyone with 5 minutes of thinking could have come up with the answer. They flap their wings really fucking fast. And last super chat for now from Smack. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, make a triangle with hypotenuse, square root of 2. This is an irrational number. The digits never end. They're infinite. Yet we can draw the triangle. So infinites and points interacting with it can vibe like infinite past, first, now. This is actually an interesting point. There are some infinite repeating numbers when you do particular math problems. This would be an interesting argument for infinites. I suspect, though, they might invoke this idea that, well, it still has a starting point. Because when you write it out mathematically, it seems like it would have a starting point, even though it would go on infinitely. And they would say, well, that's how the universe is. It had a starting point, but it goes on infinitely. Obviously, they have no evidence of this, but I suspect that's what they would do with it. But I like the argument that Marcy and others, and we've all heard, which is, how many numbers are there? Well, there's an infinite number of them. Can you go from 1 to 2? Of course you can. It's not difficult. So yeah, you can traverse finite points even with an infinite number set. All right, let's
Yo, what's up, dog?
Buis Sir Daddy in here. How you doing?
It's all right. You're kind of saying it wrong though. It's just Bo. You just say that.
Oh, your name is multiple words, so it's actually supposed to be pronounced Bo is your daddy.
Yeah.
Must be humble. All right. So, Bo, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God? All right. Which one do you believe in?
Christian.
Sure. What do you think is the best argument for the Christian God or even a generic God?
I can give the second way. Are you familiar with that one?
I'm vaguely familiar with Aquinas' 5 ways. I think they all fell for the same reason, but you're more than welcome to. Also, if you're going to give a traditional syllogism, we do have a timer for this. And the reason why is because it gets boring for the audience to argue the same syllogism for 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'll agree with most of these premises, and the one you don't agree with has a pretty easy refutation to like a rebuttal against it. So
sure. Yeah, well, give me a second. I'll get the timer set up and we'll have a good time here.
All right. So are you familiar with efficient causation?
No, I went to school and studied real stuff.
Yeah, well, efficient causation is just like an efficient cause is something that brings about cause.
So all causes would be efficient?
Yeah.
Okay. So why not just say cause?
No, I mean, you could, but there's different kinds of like causes or like different kinds of causal power. So you have like efficient causal power, which is something that causes another, and derivative causal power, which is something that receives its causal power. So
sure,
these are relevant for the argument. So yeah, premise 1 basically just says that some things exist. Some things that exist are caused by efficient causes. And do you agree with that premise?
We'll see. Some things that exist are caused by efficient causes, and we would say an efficient cause again is just a cause that does what?
A cause that just brings about cause, or something that brings about cause. It doesn't have to be a cause in itself.
Okay. So we'll just put it, an efficient cause is a cause that does anything.
Gotcha. All right. Premise 2 would just be that nothing can be the efficient cause of itself, since it presupposes properties for existence.
Okay. And what do you mean by presupposed properties?
Well, yeah. So let's say like we have something that needs to cause itself, right? This means it needs to begin itself, right? For something to begin, it needs to have had like no properties prior, all right, because it did not exist, all right? So something without properties cannot create.
Okay, so I think what you just mean to say, to be fair, is probably going to be, we can sum it up with, you can't get something from nothing.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. And I mean, I could challenge you on that. I don't know if it's worthwhile, but we're more than happy to write out the whole syllogism.
Yeah. Premise 3 would just be that if every efficient cause were itself caused by another efficient cause, then there would be an infinite regress of causes, right?
Yep. Yeah, this is going to fail for the other 5, the same way the other 5 ways do on premise 3. But go ahead.
I could show you how it doesn't. Premise
Nope.
4 says
You think you can, but you can't.
I got you. An infinite regress of essentially ordered efficient causes is impossible since intermediate causes would have no causal power.
Say an infinite regress of what?
An infinite regress of essentially ordered efficient causes. You don't even have to write that. You just put like an infinite regress would be, or of efficient causes would just be impossible.
Cool.
An infinite regress of efficient regresses, huh? It's fine. We'll leave it as that. And then we'll just say since intermediate causes would have no causal power.
There we go. That's what we meant to say. An infinite regress of efficient causes is impossible. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Sure. And P5 was what now?
Well, it's not P5. It was just an extension of P4, but it's fine. It's just like the reasoning behind P4, so we could just talk about that later.
All right. So we'll just say
conclusion would just be that
P4
therefore
support is what?
Yeah. So you put like P4S. I got you. Yeah. Since intermediate causes would have no causal power. Bro, why do
So I guess I don't know what that has to do with it, because we're talking about infinite regress of efficient causes. So what does an intermediate cause have to do with an infinite regress of efficient causes?
it just be like causes that are within like the set, within like the hierarchical set. So
what is your definition of an intermediate cause?
Yeah, again, it's just a cause that's like within the set.
So all causes?
Well, yeah, all causes within the set. So it wouldn't be like the first cause, all right? That's why we say like these intermediate causes, all right? It would not be the first cause.
Okay, so any cause that's not the first cause.
So you you would hold to an infinite cause, so it's whatever. But the conclusion would just say that therefore there exists at least one uncaused efficient cause that grounds the causal power in the universe.
All right, so then the conclusion would be, must be, we're just going to do the same conclusion of all of his arguments. There must be a prime mover or an uncaused cause or a first cause, right?
I mean, that's not exactly what I said, but yeah, that works.
I mean, that is the end of all of his arguments, right?
Sure. So your main contention would be with P4, right?
P3 and P4, yeah.
Well, P3 just says that there would be an infinite regress. I mean, I think you'd agree with that, actually.
To be fair, actually, the way it's worded, I think I might agree with you on P3. If every efficient cause was caused by an efficient cause, it would be an infinite regress. I can actually agree with you. So then you're right. P4 is where
so
you're going to
only spot
support
of contention, right?
Using Hilbert's Hotel, and that won't work. But go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and show you why it's impossible. So, do you understand what derivative causal power is?
Nope. Again, I went to school to study real things. I went to school for engineering.
Oh, wait, what kind of engineering? This is off topic, but
electrical.
Nice. I want to be a nuclear engineer.
You're smart enough for it. I highly recommend studying nuclear engineering and not philosophy.
Yeah, well, I mean, philosophy, there's just not really any, that's why I didn't major in it, but Philbro timer, okay. I'll try and make this as quick as possible then. So yeah, derivative causal power is just something that receives its causal power or gets this borrowed causal power, we'll say, all right? So the reason why an infinite regress under this method of causation would just be a contradiction is because it incites borrowed power without the lender for the borrowed power. So nothing essentially would have causal power, all right? This leads to the fact that nothing would have the power to cause anything else, all right? For example, let's say we have a hand, all right? This hand is the uncaused cause, all right? This hand picks up a stick. The stick moves the stone, all right? Mm-hmm. Without the hand, the stick would have never moved the stone. The stick would have no causal power. So it gets its derivative causal power from the
cause before it.
From the hand.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's turtles all the way down, bro. The cause before it was caused by the cause before that, which was caused before the cause before that, which was caused by the cause before that. What I'm looking for is a reason to think that there was a first cause.
Well, yeah, again, so it's so we could see that this incites that these intermediate causes would not have any causal power.
They would. Yeah.
No,
They
wouldn't have.
They would have the causal power, which is granted by the cause before it.
Yeah, but then you see like this leads to the infinite regress problem, right? But if
Yeah,
there's no lenders,
That's not
you
a
see-
problem.
so
you
you don't
keep saying
believe
it's. You keep saying it's a problem. I have not seen a reason why it is a problem.
I just provided you like a metaphysical contradiction here. Maybe you didn't hear me when I said it, but
I didn't
so-
hear a contradiction. What's the P and not P?
yeah. So it would say like there is a lender, all right?
A lender.
We would say that there is a lender.
Why would I think
to
there's a
give the-
lender?
No, I'm saying we would think that, or I would think that there's a lender to give this borrowed power, right? But if there is no
Why?
lender to give borrowed power, then it's borrowed power without a lender. Say you borrow money from somebody, but there is nobody you borrowed money from, right? That's where the contradiction would lie.
Well, we're not talking about money. We're talking about causes. So,
Yeah, but
in
it's-
fact,
it's an
in our
analogy.
universe, all you need is something that's physical, and you have a cause. Gravity. Like if you took two physical bodies in outer space and they're anywhere near each other, they're going to start moving. You don't need like a source of the cause or a source of the energy. That's just how space-time works.
Yeah. So again, do you want me to like give like the analogy again, like the hand stick stone analogy?
No, I gave you a better analogy that explains why you actually don't need a first cause. So if you
Yeah.
have two bodies that are entirely motionless, meaning there's no energy being expended, and they're literally just floating there in outer space, gravity will cause them to move. Gravity is not a force, it's a warping of space-time, which means all you actually need is anything physically existing, and you will get movement, you'll get causes.
Yeah, and then this still falls under like an infinite regress, you know? And
Why is that a
again,
problem?
yeah, and again, I just cited you like a contradiction. I don't know if you're like
I
not,
didn't see a contradiction yet.
well, I don't see how you'd see it. You'd have to
Cite
hear it, right?
cite me the contradiction.
Yeah. So again, let's say that you borrow money from somebody, but there is no somebody in question, right? You
We're
borrowed
not talking about
from
money.
nobody. But it's an analogy to describe how this causal power works. All right, these causal.
Okay, gravity's the money
causes-
lender.
Okay, well, gravity itself is not like an uncaused cause, though.
Why? Gravity's
Yeah,
not
I
a
just-
cause. Gravity
Yeah,
causes
well-
things. Gravity is a warping of space-time, which causes bodies to move.
Yeah, I mean, like, what would be the justification that gravity is like an uncaused cause then?
It's not necessarily a cause in the way you're using it. Gravity, because space-time warps around bodies, it causes it to move. Do you not know about space-time?
Yeah, no, I know about space time. I'm just
Okay,
saying that gravity
then-
doesn't core.
So,
I'm
so
saying gravity,
gravity
doesn't correlate.
gravity
here
itself
to it.
exists. Do you
I'm
agree
saying, yeah,
that
but I'm saying
gravity
gravity
exists?
doesn't correlate to the causal infinite regress.
Do you think
Right,
that
'cause there's-
gravity exists?
Yeah, I do think that gravity exists. I'm saying it doesn't correlate to the causal
Does,
infinite regress.
does gravity need a cause to exist?
I mean, yeah, I'd say so.
Why?
Well, yeah. Let's just say like the universe had a beginning. I'd just say in that case, but
Well, I don't believe the
again,
universe had a beginning. Why would I believe that?
yeah, and I showed you like the contradiction between like borrowed power without a lender.
You
There is
didn't,
no.
though.
I did, yeah. So
You
would you
didn't.
say that there's a? Would you say that there's a
What
contradiction?
you tried to
say
do is you tried to use an analogy to point out a contradiction, and the analogy didn't actually map on to what we're talking about.
Wait, can I like provide it again then, real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah. So would you say that if you borrow something, but there is no lender to borrow it from, then you never actually borrowed anything? That'd be a contradiction, right?
It would be maybe an impossibility. I don't know if it's a contradiction. It would depend on how you formed it. But yes, if I said I borrowed, if I said I borrowed something, but I didn't borrow it from somebody, it would just be wrong. But again, we're talking
it's the same
about
thing here.
causes that actually are preceded by other causes. So
Yeah.
now our timer for this argument has run out, and it failed, as I predicted, because I'm a prophet, on exactly the point that I knew it would fail at, which is the infinite regress, which is why
It
these
didn't, though.
arguments
I
are
provided you a-
entirely unpersuasive. for anybody
I
in the atheist
provided you.
community. These are arguments
I
that people
provided
engage
you.
in who already believe in a religion that just don't want to feel silly about their God beliefs.
I provided you the contradiction.
You did
The
not.
borrowed power without
It's
a
not a
lender to lend borrowed
contradiction.
power. But
That
you just
doesn't
said if you
it
borrow
doesn't map
something from
on. Well, it doesn't map on.
can you borrow something
It
without there
doesn't
being a lender to what you
not
borrowed?
only does it not map on, there's a Catholic philosopher in my guest queue that I can only imagine right now is going to come up and tell you that you're wrong. Do you want an actual Catholic philosopher up here right now to tell you why you're wrong?
To tell me why this isn't a contradiction? Yeah, borrowed power without a lender.
How you doing, Catholic thinker?
I'm doing all right. I got a tag on Ian's Discord that someone was abusing my boy Aquinas.
Yeah, that's probably the case. So we're attacking Aquinas' second way, and it's failing like it always does, which is not being able to support the idea that an infinite regress entails like contradictions or somehow are not possible.
Yeah, so the thing with Thomas Aquinas' five ways is they weren't meant to convince a non-believer.
Nope.
They were summaries of arguments that he thought were pretty good arguments, but they were never meant to convince a non-believer. And so anyone who tries to use the five ways to convince a non-believer is going to fail. Thomas Aquinas even admits that it is impossible to disprove an infinite eternal world, which, to be fair, is different than an infinite regress. But the thing with the infinite eternal world is that his arguments were created to work within an infinite eternal world. So if you are trying to use the five ways to prove a temporal start to the world, you're going to fail because these arguments were designed to work with an infinite eternal world. And then the actual argument that Aquinas used to prove to a non-believer in a God is not found in the five ways. It's found in on being and essence is the work that it's found in. So if you want to find how to argue to a non-believer, or how Aquinas thought you should argue to a non-believer on the existence of God, that's where you need to look, not the five ways.
Yeah, well, I mean, do you disagree that you can, or do you agree that you can't borrow something if there is nothing to borrow from?
That has nothing to do with infinite regress.
It doesn't map on. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
How do you, how are
right.
you not correlating if you're like a Catholic philosopher, Catholic
turns
thinker?
out that you're not correlating, Bo, and it also turns out that you're nobody's daddy. You need to go back to the drawing board.
Wait, do you know what the second?
And we'll move on from that. He's got to go do some studying. Catholic thinker, it's good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you. But that was it. Someone called up and I was like, hey, I can help shut this down if needed. But yeah, like if you want to just point out, hey, he never meant to use this to convince someone like me, whether they listen or not is another story. But like he never meant that. And I can, if you want, I can send you some of the stuff that I wrote pointing that out. But yeah. He never meant.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he never meant it. Like the question before he gets into the five ways is, can God be demonstrated? Which has a very specific meaning in the Latin. And then the very next question is, here are five proofs, which is weaker than a demonstration. So he's not even continuing on with that previous chain of thought of demonstrating God exists. Just, hey, here are five really good ways to hold the idea that a God may exist, but it's not meant to demonstrate that God exists.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Well, I appreciate coming up, buddy. I hope you're doing well. And we're going to grab our next caller here in just a minute.
Yep.
Cheers, man. Catholic
Cheers.
thinker. I really don't mind philosophy when people are like honest with it, but when you get upset that your analogy that doesn't actually map onto anything doesn't work, you can't just keep reasserting that it does. But they did try. And Chris, thank you so much for the $50 super chat, friend. Says intuition is data collected over time. That's what I said. For example, we look at the Bible and our intuition should say, holy fuck, this is a prehistoric book that endorses horrible ethics and blood magic. All glory to Doug, the rock of our foundation. Indeed. I do love the blood magic topic. A lot of people asked me to do that for a long time. I'm going to get back to it again. It's one of my favorite topics. I'm going to bring in some other documents too on our next debate to show people that the blood magic was pretty pervasive in the ancient world. The Bible blood magic is not unique at all. I might need a reframing of the prompt for it, but I think it'll be a lot of fun. An ontological shock. Great to see it. Thank you for the super chat. It says Rastafarianism equals a religion with zero evidence. Rastas believe Haile Selassie, that's a hard name to pronounce, Emperor of Ethiopia, is the second coming of Jesus. I've actually had people on my live defending this. He denied this, and then he died in 1975. Rastas then formed myths such as he didn't die, or his spirit lived on. This is actually a really good point, because like it doesn't matter what happened in real life. People are going to make up stories about you. Like the Rebbe, Menachem Mendel Schneerson, said he was not the Messiah. He didn't say it in that firm. He didn't say it quite that clearly. He could have been more clear, but he never said he was the Messiah. And people are like, "Oh, he's the Messiah." It's like the life of Brian all over again. But thank you, Ontological Shock. And Jessica, good to see you tonight, says there once was a man named Justin who studied to be a man of the cloth, but now he runs an anti-faith channel that makes bad apologists go froth. That they do foam at the mouth. They get really bent out of shape over their arguments for God not working. It's pretty wild to watch, actually. And last super chat for now before we get Tommy in here. Thank you, Chodicus, for the $20 super chat. Says, premise 1, Philbros exist. Conclusion, God must not be benevolent. Indeed. Indeed. This is, I agree with premise number 1. The conclusion seems to logically follow based on my intuition. So I can only assume that this must be the case. That the fact that Philbros come on here and argue with Aquinas' 5 ways could only mean that the God of Aquinas doesn't actually exist, especially if they read his shit. And Aquinas actually said what Catholic thinker said he said, which is not really good arguments for atheism or against atheism. All right, let's grab Tommy Iris Anderson. Hold on, let me read that name. Tommy is Anderson. Oh, we'll see. Hopefully I read that correctly. Welcome in, Tommy. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am at least 18 and I do believe in God. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can everyone else hear him?
I'm using my phone microphone, and so I have to hold my phone pretty close to my face. I need to make myself invisible so I don't look like a weirdo. I haven't really used this platform.
Well, we already know what you look like, so don't worry about it. It's going to be okay.
Well, that's
promise.
fine. I don't care what people think I look like because I'm actually pangender and I identify as all genders at the same time. What I was going to talk about actually goes against both Thomas Aquinas and atheism at the same time. Cool,
So,
I know.
which God do you believe in?
I believe in an animistic God, essentially that God is earth. There is no separation between God and earth, between people and earth, and therefore there isn't any need to go on endless regression because what came before Earth doesn't fucking matter. That's not God. God is literally the planet Earth.
What do you think your definition of God is? If I said, give me the qualities of God, what would you say?
The awakener of consciousness. I believe that consciousness has a dormant state, and then whatever we perceive as God has the ability to awaken that.
Is your God conscious?
It doesn't have to be because consciousness has a dormant state.
Well,
all that matters is
welcome
that the God is
to
able
atheism,
to awaken.
my friend. You're going to be a great atheist.
No. This
got another one. Mark them down. Another atheist in the bag. Non-sentient Earth that created life is what we fucking believe in. Oh. I bet he prays to Mother Earth still, even though Mother Earth isn't conscious in his worldview. Oh, he's back. I guess he doesn't want to be an atheist? I thought you were an atheist now.
No, I'm not. I'm an animist.
An atheist. So an atheist believes that there's no conscious being that created all things.
No, that's not the definition of an atheist. An
Well, we can just
is
look up the definition of
So were
of
Native
God.
Americans atheists then?
I have no idea what they believe. The definition of God
They believe
is
God was Earth.
I can just read you the definition. I know listening is going to be tough for you. In Christianity and other monotheistic religions, the creator and ruler of the universe and source of all moral authority. In other religions, it's a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature and human fortunes, essentially a deity. So that's what we're looking at.
It doesn't say consciousness.
So
it doesn't
no, it
say
doesn't.
Consciousness.
It doesn't say consciousness, but a deity would be conscious.
No, that's your assumption.
No, that's just how it works,
Western
because
assumption. No,
something that
creates
has agency.
Then find me a definite. There are unconscious creators on Earth. You literally were just arguing for unconscious.
Oh boy,
creation
so I'm
just
God
a second
then.
ago.
No, actually, I wasn't.
No, you are a creation of God that is also able to create, because people can create and we come from Earth. I mean, where else did we come from? We didn't come from the sun. We didn't come from the moon.
Does your God have agency?
Earth. Yes.
Does it make decisions?
It depends on which God you're talking about.
The only God you believe in.
So you don't think polytheism is relevant?
But you can talk about polytheism. Do you believe in many gods or one God? Because you haven't said polytheism
I just
yet.
said I did. I just said I did, and you made the assumption that I believed in one
Nobody,
God. That's what you premised.
Nobody
your
heard
on.
you say anything about polytheism. So how many gods do you believe in?
What I'm saying is, because I didn't mention it specifically.
How many?
You made the
how many
assumption,
gods do you
correct?
believe in?
You made the assumption, correct?
How many gods do you believe in?
I believe in all of them.
Which ones? What are their names?
All of them, literally all of them, because
Vishnu,
I believe that
Shiva, Yahweh.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. Because
also, that's not animism, by the way.
Wait, hold on. So do you believe in Allah as well?
Yes.
Okay, so is the
And the
Quran
reason
the word
why
of God?
is because
Is the Quran the word of God, mayhaps?
I believe that there were a lot of people who contributed to holy books that believed that they were speaking the word of God.
Can you answer the question? Can you answer the question?
What I believe. Can I tell you what I believe?
We're hoping you do that.
I believe,
like, such as, is the Quran the holy word of God? That's a yes or no answer, actually.
It isn't. That is a duality based on Western theology and Western philosophy.
That would be
but we can talk about that.
Bro, using words you don't even know.
No, I do understand the word. I misspoke once.
So
I'm sorry.
Okay,
for
so
that.
Allah is real, but the
Can I
Quran
tell
isn't
you
the
what
real
I
word of
believe, or are
God.
you
How do
going
we
to
know
continue to
anything
cut
about
me off?
Allah?
Can I tell you what I believe? Or are
Well,
going
you
to
have yet to
continue
answer
cut
my
me off?
questions, so...
Can I tell you? Asked me what I believe, and I'm trying to answer. You are cutting me off.
Yeah, no, I asked you whether or not you believe the Quran is the word of
Can
God,
I
and you
tell
have
you-
neither said yes nor
I
no.
said no.
I would love for you to answer the question. Yes, yes,
I
you
said
have the
that.
floor. Answer
I
the
said
question.
that you want me to give you a definitive answer. That's a loaded question. I gave you a nuanced answer that you didn't appreciate. I said that there are many people who have claimed to be prophets for a quote unquote God throughout time.
That's a nothing
I was
burger.
going to give you my.
That's a nothing burger.
I was going. You won't let me give you my definition. You won't let you state what I believe. And now I'm getting frustrated at you because you won't actually let me give you my premise.
Maybe we didn't hear you. Just say it louder.
Okay. Can I actually give you my premise?
I'm just saying it's a little bit quiet. I've only got one earbud in. If you could speak up, that'd be great.
Well, when somebody continues to try to talk over me, and
I can't hear you right now. Are you talking right now? I see mouth, but it's hard to hear you.
I'm trying to. I think I was trying to talk into the wrong section of my microphone.
Just shout it. Maybe it'll help.
Okay, so now you're trying to play with me. Is that what's going on?
I'm trying to hear you.
So can you hear me?
Barely.
Barely. Is this better? Is this better now? Okay. So anyway, what I was talking about was the fact that every single person has essentially a micro-universe up inside of their head, because we have 10 billion neurons connected with anywhere from 10 to 100 trillion synapses. And what that does is create a personal lived reality for people. So
imagination.
People, if you want to call it that, sure. I've also done.
We agree that imaginations exist.
Yeah, of course. Imaginations are a part of people's reality.
Well, what does imagination got to do with God?
Where do you think God came from? We were trying to.
Okay, so God came from imaginations?
Yes, we are all trying to.
So we agree. God is imaginary. Holy shit, we did it.
I said God.
Another victory in the books.
I said God was Earth. You are now
maliciously
reframing.
We just said God came from your imagination.
Oh my fucking God, you're not listening to me. You're doing malicious reframing. I knew this would happen.
Those words left your mouth.
So anyway, what I was saying is that yes, everybody has a different imaginary idea of what God is, because nobody has a direct idea of what the soul of Earth is or was back in that time. Nobody had a map of the globe. That didn't exist then. So what did people do? They imagined what the world or the Earth might look like and what created it. And that became a necessity for society to develop, because we developed cultures and rituals around that to gather people in a collective way to prevent them from starving in the winter, because you need a way to get people on the same page in the fall.
But did the gods exist in the physical world or just in the imagination?
No, it exists in the physical world. It is the Earth.
Gotcha. So they imagined the gods existing and then they manifested their gods.
And didn't you say earlier that you believe that there is no separation between the humans and the Earth too?
Yes, we came from the Earth. If you look at...
Okay, so God is Earth, there's no separation between Earth and people, so people are gods. Like every life on Earth is God, including the Earth itself is God.
Which is a very animistic belief that actually also crosses into Hinduism.
Well, to be fair,
because it gives,
rocks are God.
Dirt gives life to plants.
Gotcha. So
dirt. The nutrients in the dirt gives it to plants.
There you go.
And what is the nutrients in the dirt?
You get unfertilized dirt, you're not going to grow anything.
It comes from...
Wait, so
yes, and
does that mean fertilizer is God?
Then how does that make us God?
Because we're a part of the
fertilizer God?
Well, that's the thing, is that with the loss of sacredity and the loss of indigenous beliefs, we've continued to rape our planet. And we have
is my fertilizer my God or a God?
You know what? If it helps you respect your planet, then why not?
I'd worship the cow dung God.
Sperm is a God.
Fucking A, let's go.
We have it here.
If it helps you save the
sperm is God.
We have it here. Sperm is God.
Praise sperm.
That's where
absolutely.
Sperm is God. Alhamdulillah.
Why the fuck not?
And clearly, it's gonna take he/him pronouns because it's semen. So
no, God is an amorphous construct. God is Earth. Earth doesn't have pronouns. Earth is Earth.
and we are the Earth, and the Earth is God, so we are God, and our sperm is also God.
But
sperm God.
Yeah.
In classical languages, typically the Earth is depicted as a female deity. So now we've got a pantheon of male and female deities.
Yes, because there's synchronicity there. And why not include transgender deities and
Sure, let's have
non-binary
it.
deities?
I agree.
Yeah, because those existed in the past too in indigenous cultures. Those are the gods we need to believe in. That's what I'm saying. The ones that actually
Why do we need to
bring
believe in a
about
god?
an understanding of the earth. I just said humans are programmed to believe in things like the placebo effect. Is a great study of this.
Source?
When you have I just said the placebo effect. There's so many studies on the placebo effect, and some of this.
Well, I said source,
like
not example. Like, what's the source that says that humans are just like naturally inclined to believe in a god? And even if you were to give that, like, which I'm pretty, I probably wouldn't necessarily disagree.
Well, there's a few different sources that you can look
up. But how does it go from we are just like somewhat designed to believe in something more than us to that exists?
Stop, dude!
I'll
you keep
do what I
doing
want.
this.
Actually,
Stop.
you don't get to like. I was already speaking like brosif.
Okay, so let me hit you with this. Let me hit you with this. Do you understand?
It's okay.
Let me hit you with this. Do you understand that people learn better through stories than they do through facts of knowledge?
Everybody learns differently.
Wait,
yes,
do you think that stories don't have
I learn
facts?
a lot differently than other people do.
But no, and here's why. It's because
Marcy, did you know that stories don't have information?
Did you
they
know
don't
that
actually? Alhamdulillah.
Sensory experiences, and that stories often
are
based on information. Like, do you know what allegories are? Is Plato's allegory of the cave?
Are dildos God?
Story.
It's true, they are.
Are strap-ons God?
Yeah. I know that what you're trying to do
I'm
here,
strapping my lesbian girlfriend,
and I love it.
That
because
means,
I'm not
am I giving like heavenly back shots? Guys, I think I'm giving heavenly back shots because the strap-on is God.
You are. Why would I even deny it? You are.
Heavenly double penetration. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
More power to you.
Double pen for God. Double pen for God.
More power to you.
Because double penetration is also God.
Oh man. Oh,
yeah. Everything is God. So then it ultimately becomes about how you respect and understand your environment, right? Because how you understand how different things operate. If everything is God, then you got to understand.
Okay, is it that we are all gods
operates.
or that we're all God?
It sounds like everything is God. I think he's a pantheist now.
Yeah, is everything God or is everyone a god?
I've always been a monist that believes in multiple forms of the same thing. That's why
so everybody is God.
Earlier,
like it's not multiple gods. Everybody is God. Everything is God.
There are multiple gods, what people claim to be gods or whatever. Everything is God. It's like all one of the same thing. That's the concept of monism.
Okay, so everything is God. And would you describe God to be all good? I would assume not, but just asking the question just to ask.
No. The reason that let me explain the psychology behind it for a second, because that's what you're missing. The reason why I say this is because
the psychology. He's going to explain psychology to us.
Okay, smart pants. Check this out. Let's say you have a flower. What do you need to be able to grow it?
Do you think we're unaware of how to grow plants?
No. This is an honest question. Tell me.
What I'm going to tell you is I think there's like a real adult in the guest box that we're probably going to get to. This was fun, though.
Okay,
I'll tell you what.
You need to respect.
Not you. I'm not going to respect you. We are going to cut you.
Sperm is God, alhamdulillah.
Sperm is God is wild. I feel like that might be
God, alhamdulillah.
That could be our next new hashtag. We'll find out.
We gotta make it. I would love to have assisted in a new hashtag.
Pray to Peggy for Tommy. That's all I can say about that. Let me grab a couple of super chats and we're going to get Jamil Joshua in here. A cat with Ebola. Hope you're doing well. It's not my birthday anymore. It does happen when it's only one day of year. What's one misconception theists often have about atheists that you wish would go away? Still rock hard for Doug. Well, typically the misconception is that we're all depressed, or that like we're constantly wrestling with our evil desires to do horrible things without God, because that's what they do. They're like, well, if God wasn't here, I'd be doing horrible things. No, you wouldn't. I do as many horrible things as I want, which is 0. And Miss Meg says, my dog is on 6 to 8 weeks of rest. Sorry to hear that. I hope they're okay. We're at week 1 and already going crazy. Send me some strength. Well, sorry to hear about that. It sounds like recovering some, at least, though, since they're on week 1. And it's hard, especially as I've had my dog when I was in high school got hit by a car and had to rest for a while, had some broken bones. It was hard for him. He did not want to rest. It was a lot of work getting him to not re-injure himself. Best of luck to you, though, friend, and hope your pup's doing all right. Peter, good to see you tonight. Says, hey, Justin, finally got my new kitten. Hell yeah. Filbert is an amazing name, and been busy with him. He's the cutest. All kittens are the cutest. Hope your kitties are doing well. Give pets for me much love. I absolutely will, Peter. In fact, I think Faraday's right behind me now. Hey, buddy. Yeah, Faraday came to visit. He'll probably be up in my lap here soon, or on my back. We'll find out. But yeah, fucking enjoy your new kitty. Big W. And Bermuda Grass says, I emailed you for help out of a life or death situation. I'm sorry to hear that. All the Christians I asked for help aren't upholding James 2:15 through 16, though I'm a brother in the faith. Oh, sounds like you need some actual assistance. Bermuda, I don't know what your name is because you came in with this, but I'll scan through my emails to see if there's one from you. I don't know what you need, but if there's something we can help with, we typically will help with it. Also, join the Discord, friend, if you need help. Good question says Hebrew. Yahweh speaks English in the Yul Brynner and Charleston Heston documentaries. That is true. For realism, they should have had God speaking some Semitic language. Although, if God existed prior to the 10th century, it wouldn't have actually been Hebrew. It would have been something else. That's a whole nother story. Mike says, does God accept grain offerings also because of his most powerful omni-property being omnivore? Sorry, let me look at the screen. I got to pop up. Who likes to eat just meat? You need bread with it. That is true, actually. He does demand grain, bread, and wine offerings as well. In fact, twice daily, according to the book of Exodus. And in Leviticus, Eve even refers to this as his food, because these offerings were food for their gods. And Tracy, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. Says, oh, those syllogisms. Rock hard for Doug, Gabe for Justin, and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, friend. And the syllogisms, at least when they come in with a good syllogism, we can at least put it on the notepad and try to keep it linear. When they come in with just an idea of a syllogism, it can make the conversation difficult. Mike Bowen says, what if the unforgivable sin is credulity and the Bible is a test of how people are to believe bullshit that harms others? I have wondered about this. I think Joel and Mezzo have brought this up on their live streams. If God was really testing people, he would test them with a book full of horrific shit to see what they'd actually run with. And if that's what's happening, Christians are in a lot of trouble. And William Rogers, thank you for the $12.34 super chat, says, reading the Bible and got to Exodus, and oh my God, the long, drawn out, and overly precise descriptions of exactly how God wants his temple to be built and decorated. It's tedious, repetitive, and painful. And I believe the reason why they did that is because they wanted to put a divine plan together for building something at one point. And they're like, well, here's the plan. And someone was like, well, how do we know this is actually what God wants? And then they had to create a backstory. Well, this is what God wants because here's the fucking story. And so you get this crazy, tedious thing to read, which is utter nonsense. And Randy says, looking for an exhaustive scholarly collection of Talmudic literature. Help me, Justin. I mean, to be fair, you probably just want to go to like the Art Scroll Talmud and spend a couple $1,000 on it. Or go to Sefaria online and just use the website. It's free. You don't have to pay for anything. Some resources will still only be in Hebrew and Aramaic, but that's fine. Most of it will be in English. If you're really going to study the Talmud, to be fair, it takes many, 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 many years of study. What the Jewish people are doing with the Talmud is not something you're going to learn like the Bible in a couple years. You'll spend your whole life studying it. It's massive. And Genji, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, if Earth is God, plate tectonics, the Holy Spirit? Fair question. maybe the Holy Spirit could be plate tectonics or tidal movement. We could say even the tidal lock from the moon is the Holy Spirit because you can't see it, right? It just has a causative power. And Chodicus Maximus, thank you for the additional super chat, says, this is why drugs are bad, kids, and that is the case. You end up like that guy, and it's not pretty. All right, I'm going to read just one super chat. We're going to get Jamil in here. Finally, a free username, and that is a problem we all struggle with. It says, proof that infinite regress is impossible always presumes first cause. Agreed. That's why it always fails. Caller's contradictions was you can't have an infinite borrowers without a first lender. That just describes infinite regress, champ. Yep. All you've done is just said you can't have a first mover because you can't have an infinite chain of lending. You need a first lender. It's the same argument. You can't have an infinite regress because you need a first mover. Okay, that's what you're trying to prove. Restating it with an analogy doesn't prove it. You're just restating it. And lenders aren't movers. You can't cause a lender is a decision that is being made in your brain. It's not a natural reaction from nature. So it's different altogether. Let's get Jamil in here, and hopefully we'll have some logical dialogue. We'll find out. Welcome in, Jamil. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yep, I do believe in God.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
The real God, the God of the source of life.
Which is who?
Probably. I think it can be described like how people try to politicize God into religion.
Do you believe in a God that's specific or generic?
Yep.
That's an or. I need an answer. One or the other. Which is it?
Okay, probably. Let me just take the side of the Abrahamic God so we can have the conversation because.
So mayhaps Allah?
What?
Mayhaps Allah from the Islamic religion? Mayhaps?
Yeah, but maybe let's say you're from the Christian side because probably I'm not good at Quran. So,
do you believe in the Christian God?
that somehow, some ways, because maybe probably they politicize it, but probably maybe the beat around the truth. But let's get it.
I'll just write down, maybe you believe in the God of Abraham. We'll find out. So the question next is, what do you think is a good reason to believe in this God or any other God?
Okay, because probably, from my perspective, is this, right? Because if you think that you are intelligent, and what makes you intelligent, you have to believe in it. That is, you are living, and the power that driving you is life. So, if the source of life is intelligent, it means that you should believe in that source.
I don't believe that the source of life is intelligent.
Why?
Why would
you
I
think you are intelligent? Good, because you as a person, you are intelligent, and the only power that is driving you is life.
Again, I don't think life is a power. I think life is chemical reactions in the natural world.
Probably, I can say this is what we have been indoctrinated to understand in our real world as human beings. But on the other side, no one can comprehend what life is reality.
Well, that's what you have to explain. So we have a definition of life. Life is made of chemical reactions. It's when you've got organisms that can consume from the environment and reproduce. That's what we call life. So if you've got something other than that, then it's not life.
Okay, what you're talking about is biological life, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'm talking about biological life. There's no other form of life. We have no other life.
No, Okay, so if you're talking about biological life, so what biological life start with?
Biological life started with biology. So life is when something can reproduce
No,
and
no, no.
consume from the
Biology. Hold on, hold
environment,
on,
which
hold
means
on.
the first cell that was capable of reproducing is where life happened.
No, no, no. We should not get things contradicted because biology is the theory about life that explains how life functions. Because biology is not where life origin from.
Well, biology is about the
The
chemical
theory.
makeup
No, no,
of the natural world, typically living organisms. But uh, again,
do you agree that it's a theory?
a living organism, definitionally speaking, is something that exists in the physical world and is reproducing and consuming from the environment.
Yeah, I do agree. But also, we can say it's a theory, right?
Everything's a theory. Electricity is
Everything's
a
a theory.
theory. Germs are a theory. Everything's a theory.
Yeah, yeah, because true theory, we understand what we're talking about. So, like, if you're trying to say life originated from biology, then that would be contradiction.
What's the contradiction?
Because there should be life first before we talk about biologic. Because without life, there's nothing like a biology. So life
Again,
first before
what's the
biology.
contradiction in saying that life comes from biology?
Because one comes first, and the one that comes first might be more heavier than the one that comes second. So
I
you
don't know
can't
what you
put the
mean
one
more
that.
heavy.
Okay, from my perspective, life comes first before biology, right? So life brings the
That's what you
information of biology.
that's what you need to support. We're asking you for an argument that would support that theory.
Okay, so let's get it. Let's just stay on the topic of God, so so we can better understand. Because from my perspective, as a human being, if you think that you are intelligent, your brain can comprehend information, it's mean that okay, what is the biggest power that is driving you? It's mean that you need to believe in that power that is driving you, that making you to trust your brain.
I don't think life is a power driving anyone.
Okay, without life,
This is
who
what
is
I
the
keep
human being that
asking
you?
you to support, and you can't do it
Okay,
yet.
okay.
It sounds to me like you've heard
I'm
some
trying
like
to.
buzzwords and some phrases, and you didn't push back or ask questions about it. And now you're trying these talking points out in the real world, and you're realizing that it's not as easy as repeating talking points.
No, okay, okay, okay. Deconstruct. So with it, I want to agree with you in this perspective, right? So if we try to exclude life, is there anything here for us to talk about?
Yeah, we can talk about all kinds of stuff. We can
What?
do prime mover arguments. We can talk about something from nothing. We can talk about information, fine tuning. There's all kinds of arguments other than how do you explain life?
Right, because the first power that is helping us to talk about anything, I think, is life. So this is why we cannot exclude life. Before we talk, the first power that we're using to
Oh
talk is
boy.
life. So
Well, listen, here's the thing, Jamil. You sound like a reasonable, nice individual. I don't think you're actually equipped for this conversation. I don't think you've come prepared to actually dissect this in the English language. And I don't want to spend the next 15 to 20 minutes trying to say the same thing 10 different times because you're not catching it. I think my audience would actually just get mad at me for entertaining such a boring conversation. So I actually just got to move on to someone who's got like a real argument, okay?
no problem. If no problem, no problem.
All right, cheers, man.
Yeah.
Sorry if anyone was entertained by that discussion. I assumed that was going to be the most boring conversation of the week. He doesn't have an argument. I don't think he actually understands English well enough to engage in an argument on this topic. And I don't know if it's worthwhile to beat him up while he's speaking a language that's not his actual primary language. It seemed like it would be a waste of time. And I suspect would have been boring for the audience. Nevertheless, friends, I got to use the restroom, so I'm going to leave you for 1 minute and 30 seconds with a word from our sponsor. I linked it in the comments if you want to check them out. Thank you so much for being here. And remember, I brought on a sponsor because that allows me to allow people to watch the stream back with no mid-rolls. So I got a really cool sponsor, and that means I don't need the advertising revenue from mid-rolls, so I fucking got rid of them on this video. So hope you enjoy, and I'll see you in a minute 30 seconds. If you're an atheist or a non-believer like me, one thing you never have to worry about is a magic man in the sky looking down, worrying about what you're doing with your genitals, or perhaps looking at your search history. That being said, there are real people who exist who do actually have access to your computer and your search history. They can access your IP address, your browsing data, and that's stuff you need to keep private. In fact, I was once working out of a hotel without a VPN, and another guest was able to access my banking credentials merely being on the same Wi-Fi network as me. That's why I want to talk today about our sponsor, Private Internet Access. Private Internet Access keeps your personal data unexposed to would-be hackers and thieves. This is even more important for those of us that are terminally online in the streaming community, as our accounts are constantly under attack. All of us are using a VPN for security reasons. In fact, I'm using Private Internet Access as I record this video. Now, I know my audience is made up of critical thinkers, and you might be asking yourself right now, why would we pick Private Internet Access over any other VPN provider? Well, there are some really good reasons. One, it's headquartered in the USA, and it's got 24/7 live support. It also gives you split tunneling access for free. It's got customizable encryption, adware, malware blocking, and you can get a dedicated IP address. It also allows you to have multiple devices on just one account. You can also select locations outside of your country of origin if you want to get access to things that might otherwise be off limits. Not only that, it's got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so if you try it and don't like it, you can get your money back and cancel the service. And last but not least, it's still currently 83% off with 4 months free of charge when you sign up. So use the link on the screen, piavpn.com/DZ debates. Get a VPN so strong that even fictional entities can't access your data. Boom. Thank you, Private Internet Access, for sponsoring the stream and allowing me to make something useful of my breaks. I'm going to bring in our next guest. We had a guest that came in and then dropped out and then came in again. And I think maybe dropped out another time and then came back. So we're going to bring in Oblivious from our YouTube queue, who has been waiting for collectively quite a while. And hopefully we'll have some robust conversations. Welcome in, Oblivious. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes. Hello, Justin. How are you today?
Doing well. Oblivious, have we spoken?
Yes, one time before.
Awesome. And I'm trying to remember what we talked about last time. Do you remember what we talked about?
Yes. I told you that that I've had many synchronicities in my life that just are unexplainable. I told you the story about my things that happened to me one time.
Sure. So
and
I do remember the conversation.
Yeah, well, a couple things on my mind. One thing is your show about the crucifixion, and that it's, I know that's not it. The imaginary God is tonight. Without imagination, you know, where would humans be? You know, I think that, you know, if we had answers to all these things, that we wouldn't have our imagination, which is a really big part of us.
I may not understand the argument yet.
Just saying about your thought that everybody's God is imaginary. Mm-hmm. If we had answers to all these, you know, definite answers to everything, the universe and God, and we wouldn't have developed our imagination as human beings. We wouldn't have needed it if we had the answers to these things. So I think it's a necessary thing not to have definite answers to all these things. I think you would probably agree.
I'm not sure it's possible to have answers to everything, even as a collective, but whether or not it's possible, I guess it doesn't really matter to me. I don't know what that has to do with God. I would say the more that we do know as a collective species, the less likely a God concept seems to work for us.
Okay, well, all I can go off is my own experiences in life. I'm not going to look back thousands of years, people and stuff like that. And I've had a couple dreams that explained to me what God was about, and I accept those dreams. Uh, and my synchronicities that I have in this life that says there's something on the other side, there's something that is just there, and I don't know what it would be, but I've had the oddest things happen to me, and there's no possible way that I could ever go against the intelligent observation that I've had to make with these things. I've tried to, I first thought about atheism and all this stuff, but then I realized that I can't go there because of the things that have happened in real time in my life. And I'm not talking about feelings of the Holy Spirit or anything like that. But like my very first synchronicity happened when I was an altar boy in the Catholic Church.
Sure.
But,
And we talked about the synchronicities prior. And I guess I would just tell you the same thing that I told you last time. I don't think that these things have anything to do with God, and probably a whole lot to do with the fact that coincidences just happen. They happen all the time.
Okay, I respect your thoughts on that, because you haven't had the same things happen to you that's happened to me.
Sure.
What can I say?
No, I agree. That's the problem with these types of personal experiences, is they'll only ever be evidence for the person that experiences them. They'll never be evidence for somebody else.
I understand that, and you ask for evidence all the time. So changing the subject just a little, the crucifixion, the cross, on my deconstruction, I had to make sense of the things that, the cross, prayer, different things like that, I realized that didn't mean anything to me. But then I had to go back and say, well, what about the cross? So the cross to me means the hate for injustice, because a man was killed on a cross.
But
and for
killing
no
an innocent
reason.
man is a symbol that you hate killing innocent people?
Yes, the injustice of that, it makes me think of that. Also, the second thing that the cross
Wait,
means
are you
to
a
me-
Christian?
No.
Oh, I'm confused then what the cross has to do with anything.
Oh, the cross, well, when you go through a deconstruction, the emotional attachment you have to all those things that you had to deal with as the brainwash that you went through, I had to make sense of that in my own mind. So the cross to me now means the hate for injustice, people doing terrible things to somebody that doesn't deserve it. And
Fair
then
enough.
also,
I would agree with you. I think that if the cross means anything to me, it's that human beings will do horrible things in the name of God, and innocent people will be harmed. That being
Yes.
said, Oblivious, you're a really nice fella, but I don't think we actually have anything to argue about here.
Can I say one more thing about the cross? The
Is
other
it
thing
necessary?
is that, yeah, the other thing is that it makes me realize that religion.
It's not necessary. Love you, buddy. Definitely not necessary. Sorry I have to do that to you. But this is a debate live stream. We have to do actual debates, my friend. All right, let me grab Matt, and then we'll get Isaac Baker in after Matt. Welcome in, Matt. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hi, yeah, my name's Matt. I'm 29. Can you hear me okay? I have my ear pods in.
I can hear you okay.
Cool.
Audience, y'all can hear him okay?
I do believe in the possibility of a God. I mean, it's gonna be hard to prove that. But I guess I can kind of make a case. I'm sure you might have already heard of the cosmological argument.
Yeah, the Klum.
Yes, and I have found that to be
Matt? Oh, you dropped
pretty
out.
compelling.
Let me get you back in here. Hold on, Matt.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, your connection dropped out for some reason. It looks like you've got some yellow bars. If you can connect to Wi-Fi, it would definitely help.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm a little closer. Yeah, I find the Kalam cosmological argument pretty compelling. That there was a cause, to the beginning of the universe, and that cause couldn't have, the universe couldn't have made itself. That whatever had caused the initial cause of the universe to be created or to expand in such a way from an infinite state of mass, that singularity point, that cause has to be greater than, or the energy and essentially the power, quote unquote, has to be greater than the universe itself. Um, so in that case, it has to be outside of the universe, not of the universe, and thus meaning it has to be outside of space, time, and matter.
Sure.
Um,
So the
and
Klum is typically premise one: things that begin to exist have a cause. Premise two is that the
Right.
universe began to exist, and the conclusion is that the universe had a cause. I think this breaks down for a couple reasons. The first and most obvious is we have no evidence that the universe began to exist, so we would need support for that particular argument.
Well, okay. So let's just say for the sake of the argument, it has always existed, but they know at least at one point, or at least it's theorized that the state of the universe was at point of a singularity point of infinite mass.
No, no,
No.
there's no such thing as infinite mass or singularities. So, I mean, there is such a thing as infinite mass, but not at the singularity. And there's no singularity. Singularity is an explanation for the point where math breaks down. And the example I like to give is actually from my profession.
Mm-hmm.
My profession is in designing machines and robots. And in designing machines, what you'll typically do is have multiple motors working together to get the end point of your robot into a fixed space in a coordinate system. And sometimes in order to do that, you've got to divide by 0 to get the position of the actual tool endpoint. But you can't divide by 0. That's called a singularity. Right. So you have to do special movements to avoid dividing by 0 to get you to your position. The singularity point of the universe is just saying this is how far back we can trace it with the math before the math stops mathing. But that's not to say that there was a point in which the universe didn't make mathematical sense. It's saying this is as far back as we can figure. That's all. There's no singularity.
Well, as far as we know, right? I mean, as far as we know, that there is a point where the math doesn't start really.
Oh.
Right.
We lost you there for a second again. Your connection's kind of wobbly,
sorry.
but you're back.
Yeah, I mean, there is a point when they start doing the math backwards, that the math doesn't really start. That doesn't really, at some point it stops real mathing, right? That it does become very confusing, and there's a point where there is more of a disorder than order.
I don't know what that means, but what I'm saying is that the singularity isn't a thing that existed. It's just describing the point where when you reverse the expansion of the universe, it gets to a mathematical endpoint that is untenable. It's not to say that the universe was in that state. It's just to say that if you trace the math back far enough, you get to a point of singularity.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess like kind of where I'm going with this is you have constants in math and laws within the universe. Like I'm sure you know what pi is and the golden ratio. And you see these mathematical phenomenons that are pretty abundant, not only within nature, but within physics, with the planet's rotation around the sun, with the moon. Um, you see this on on the microscopic level, all the way to to the macro level. And there seems to be some type of order with the universe itself. I mean, that's why we do call them laws of physics and things. And it seems to me, and I'm just speaking from a personal point, that it's hard to explain nothing or without a design for it to have specific laws, and for things to operate in
Why?
such in a certain way.
Why do we need a
Because we do,
God for constants to exist?
because anything that we like, for example, that we create itself, anything that we add to um like nature, or I don't want to say add, I'm trying to find a word, but obviously the things that we create, and like like you're telling me about the robotics and with computers, um if those things, like you're saying, has to be divided by zero, or if certain things have to be mathematically applicable to whatever you're designing, that there is a creator. And so just to keep that logically consistent, well, when you look at like nature, or when you look at the laws of physics, there is like a type of fine tuning with a lot of these things that you see.
I
And the
don't agree
only other
actually.
well, the only other areas
What
that you
fine
see
tuning are we
fine
pointing
tuning,
at?
just like the like I was explaining, like with pi, or the golden
What does
ratio,
that have to do with
or
fine tuning?
well, that there are universal mathematical constants that you see.
So what? What's a mathematical constant have to do with fine tuning?
Um, because it's consistent.
So
You
what?
see that things have to, in order for them to actually operate, they have to have a certain mathematical constant for them to actually
So
operate in
what?
nature.
Why does that have anything
So
to do with fine tuning?
well, because if those things didn't exist, then things would go AWOL, and you would have a very sporadic, different looking universe.
I agree.
Right?
If we didn't have constants, we would have a universe that is even more rapidly changing than the universe that we have now, which is always changing. But I have no idea what this actually has to do with fine tuning. So the fine tuning argument typically goes like this: like we've got these constant parameters, and if they were tweaked, we wouldn't have like life in the universe. But what you're
Right.
giving is not really a fine tuning argument. I'm not sure what this is.
Well, I'm not initially leaning into the fine tuning argument, but I can kind of get into there, like the strength of gravity. What other things are for the fine tuning argument? The electromagnetic type forces, mass. What is it, like mass? Particles, the rate of expansion of the universe. Right.
Well, that's
Those
not a
are
constant,
those.
the rate of the expansion. They thought it was at one
No,
time, but it's actually not.
well, I'm not saying necessarily constant. I'm just saying that in order for that to occur, there is a fine tuning for those things, right?
Why? Why would we believe that?
Because I'm just applying that to, other things that are fine tuned, that we create. There's usually a creator to those things.
Well, is there a crater to the puddle in my backyard?
Um, in a way, yes, because the way that
That's begging the
it
question
happens now. Well, it happens the way that it actually occurs is through all the laws that
of
exist.
nature. Yeah, the laws of nature cause
Yes.
that puddle to be there, not a god. Why would I assume that the laws of nature, or we'll say the function of nature, is caused by a god?
Because of those mathematical constants in the fine tuning, I guess, argument,
But
that we
but
can lean more into.
but that doesn't have anything to do with God. I agree, constants exist. I don't know why we need a god for constants.
Well, how could those things exist spontaneously? I guess that's
I
more
don't
of a
think they
bigger
exist
question.
spontaneously. I mean, it certainly is possible that they're emergent properties.
Like
but I
emerging from
wouldn't call them
itself.
spontaneous.
Well, what is the root of those things then? You know what I
I
mean? I mean,
I think
you get what I'm saying?
what you probably wanted to touch on and we didn't touch on yet is you probably think that the universe didn't exist.
That the
Uh,
what?
You think the universe probably didn't exist at one point, and there must be an explanation for why these constants now exist.
Well, maybe it did, but if it did, I personally believe that it didn't have the same type of order. So
But
maybe it did, maybe
why?
it didn't.
If the universe, let's imagine for a second that the universe
Mm,
has always existed, why would we
sure.
expect that there's not anything in the universe that is considered constant?
You stumped me on the question there.
Like,
Why would
what
we what?
about an eternal universe would lead us to conclude that there are no physical constants?
An eternal universe. Um, I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like you've probably have accepted some beliefs without really digging deeply into them. And I get it. I've heard these arguments before, but if you
Mhm.
just push a little bit, they start
Uh-huh.
falling apart pretty quick. Like the fact that things exist has nothing to do uh, with a god, right? In fact, to make a statement like, well, if a god didn't exist, there would be no constants. Why? Why is that connection being made? I have no reason to believe that a god would be required for something to be consistent.
No, I understand that. It's just if we are a part of the universe, so it's pretty incredible that we are self-aware beings, and essentially it's the universe observing itself.
Hmm.
And uh, that's a pretty deep thing to really think about.
Yeah, I
When
agree.
I think about that, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
And when I look and I have a healthcare background, science background, not in astrophysics or astronomy or anything. But when it comes to like the human brain and the amount of matter and electricity and things for it to amass consciousness, well, surely the universe itself has a lot more of that collectively in and of itself.
Hmm.
And it wouldn't be so hard even to think of the universe itself being just in simple terms a mega brain. um, and I don't know if you've ever seen the images of the universe filaments, where there's a
Mm.
collection of galaxies and things, and it's zoomed out. It looks very similar to the collection of neurons within
Oh,
the
I know what
human
you're talking
brain.
about. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating. And to me, if something that weighs 10 pounds, that has the amount of mass and electricity that's inside our brains, that can be self-aware.
Yeah, but
Imagine
the difference with biology
mhm,
versus like planets and stars and things like that is biology reproduces and repurposes energy from the environment, right? And so that's how we can have a brain that actually does something. In fact, the cells in our brain are constantly
mhm,
replacing them. In like 10 years, every
sure.
cell in my brain will be have been replaced. That's what it means to be alive. And to be alive is, as far as we can tell, is a precursor to having consciousness, right? So, as far as we can tell, the universe wouldn't be conscious unless the universe was like a biological entity, and I don't think that it is.
Well, as far as we know, as far as we know, I mean, we don't really know if other things or other animals are conscious or not, at least to the degree that we are.
Well,
But
I think it's a
I
spectrum.
yeah, I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. It's pretty remarkable for us to say, the words "I am," right? So the words "I am" is a pretty big leap from matter to consciousness.
Mhm.
And I think that's very hard to explain, like that something of the material can observe itself.
I think it's wild. It's a pretty wild thing to experience, but I don't see how any of it gets you to God.
I don't know. I mean, I feel that if I'm able to observe myself, there might be something, a part of me that is outside of the material self.
Well,
That could be a potentiality to that.
Based on what we
if that makes sense.
know, it certainly seems like our consciousness is rooted in our brain. There's no evidence that our consciousness can exist outside of a brain. If our consciousness existed independent of brains, we would have all these thoughts and memories from before we were born, and we don't.
Well, yeah, possibly. Or those electrical, some of the electrical activity within our brain could actually be manifestations of
Mhm.
things that are not seen. For example, I do work in the medical field. I see patients, if when sometimes we declare them brain dead,
Mhm.
there's a series of tests that we'll do. One of them, it will simply put an EEG monitor, around the head, and the patient might actually be relatively healthy as far as their labs go and everything else. Their organs are functioning, everything seems to be operating in its place. But then, and there is some neurological activity, but the typical neurological activity, what you see with consciousness, is no longer there.
Mhm.
And it's like the person is no longer within the vessel, so to speak.
Yeah.
Where when
Listen,
someone is in there,
near-death
you see those
experiences are really
manifestations.
cool. My guess is you've probably seen a couple of them. You've maybe even been around for a couple patients who have had them. But as far
Yes,
as we can
yes.
tell, the studies that we've done on them have not proven that like your consciousness lives on after you die. That'd be cool if it did. I would be really interested if we could ever validate that. But it seems so far that all the studies we have done has not confirmed that. It's actually confirmed the opposite. The one thing we have learned from like the Aware Project #1 and #2 is that our consciousness does seem to function long after people traditionally thought we were dead. But not that much longer, maybe in rare cases up to even 20-25 minutes, but that's about it.
Well, 20, 25 minutes, into our perspective. But in the state of you dying, those minutes could feel like years, potentially, because
Agreed. But they're
your
not years.
your perception. Well, yeah, no, correct, no, not in a solar system type of perspective,
Mhm.
of years, but from a different, maybe possibly a different perspective of
Mhm.
space and time could be experienced, upon
Right.
the impact of death. Upon the impact of death.
Mhm. Well,
But
listen, Matt,
anyways,
you're a nice young man, but we're in the what if possibility at this point, which isn't really an argument for God. I think what ifs are cool, but they're not really helpful for debates. Did you want to talk about anything else
sure,
before we grab another
sure.
guest?
No, that's it. You can go to another guest, man. No, I appreciate the conversation.
Okay. Thanks for coming up and being polite. If these weren't just debates, I bet we'd have a great time doing a lot of what if conversations. But we
No, for sure.
do,
It is more philosophical.
yeah.
Absolutely. No, I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
But keep searching, buddy. Cheers.
I will. Thanks, man.
Oh, Matt's nice. All right. I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We're going to get Nathaniel Ward in here from our TikTok queue. And Gretchen, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, the real question, why did we have to see straight up Tommy's nose while listening to all that crazy pants nonsense? And I got to be honest, the reason is because I thought it was funny. Yeah, I found Tommy's nonsense to be kind of hilarious. I don't know why I find people crashing out to be funny, but blame me. It's on me. And also, Josh Riel, thank you for sending $50 on Cash App. That is huge. I super appreciate that, friend. That's very generous. I appreciate the support. And also, Hunter Waco. There we go. I almost didn't read it right. Thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, my 4-year-old cat has cancer. I am sorry to hear that. That is awful. He's the goodest boy, and I believe you, the best of boys. Proof there's no God. All-powerful God. I agree. if an all-powerful God and all-loving God existed, our pets would never die, and they certainly wouldn't die painfully of cancer or predation. And Porcelina, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, broke 2 of my toes today. Shit. Sorry to hear that. That's painful. But listening to you cook Christians is easing the pain. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and sinfully wet for Sharon. Well, thank you, Porcelina. I really appreciate that. And best of luck to your toes. I've had broken toes before. Not a fan. Did not enjoy it. Did not like it. So let us know how you're doing, though. And Gretchen says, some streams, super chats, are the only good part. You know what? We do get a lot of fun super chats. I actually enjoy reading the super chats and getting to interact with the people. And you guys know me. Sometimes I'll even get stuck in a rabbit trail because somebody asks like a really good question. And I'm like, fuck, this is a really good question. And also for the follow-up, Gretchen, thank you, says, I have Ty Wolf blocked. So I'm sending money to say nobody fucking cares, TY. That is all. Well done. I don't know why TY is blocked, but I'm sure Ty did something worthy of getting blocked. If I had to guess, he seems to be a troll that nobody in the chat appreciates. And Jessica says, apologists who don't know Hebrew, who tell you the Bible is true, deconstruction's the name, YouTube's the game, cooking is what Justin will do. Well, thank you for that rhyme, Jessica. I appreciate that. And I do get tickled when people get up here and say, oh, but the original text says such and such. I'm like, please tell me what's in the original text. And how do you know this? Our Wordja, thank you for the $10 super chat. And again, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, please let me know. Atheist United San Luis Obispo had a book discussion, The Constitution of Knowledge. Learned the anchor effect. You're more likely to believe first thing you heard versus new information explains religion. Good book. And this is true. That's why the leading predictor of a person's religion is what they grew up with. And it's by a wide margin. I've got 3 more super chats. We're going to get Nathaniel in here. Jessica with a follow-up. Another ditty. So apologetics come in all shapes, from denying science to justifying grape. When Philbros are heard with their salads of words, there's only so much bull one can take. And that is a good fucking rhyme, Jessica. I like that one. That's fire. Maybe we can put that on Suno and really get it happening. Rick Lassie says, finally catching live. Usually listening at work while designing machinery. Keep up the good work. Well, hell yeah, Rick, over in New Zealand. Please do be careful designing machinery. Make sure it meets all the proper safety protocols so nobody loses their fingers. And thank you for watching. Last super chat from Rick as well says, do KJV only believers believe in unicorns? Yes. However, there's a deeper discussion to be had here. So, as it turns out, the unicorn mentioned in the Latin Vulgate and gets carried over into the King James Bible probably was referring to a one-horned rhinoceros, which was native to the territory of the text. Now, people in the medieval period didn't know what that meant. They were unaware of this animal because they from fucking medieval Europe. And so people were like, what's a unicorn? And so they would depict unicorn as like this mythical animal, like a horse with a single horn, like a Pegasus, right? And they did the same shit to Isaiah. In Isaiah, he talks about these demonic entities, and they didn't know what else to translate them as. So you get like satyrs in there, like half goat, half man in the book of Isaiah, because Isaiah, or the translators, didn't know what Isaiah was talking about because we didn't have documentation from the ancient Near East to tell us what the fuck was happening here. So they were turning to Greek mythology. We're like, well, maybe this is it. That's why the King James is outdated. The translators were smart. There was nothing wrong with the translators. We have better information today than they had back then. All right, let's get Nathaniel Ward in here, and hopefully we'll have some good conversation. How you doing, Nathaniel?
All is well. How about you?
No, I can't complain. Nathaniel, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes to both questions.
Sure. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
Cool. So you're Christian. What do you think is the best argument or evidence for God, preferably the Christian God, if you have it?
The Holy Spirit.
Oh boy. Okay, what about the Holy Spirit would lead one to believe in a God?
Well, when Jesus walked among men, he said to his disciples, "Blessed are those who have believed but have not seen, or who have not seen but have believed." And then in his stead, he left the Holy Spirit. He breathed on his disciples and he said, "Receive the Holy Spirit." So that was approximately 2,000 years ago. And as we speak right now, I am a believer in Jesus Christ. So it's the Holy Spirit that's convicting me to believe.
How do you know it's the Holy Spirit convicting you?
Me personally,
Yep.
I've been to heaven multiple times.
Oh, you've visited heaven. So did
Yeah.
air. You ever read The Myth of Air?
Be more specific.
The Myth of Air, it's told by Plato.
I've not heard. That's why I'm asking to please be more specific.
I mean, there's a bunch of people in the over history that have claimed to have visited heaven. I'm just trying to figure out why we should believe yours and not the others.
Well, what if God doesn't necessarily want you to directly know, and he wants you to actually see if you can discover it on your own, and that determines whether you're a good spirit or a bad spirit?
Well, my point is other people have visited heaven. I'm trying to figure out why yours should be believed and not theirs. For example, if I believe in the Islamic experiences of them visiting heaven, that would seem to preclude that the Islamic God exists, right?
There, in Islam, the God of Islam has no name. It doesn't even have a name.
It's Allah, and it's described. Whether or not it has a name is irrelevant. What I'm saying is Muslims have claimed to, visited paradise. It's not as common as Christians. What I'm asking, though, is obviously Islam and Christianity can't both be true. One of them could be true. They could both be wrong, but they can't both be true. So if I'm taking the experience of an Islamic guest who says they visited paradise, why would I not believe their story and believe yours?
I have never, ever heard one time anyone from Islam say that they've visited paradise or heaven. Can you direct me to where you've seen this?
Yeah, not only have I talked to a guy, this has probably been 25 years ago now, but there are Islamic near-death experiences that have been recorded. You know about this, right?
Can you point me to a single one on YouTube, Google, anything?
Yeah,
Because I've never, ever seen one. Never one.
Yeah. Yeah, there's articles and even magazine entries that are dedicated to it. And so, in fact, I think Muhammad did at one point. Give me a second. I'll get you the name of the article.
So, John 14:21, Jesus says, "The one having my commandments and keeping them, that one is the one loving me. And the one loving me will be loved by my Father, and I will love him and will reveal myself to him."
Sounds like Christians don't love Jesus then, because they don't follow his commands. His commands were also to follow the laws of Moses, and Christians hate that command. But also
I follow
the oh, good for you. I gotcha. Okay, so the article,
he's revealed himself to me.
I'm sure
there's
he has.
a lot of people who say that they're Christians, but by their deeds they're not, and they're counted as unbelievers.
I'm sure. So the name of the article is called "The Search for Muslim Near-Death Experiences" by Joel Abraham Krebs. He's an MD, and it's an editorial. And there are others. In fact, there are actual magazines dedicated to near-death experiences where people share their near-death experiences. And there are, in fact, people who visited heaven in experiences like near-death experiences, and they're recorded in the Hadiths.
So these people from Islam have visited heaven, and it was a God whose name they don't even know took them there, and they didn't see anyone there, and they were just there.
I didn't say that shit at all. I have no idea where you got that from.
Well, Islam, again, they have no name for their God. Allah is not the name. It is a title. Allah simply means God in...
Yep. Yeah, we learned this in the fifth grade. We all know that Allah means
so
God in Arabic,
their God has no name.
Just like El means God in Ugaritic and in Hebrew and the Semitic languages, which was originally one of the names for God. So typically, the way gods worked in the ancient world is the name of the god. If it became a monotheistic religion at one point, the name of the god just became the generic word for God. So El used to be one of many gods. And when they switched to monotheism, El became an actual name and then also a title for God, because once you get to one God, then it turns out you can just use the name as a title, and that's how Allah came to
Right.
be.
So that
But
Islam religion
but
doesn't
that's
have a name for their God. Christians do. You see
oh
the
boy.
difference?
The
So it's
difference is
strange that this
nobody
God
gives a
they don't
fuck
even
what the name of the
know the
God
name
is. The
of,
question
that
is
they went
whether or
to this
not
place.
I should care about Christians claiming to see heaven.
You care
Also,
about
Allah has
Islam's.
many names.
Right. So again, a religion that doesn't even know the name of their God is probably not telling the truth. Would you agree? Because at
No,
least I
I
have enough
wouldn't
respect to
agree,
you.
because even the Jews had the same problem. If you read the Bible, God waited like, I don't know, 1,000 years before he revealed his name to anyone. In fact, he says, your ancestors in Exodus 6 knew me as El Shaddai, but by my name I did not reveal it to them, my name Yahweh. So even the Jews didn't know the name of a God for a huge portion of the history. Not knowing the name of a God has nothing to do with your experience with that God. Abraham didn't know
Okay.
the name of God, did he?
So I have a question for you. So if God is imaginary, how did existence know to give you hands to grasp, or teeth to chew, or eyes to see? Why do you even have eyes? How come existence didn't
This
give
is
you
bad.
a tail
It did.
for ears?
I don't know if you knew this. It did. So
I said for ears. I've
existence
never seen
didn't.
anyone.
Existence doesn't make decisions. It's not sentient. Things that exist just exist. And the reason why I exist in this form
Just
is because
exist
that's
at
what
your best
existence
end. Just
means.
exist.
You can literally just look up
I
the
can
word
say, oh,
existence.
just because. That's because I said it. That's your
No,
logic, just because you said it.
my logic is words have meanings, and existence means something. It means that you exist rather than not existing. Now, I realize that it might be difficult for you, but existing just means you have being, meaning you're not nothing. So you can't say that existence gave you something. Existence can't be personified. It's describing a state of reality, not something that is sentient. You've made
Do you
a
believe?
category error.
Do you believe in energy?
Uh, Not in the way you think the word energy works. I'm willing to bet money that you don't know the definition of energy and you're about to misuse it.
How does the power of us being alive right now, speaking to one another,
Oh boy.
how did it, our creator, whatever you think it is, know the difference in our body parts? How did it know to give us certain body parts to do certain things? How did it know the difference?
Well, I think you're missing a vital body part for this conversation, but it didn't know or think anything because there is no creator.
That's false, because we know that we have
Prove
a
it.
carefully designed body,
No,
because
we
you're
don't.
chewing food right now. Hold on, you do, because some power knew to give you teeth to chew it. So that
Some
should
power
be
did not.
clearly obvious. Why do you
Some
have teeth to
power,
chew?
some power because evolution, dummy. So
How
some
did evolution
power,
know?
evolution didn't know. We evolved to
It
live with
did,
it.
because you have teeth.
We
Evo-
evolved to live within an environment. The things that couldn't survive within the environment died, right? The things that could survive within the environment lived on. That's why we have teeth, because the entities that had teeth were better at masticating than the entities who didn't have teeth, which is why almost all of the living, biological organisms, at least that we see around us, have some kind of teeth. Some of them don't. Some of them have beaks. Chickens don't have teeth. The reality is we have teeth because this was something we used to adapt to our environment, which is perfectly predicted in evolution. This is not something that's unexpected. There's nothing that decided to give us teeth. Also, this is not proof for God. This is just you exclaiming that you're incredulous because you don't understand evolution.
Yeah, sir. So how come you can't draw a better looking image than a human? Why can't you get a sheet of paper and come up
Oh, I
with a
can.
better, a more beautiful? Do it. Show us.
Yeah.
Show
Do you
us.
understand? Do you understand that the word beauty is subjective?
Do you understand that we have
He
God's
doesn't.
image and you can't draw anything on a sheet of
Except,
paper that's more pleasant to look at or
except we,
symmetrical
except
than a
we don't
human? You
have
can't.
God's image. That's the claim again.
All right, well, prove me wrong, and you please draw on a sheet of paper an image that is more desirable and beautiful than a man. You can't do it. It's impossible.
I'll do it right now.
Let's see it. Show us an image that's more beautiful and put together than a human.
Not
Two
even hard.
arms, 2 legs. It's got 10 fingers, hair, 2 eyes in the front, upright. Create one, please.
Checked out. I'll do it pretty quick, actually.
Impossible, sir.
Nope. Not even hard.
Okay, let's see what Deconstruction's life form looks like, and let's see if it's more appealing to the eyesight than a man, because a man's created in God's image.
Before I show you this, do you think that women are equally as beautiful?
Women are the most beautiful image in creation. That's the feminine image of God.
Yeah. You're a Christian, right?
Yes.
Oh, you're in trouble now because you haven't read your Bible. Okay,
Yes,
so
I have.
according to 1 Corinthians 11, it says that man was created in God's image and women was created in the image of man. But this is a beautiful
I'm aware
picture
of
of my cat Volta, which is way more beautiful, I believe, than the human form. In fact, we can do a vote. Put a 1 in the comments, but no, put a V in the comments if you think Volta is more beautiful than the human form.
You're gonna cause all those people
Let's
to
see some V's.
be
We got a lot
turned
of
into
V's
something
in here.
hideous. You're gonna hurt those people
That's
if
a
you
lot of
convince
V's.
them.
That's a
Convince
lot of
them
V's,
that image is
man.
more beautiful than a human. You're gonna cause them to have a horrible image for
Imagine
eternity.
losing an argument on a stick figure. Okay.
How come you never talk about bloodline?
Why would I? I'm not a fucking racist.
What do you mean a racist? You guys get on here and
only
you say all
racists
this
talk
stuff
about
about God,
bloodlines.
but then you don't ever talk about bloodline. Isn't that interesting?
Why the fuck would I care about bloodlines?
Because there's 2 different bloodlines on the earth for humans, a negative blood type and a positive blood type.
You think there's only 2 blood types? Holy shit, this is crazy.
Yeah, there's positive and negative. All the other bloodlines are variations of the 2, sir.
You sure about that?
Yeah, can you read?
Yep.
Look it up. Google it. There's 2 blood types, positive and negative, and all the blood types are variations of each.
There are
There's
8 blood
variations
types.
of positive. Yes, there's 4 variations of positive, and there's 4 variations of negative, sir. Can you read?
Yeah, so there's 8 types.
Oh my goodness. So this is your error. There's 2 blood types, positive and negative, and the rest are variations of each.
Those are
If
obviously
there's 4
not
different
types.
there's positive and negative.
That's clearly
what are
a
the other 2 types?
subset.
So what are the other 2 types? Positive, negative, and what are the other 2?
A positive, A negative, B positive, B negative, O plus, O negative, AB plus, and AB negative. And the problem that you're running in here is you didn't define types. So there are 8 blood types, and we define types by compatibility, and this is going to really fuck you up. Types are also fucking subjective. We get to determine what a type is.
In Jesus Christ's name, are you a serpent or a scorpion?
I'm the motherfucking devil. I'm going to eat you.
Just answer the question, sir, since God is imaginary.
I just told you I'm Satan.
I asked you if you were a serpent or a scorpion in Jesus Christ's name, since God is imaginary.
Neither. I'm the devil.
Okay, well, you have said it. You have said it, sir.
Cast me out.
No, I just know what you're doing.
Did Jesus not tell you that you'll cast out demons in my name? Mark 16 doesn't say that. Do I have to read it for you?
So there is demons in flesh, sir. Hold on. There's demons in flesh. Okay. And the scriptures explain that Jesus says, "Behold,
and you're certainly not going to cast this demon out."
As
it says,
in the
"These
midst
signs
of
will
wolves."
accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons. They will speak new tongues. They will pick up snakes, and if they drink a deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick, and they will recover. Do you have the Holy Spirit? Can you do all this stuff?
Sir, the prophecy with the snake was fulfilled with
Can
John.
Can you do any of this
If you
stuff?
read, if you can read, it was fulfilled already.
Nope.
It was.
Nope.
Okay. If you say so.
You can't read.
It's in the
I'll read it for
scriptures.
you. I know. I'll read it for you since you can't. It says, the one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the one who does not believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. That's not a single person. That's anyone who believes. They will cast out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes. John's not a they. Unless you are now adopting different pronouns that most Christians don't accept. Do you think John is a they, them?
If you are Satan, then how does God not exist? Interesting, right? It's very interesting.
Buddy, if you think I'm literally Satan, then my job's
Didn't
already
you
been
say that?
My job's already been done here. If you're dumb
So
enough
then you're a
to
liar and
believe
you're not
that,
credible.
I'm fucking making fun of you to your face.
You're a liar then, sir, and you're not credible. So are
No,
you Satan or are you just lying?
I'm making fun of you. Satan doesn't
I
exist,
think
just
you're
like your God.
lying or you're Satan, like you said, and that proves God is real.
I think you're either drunk or maybe need to go to bed. You're not even tracking.
Okay. Okay. So I think that you worship the devil and you do this because you get rewarded by the devil to do it.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the devil.
You just said you were the devil, sir.
Yeah, obviously I'm fucking making fun of you. The devil doesn't exist. That's obvious. If I believed in the devil, I wouldn't be an atheist.
So you're saying in Jesus Christ's name, the devil doesn't exist?
In everybody fucking's name that has ever existed, the devil is not going to be one of them. And
Just
Jesus
asking
was
you a simple yes or no question, sir.
Jesus was a liar and a fraud. So I
in
don't care
Jesus
about
Christ's
Jesus.
name, is the devil real? Yes or no?
No, dummy. Jesus is dead. God doesn't exist, and neither does Satan.
I hope you have a good night tonight, sir, because you have said it. I don't know why you said it, but you did. I guess you care about this audience that much.
I'll say whatever I want to because your God doesn't fucking exist.
We'll just have to see.
Your God is a violent psychopath that does not exist. And you're a psychopath for following a God that thinks it's okay to rape women, kill babies, commit genocide, and then make all kinds of promises that you've never read in the book. So you don't know that Christianity is not true because I've read the book and you haven't.
You'd rather injure yourself to save face in front of these people and say all those lies than just tell the truth. It's interesting.
I'm not injured.
It's very interesting, sir.
Where's my injury?
How can you inwardly know the truth, sit here and lie?
Where's my injury?
To save face for people who also know the truth.
Is that your God doesn't exist. You want me to demonstrate how the Bible's not true?
So you can say what you want, but we know that God is real.
No, we don't. You believe it because you're incapable of using no power. It's your imagination, which is why my prompt says that your God is imaginary, because this thing that you think exists is in your head and nowhere else. If it existed somewhere else, you could actually tell me where it existed. And I'm going to demonstrate to you why your specific God is a liar and a fraud and absolutely doesn't exist. I'll Venmo you. I'll PayPal, Cash App, or Venmo you $100 if you can find me the passage that Jesus claims to exist. In Matthew 27, actually, Jesus didn't make this claim. The gospel author, Matthew, makes the claim. When the field of blood is purchased, it says this is according to the prophecy, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. Okay, so he's saying Jeremiah said a thing. And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Can you find me that quote in Jeremiah?
I'm sorry. Can you? I was reading the comments. Say it one more time. I apologize.
Yeah, you are drunk. The phrase from Matthew 27:9 is that Jeremiah said a thing. It says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And the quote is, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Can you find me that quote?
And the quote is it's Matthew. What are you reading right there?
Matthew 27:9.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find. I've never looked for it. Is that fair enough?
Take your time.
Okay.
Anything? I can't wait till he gets his reference Bible open and figures out where this comes from.
Alrighty. So this is something I would have to look into further, but I'll tell you what
sure
it's
it is.
saying. Matthew isn't wrong. He's referencing the prophetic tradition led by Jeremiah while combining details also found in Zechariah.
Then find me the quote.
So this is something I would have to look into because this
He
seems
said
like
that,
something.
He said that Jeremiah said it. He said, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. And then he quotes somebody that's not Jeremiah.
Yeah, so I mean that again, I would have to look into that. Does that mean God is not real? No. Does that mean Jesus is not God? No. It means that
it means that your book is silly and says things that are demonstrably and provably, like easily proven to be false. For example,
the book
there's
of
another
Jeremiah,
one. There's
God
another
does
one in
rebuke
Matthew.
the tribe of Judah for the scribes.
Irrelevant. There's no prophecy in Jeremiah about anyone being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver. And even the quote in Jeremiah isn't a prophecy about a Messiah being betrayed. So no matter which way you slice it, Matthew 27:9 is not being fulfilled in Jesus.
Well, hear what I have to say. In Jeremiah, God rebukes the tribe of Judah and their scribes.
So what?
For multiple things, and one of them is recording the word incorrectly, twisting his word. Yeah, it's messed up. Let me show you the scripture.
I know. Yeah, the lying pen of the scribes. We all know it. So are you saying the Bible has been corrupted?
I think that it was delivered by men, but it is precise enough
the Bible corrupt?
for us. No, listen to what I'm saying. You don't have to cut me off to stop my speech.
I wasn't stopping your speech. I was forcing you to answer my question. So if the Bible is
answer it.
If the Bible is corrupted, why should we trust it?
I don't say it's corrupt. You're saying that.
Then show me the verse.
I'm saying that the Holy Bible was delivered through humans, and humans do at times make errors, but the Holy Bible is accurate enough to lead us to God.
Is it corrupted?
It's not corrupt because it leads to God.
Is every word in the Bible true?
Yes, every Bible word is true that I've read.
Oh, good. Then show me in Jeremiah where I can find this quote.
Of what? And they took 30 pieces of silver. Is it in Isaiah?
Nope.
Let me see if I can actually entertain it. Hold on. How much did you say you're going to give me? Because you're actually going to make me find it. How much are you going to give me? Venmo. $100?
I'll do it live on stream.
Let me see if I can actually entertain this right now.
Yep.
Boy.
How much time you need?
Give me about another 60 seconds. I've never
the Holy Spirit
entertained
is not
this
leading you in truth, apparently. Jesus said the Holy Spirit would lead you in all truth.
Man, you just have a very forked tongue, in my opinion. You see how you just said the Holy Spirit's not leading me now? Like, how do you know that, sir? Just because you said it?
It's an internal critique. What did Jesus say during the Olivet Discourse when they bring you in to ask you for questions? Don't worry about what you say because God will give you words.
Constant new covenant, but these are not apocalyptic visions. What is your? I'm entertaining the first thing, but what's your next question?
It's not a question. I was just teasing you.
Oh. So are you saying the discrepancy is in between the book of Jeremiah and Zechariah?
What I'm saying is that this quote is from Zechariah, not from Jeremiah. Yes.
Right. So I don't disagree with that, but it's there. So the name is incorrect. In Jeremiah, the scriptures have been quoted as saying there were scribes at one time that messed up the word.
Right.
So it's possible one of
what
the
do we
scribes
call
messed
it?
up the name.
So then what do we call it when something
An
was
error.
messed up? Yeah. And what do
An
we,
error.
what do we
Or
call it
deliberate-
when okay, just pay attention, okay? What's the word to describe something that has been changed so that it was now incorrect? There's a
Could
word
be
for
a
it.
deception. Could be a deliberate
Corruption.
error. Well,
It's called
okay,
corruption.
So we found a corruption in the Bible. Apparently,
There you go.
hold on, with Jeremiah and Zechariah, according to you. But to me,
no,
I
according to
don't
you.
think it's a corruption.
You
I'm
said
going
it
to
was
tell
a
you why I
corruption.
don't think. I'm telling, according to you, I'm repeating
Those
what you're
words,
saying.
those words left your mouth. In fact, I'll write it on a notepad for you so that
And
you
I
can't
said at the end of my
lie
speech,
and go
according
back
to
on.
you.
We don't need speeches. You said it, so we're gonna say your words.
According to you, I said
say,
that there is a corrupt. We found the corruption.
Here's Nathan's
according
words.
to you, but
your
I don't
words.
think it's a corruption.
So we're gonna write down your words so you can follow your own words. So you said that
And you're
the
like
text
having some type
was,
of disconnect from reality, man.
You said the text was changed, yes or no?
I'm gonna tell you what I said, but you're trying to speak while I speak, so you're not hearing, and that's why we're having this disconnect.
The
So
text
listen to what I'm saying. Don't
changed?
repeat yourself. Just hear what I'm saying.
Was
so
the
we're
text
not having
changed?
a messed up conversation.
Was
according
the text
to you
changed?
Are you gonna keep cutting me off like a baboon, or let me speak?
I'm cutting you off because you're not
Like
answering my fucking question, you moron.
Stop being a baboon and let's have a civil conversation.
I'm not asking what I said. I know what the fuck I said. I'm asking for you to tell me what you said so I can write it down so that you can't then go back and say you didn't say it. So I'm asking you,
please allow me to say it without cutting me off, sir?
No, because what you said was
no.
According to you. I'm not asking you to repeat what you think I said. I'm asking you to repeat what you said, you dumb motherfucker. So we'll try this again. I'm asking you, did you mean to say it? When you said that the text was changed, those were your words. The text was changed. Do you still agree that the text was changed? It's a yes or a no.
I believe.
Yes or no?
That if there is an inconsistency,
nope.
It is.
I need a yes or no. You've lost your privilege to preach. You don't get to do that anymore. What's going to come out of your mouth now is either a yes or no to my question, because we're trying to have a linear dialogue and
No,
you're
I do not
incapable
agree.
of paying
No.
attention. Okay, so the text was not changed. Is that what you're saying?
I say the scripture is accurate.
Okay, then if the scripture is accurate, then that means there's a quote in Jeremiah that says, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set. Can you find me that quote in Jeremiah?
I can find you the quote. Hold on. Let me show you.
You're not going to find it. You already told me it was in...
I can find it to you. Hold on. No, I can find it for you.
You already told me it's in Zechariah, and I already know that it's in Zechariah.
Hold on. No, I'm going to find it. It's in Jeremiah. Let me show it to you.
Nope, not going to find it.
All right. I'll show you it. Hold on.
Can't wait. You got $100 coming to you when you find it. Fuck, I'll give you 30 pieces of silver if you can find it.
Jeremiah 8:8.
That does not say what you think it says. This is
That's
going to be
the answer to your
embarrassing.
question right there.
Nope.
Jeremiah
Sure
8:8. Let's read it out loud.
Jeremiah 8 doesn't mention 30 pieces of silver whatsoever. It says, how can you say we are wise and the law of the Lord is with us, when in fact the false pen of the scribes has made it into a lie? So again, I'll ask you.
False pen of the scribes.
That
so
means,
that's who I think made the error.
That means it's been corrupted, dummy.
If you want to call it that, but it still leads to God.
Okay, so was the scripture changed by the lying pen of the scribe? Yes or no?
It's possible, yes.
Oh, so now the text was changed. Weird how we got right back to the thing you said before that I fucking said you said. So the text was
Jeremiah 8:8
changed
says why,
by the scribes. I don't give a fuck why. I'm asking if it is changed. Okay, so fucking sober up for 5 minutes and we can get through this.
So you don't believe in
The
God
text
because of
was
Jeremiah and Zechariah?
No, I don't believe in God for 100 fucking reasons.
Out of
And if you could pay
35,000
attention for 5 seconds, we can get through at least one of them. So again, the text was changed by the scribes. You said that. Now, what that means is that the text was correct and is now not correct. That's what that means. It's changed to something that is now a lie. So what do we call it when something that was correct is changed and is now not correct? What do we call that?
Call many things an error.
There we go. We're going to call that error.
Listen,
deception,
let's say there's,
and we can even say, I don't know why you're talking while I'm trying to write down your words. Use a little bit of self-control, and I swear this conversation would be way fucking easier. So it's either an error or a deception, or we can even say corruption, couldn't we?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what that means is that the text says something that is not accurate, doesn't it?
According to what is written, we cannot find the scripture in Jeremiah, and it appears in Zechariah. So it appears that there is an error.
There you go. It appears that there's an error in the text. Now, we have one of two conclusions. Either it's an error because somebody made a mistake, meaning they got the wrong person or they remembered it wrong. Or you could say it's an error in a copyist. A copyist copied it wrong. Or you could just say that the lying pen of a scribe at one point just put the wrong thing in there as a lie. You've got at least 3 different options. None of those are relevant to me. I don't care why it says something untrue. All I'm pointing out is that the Bible does on a number of occasions, many occasions, says things that is simply not true. I have no reason to believe that this book is from God when it repeatedly says things that are untrue.
Have you ever prayed to God in Jesus Christ's name and asked him?
Yes, I was a Christian for 20 years. I was a Christian when I discovered that the Bible was wrong and that Jesus was a liar and a fraud who didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy, and that the resurrection didn't happen. It's just another mythical claim with all the other mythical resurrections.
Well, I prayed to him about many things and I got an answer, and so did billions of other people.
Right now.
Sir. And the scriptures
pray for something right now.
Hear me out. In the scriptures explain
pray for something
it's
right
because,
now.
It's because of sin.
Pray
so
for
if
something
you don't
right now.
stop sinning, and the
pray
Bible
for
also
something
says God
right
doesn't
now.
answer the prayers of the wicked.
Nathaniel, I don't give a fuck about your preaching. Pray for something right now and prove that you have this power.
I don't have to prove it. I'm speaking and alive.
Well, then we have no reason to believe you. Everybody in every religion claims that they've prayed, and that things have come true. No one cares. Prayers are meaningless to me. The fact that you prayed and that your cognitive dissonance has enabled you to think that your prayer was answered means nothing to me. So I don't care about your prayers. If you can't do something in real time and prove that your prayers are being answered, then it's just another lie.
I'll say a prayer.
Do it right now.
Do it. Heavenly Father, as the Son.
Oops. Fuck. Oh, my finger slipped. All right. guess we'll just move on to the next guest. Jake Knapp, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, God said, let there be light. Chuck Norris replied, say please. You know, I just learned today that Chuck Norris has passed away. Peace be upon him. And I agree. When God said, let there be light, he obviously had to clear it by good old Chuck Norris 1,000,000%. And Shane Runnels, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, would you accept that Paul was more liberal than the other New Testament writers and an implicit universalist? I don't think Paul was a universalist. Paul writes about how many people won't get into the kingdom. In fact, in 1 Corinthians 6:9, he lists a handful of people that seemingly are Christians that won't get into the kingdom because they've got certain sins that they're committing. I don't think Paul was a universalist at all. No. I do think Paul was more liberal when it comes to dealing with women. Now, some people have questioned writings that probably aren't from Paul, like Timothy, 1 Corinthians 14, when he tells the women to sit down and shut up. We've known for a long time that those aren't actually Pauline writings. It seems like the authentic Paul was probably okay with some sort of equality for women, not perfect equality, but some sort of equality. And our Wordja says, yes, you're pronouncing it correctly. Good job. Well, fuck, I'm happy to hear that. I try to pronounce the community members' names correctly when I can. But sometimes, because of my native English language, it can be a little bit difficult. Codicus Maximus, thank you for the additional super chat, says, want to bet this guy crashes out when we remind him he said nothing is more beautiful than man. Oh, fuck, Chodicus. We never got back around to that, but that would have been hilarious to really pin him down on that statement to see how he squirms. My guess is there would be some squirming for sure. That's pretty wild. I'm actually sad I didn't see that earlier. I would have played with him just a little bit to see what he did with that. And VLK, thank you for the 200 MX. His war was a caller from recent John Cohen stream. Oh, I don't have a war in my guest box. Who would ignore any explanation on evolution and think he won because none of the hosts would entertain his pivot to swear on Jesus Christ's name that God isn't real. Interesting. I do find it interesting that there are people who literally think we're up here faking it and we believe in Jesus and they want us to swear on Jesus Christ's name. Like, why? Why would we care? Jesus Christ is a dumb motherfucker and a liar and a fraud. No one cares about his name. I have no idea why people think that's a thing. In fact, one time I even had to pledge my soul to Satan in a live stream to convince a Christian that I wasn't secretly Christian and just like wanting to sin. I don't know if you know this, Christians. You don't have to like pretend you're an atheist to sin. Christians sin a lot. That's like the whole shtick. The whole Christian shtick is you can sin and you'll get forgiven. Ray Goda, thank you for the super chat, says this call reminds me of so many Sunday school teachers I had growing up, inspired by them, inspired to be nothing like them in any way. I'm with you there. And you know what? I was thinking about this guy's voice. I don't know if there are certain parameters of dumb guy voice, but that guy must have had those parameters if I was going to like enumerate the parameters. In fact, I did Google it. Hold on. I'm going to type in dumb guy voice. And I think it's going to nail it. It says dumb guy voice typically features a slow, plodding, or monotone delivery, often with slightly lower, gravelly pitch or a high-pitched, slow-witted tone. Yep. It relies on prolonged vowels, hesitant pacing, and confused phrasing when associated with stereotypical big dumb characters, like those voiced with Patrick Warburton. And I think that fucking matches. Jessica, thank you for the $10 super chat. Justin is the messiah of the day. His beauty can make straight men turn gay. When he gives you his glance, you fall in a trance. The heteros never stand a chance. Fucking unreal rhyme. And I'm sorry, this particular V-neck doesn't show very much chest hair. There was a couple of people, I think Tracy wanted more chest hair. I need to get a better shirt. Another black shirt so people can read the text and see my chest hair. But I'm here for your friends. Whatever you need, I got your back. And with that, we're going to grab Our next guest, we've got quite a few super chats left. I'll try to, we're going to have a bunch of them at the end of the stream, it looks like, but I'm going to try to keep up as best as I can between the calls as to not get too buried. But next in line, as far as I can tell, is going to be Athel. I hope I said that right. That was a name I've not seen before, but we'll find out.
Oh, shit. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Is it
yourself. Othello.
Othello. Othello XI.
Yeah, I mean 11. Yeah, it's long, complicated story. But anyway, I'm actually kind of curious because you mentioned the inauthenticity of Jesus Christ. So I just kind of wanted to know from your perspective what that was before I kind of sort of come in with a counter argument.
Sure. Are you a believer in Jesus?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not like, here's the thing, right? One thing that we have to acknowledge is that the text or the Bible in itself is also contextual. If you think about the fact that in Leviticus, it talks about how there's certain laws put in place, like you can't have mixed fibers when you come into the church or things like that. You can't mix cotton with wool and things like that when you go into the church. But, nowadays, everybody does it. There's a lot of misconceptions, discrepancies, things like that. So one can also kind of understand the sort of misnomers and miscues in certain things in certain texts. So that's why I kind of came to you and I just kind of wanted to get context as to why it is that you say that Jesus Christ is a fraud. I'm not like, here's the thing. It's a discussion at the end of the day. You're trying to say that God is imaginary. I have my own beliefs, but I feel like, if we have an understanding of what the arguments are, then maybe we could base it on a better argument. So yeah, that's kind of what I aim to do.
Well, if you got a better argument, I'll be all ears. I think Jesus was a fraud and a liar. The reason why I think he's a fraud is because he pretended to be the Messiah when he clearly wasn't. All you need is like a little cursory knowledge of the Hebrew Bible to figure that one out. One example of this whole nonsense about being the Messiah you can find in his own quotes. For example, in John 13, he talks about the one who's going to betray him. And he says, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen. But it is to fulfill the scripture, the one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. And that really would be cool if there was a prophecy that said the Messiah would be betrayed by the one who lifted his heel against him. But there's no such thing. That comes from Psalm 41, which is not a prophecy and is clearly not about the Messiah. It's a lamentation from King David. And he says even in it that he's a sinner. As for me, I said, Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wonder in malice. When I will die and my name perish. And when they come and see me, they utter empty words, so on and so forth. And then the verse that Jesus quotes is down here. Even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. That's not a prophecy. That's David just lamenting over his current struggles. You can't just call it a prophecy because something sounds vaguely familiar to something else.
Okay. Interesting. But if I'm correct, David wasn't a prophet. David was king, right?
Well, David was king, but even if he was a prophet, prophecy is an actual genre. You can't just call any writing you want prophecy.
Right. Now, if we go into the prophecy scriptures, let's say, for example, in Isaiah, I can't exactly remember specifically, but they speak of the Messiah. They are definitely in the prophecy. Yeah. So,
Second Isaiah talks about
way, understanding that Jesus in the canonical terms, Jesus is in the line of David. So obviously you would sort of kind of understand that.
No, he's not.
No?
No. In Matthew chapter 1, we learn that Jesus has no connection to David because he is going through Joseph. Joseph is potentially connected to David, but not Jesus. So it lists the parentage of Jesus. Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, who is called the Messiah. So the father of Joseph is Jacob, according to Matthew. Mm-hmm. But Joseph wasn't daddy of Jesus.
Pardon? Joseph wasn't the dad of Jesus.
Yeah.
Joseph wasn't the dad of Jesus.
Yeah, and typically your lineage.
Wait. Can we go back? So wait. So Joseph wasn't Jesus's father.
No, he adopted Jesus theoretically, but that's as far as it goes.
Okay. Can we provide a basis to that potentially?
To what? Do you think Joseph was the father of Jesus?
I mean, right.
Wait, don't you believe in the virgin birth?
Pardon?
I mean, if you believe in the virgin birth, Joseph is not the father.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. We don't need Maury to come out and tell us that, right? There's a whole lot to that. You know what I mean? So, but at the same time, this is the thing. You mentioned that. You mentioned that Joseph is in the line of Jesus, correct?
Joseph is not in the line of Jesus because
Joseph is in the line of David. That's what I meant. You mentioned
Joseph,
that, right?
Joseph appears in the line of David.
Right. So, by virtue of the fact that if you are adopted into a family, even though you're not biologically there, you are still in that line, right? So now we're going off on a tangent here, but just bear with me for a second.
I already know the tangent, and unfortunately, I don't think you're going to like the answer to the tangent.
Please actually indulge me, please.
Yeah, according to 2 Samuel 12, the everlasting kingdom that comes through the Messiah has to go through the actual seed of David. It says, when your days are fulfilled and you lie down with your ancestors, I will raise up your offspring after you. It actually says seed in the Hebrew, zerah, after you, who shall come forth from your body, and I will establish his kingdom. So this is the lineage that's promised to the Davidic line comes through the actual flesh of David, not through adoption.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Fair point. With that being said, there's several generations before David, generations before and generations after David, right? So the point of where I'm going with this tangent is a prophecy may not necessarily be fulfilled immediately, right? It could take several generations for it to be fulfilled. And it could be interpreted in several different ways. For example, you could predict, the stupid example, but it's going to rain on Wednesday, right? But you don't necessarily know at specific time. It could rain at 11:59 on Wednesday into Thursday. Do you know what I mean? You don't necessarily know. So, with that being said, in the lineages, in the line, while it might come from his flesh, Joseph is of his flesh. The circumstances around Jesus' birth, I believe in the virgin birth. There are a lot of things around that. An angel came to the Lord. It might have been that angel that, whatever. There's a lot around that that's a little bit murky. We'll investigate that as time goes on, and we'll find that out as time goes on. But coming back to the original argument to whether or not...
My point is, Othello, is if he didn't come from the body of David, then he doesn't qualify.
How not?
Because of 2 Samuel 7:12. God promises the eternal throne to the seed of David's body, the physical seed.
Okay.
He says,
all right.
He says, who shall come forth from your body?
Right. Okay. Look, I'll for the sake of this argument, I'll concede. Now, that's the original argument as to the existence of God.
I would, though. I could grant you even that Jesus came from the line of David, but I don't think that actually gets you anywhere. Like, even if you wanted, like, say 2 Samuel 7:12 didn't exist, if you wanted to say that adoption was good enough, I don't think that gets you to anything. There are hundreds of thousands of people that come from David's lineage. Just claiming that I am the Messiah because I came from David's lineage doesn't really do a whole lot of anything for you. In fact, Absalom tried to claim king falsely, and he came from the line of David.
Okay, no, that's fair. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was just curious. Now, as to the existence of God, right? I don't know, man. It's a bit tricky because you have several faiths around the world of different accounts accounting to this one source. Not just the Bible specifically. I understand that you have been a Christian before and have spent some time in the faith and kind of looked into things a lot deeper and then realized that, there's a lot of things that are a little bit shaky here and it doesn't make sense, and have come to your own conclusions, and I can respect that and I can appreciate that. But at the same time, it's hard to account for the fact that if you have several witnesses of different faiths, different lineages, different languages talking of the same thing, if you're talking about, for example, several thousand people seeing, and I hate to bring this up and I'm not trying to bring anything up, and please forgive me for this example, but if you saw several people see the planes crashing into the Twin Towers, you can't necessarily, I mean, obviously there was footage and all of that stuff and all of that, right? But what the point I'm trying to sort of bring forth is that if you have several eyewitness accounts or witness accounts of different people, different demographics, all seeing and understanding the same thing from their own perspective, I find that a little bit challenging to argue against. Does that make sense?
It does, but it sounds like this is an analogy that you mean to map onto something else. Can you help me out with what you think this maps onto?
What I'm trying to elucidate to is that if you have different accounts of what the source energy is, let's call him God, right? I am a Christian, but I understand that, there are Muslims, right? I have friends with a lot of Muslim people. They acknowledge Jesus as a prophet, right? In the Quran, right? And there's a whole lot around that too. But if they can all point to that one source point, which is the source energy, God. I'm from South Africa, so we have a lot of indigenous faith as well, a lot of indigenous truth, things like that. And that is an oratory tradition. So with that, coming to an understanding that there are several sources or there are several reference points to the existence of this energy, of this being, of this entity being God, I would argue that it would sort of be difficult to argue against.
I don't know anyone who has experienced this thing, but I would say this. All the experiential stories seem to differ in ways that make them incompatible. So, for example, the people who have experiences with polytheism, that would be incompatible with monotheism, right? So it's like somebody has to be wrong at some point, and we kind of have to figure out if somebody's right, who is right. Now, I would say one other thing. If in fact there is a source, I don't think the source would be energy, because I don't think energy actually exists in the way that you think it exists. So, like in the sciences, energy is a quantitative measurement of things that do exist. So, for example, if I take this pen and I move it around, energy is just the measurement of how far it moves and how fast it moves. But you can't, like, energy isn't the thing that really exists. It's just what we call something that is in a state of change.
Right. Okay. I'd just like to apologize for that misnomer, because I'm just kind of, just trying to name it, because at the end of the day, my belief is that it is God as let's call it the entity, is inquantifiable, right? Beyond time, beyond space, beyond what it is that we could comprehend, understand, or imagine. But, a little bit of personal viewpoint, and, you have your understanding of things as well. And I'm not trying to denigrate that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not trying to I'm speaking very loosely here. But what I'm sort of proposing or putting forth is that this, for lack of a better word, thing, right? We call God. This person, this entity, whatever. People call it a person, people call it whatever. If they have multiple acknowledgements of this entity, if you have different perspectives of their experience of this entity, I find it challenging to disregard its existence.
Well, I don't know if they have experienced it. That's kind of where I'm pushing back. So, for example, 100 people a year are hospitalized in Israel with what's called Jerusalem syndrome. And it's this idea that people are so overwhelmed with emotional and religious conviction when they reach the holy city that they begin to think that they are the reincarnated Jesus. They think they're the second coming of Jesus. And this psychosis is common. 100 people a year get hospitalized like this. And we have things, one of my favorite episodes of mass psychosis is the dancing plague in France in, I believe, the 1500s. There was a woman who just felt like a god or a power was compelling her to go out in the streets and dance. And then other people saw her doing it and they felt the need to dance. And before you know it, you've got hundreds of people out in the street dancing. Some of them, according to legend, we don't have actual data, but according to legend, some of them danced into exhaustion and possibly even death because they just felt something was compelling them to do it. So I do believe that people feel and they believe that they're meeting these spiritual entities, but I don't really have a good reason to believe that that's what's happening. Because when people, typically in the modern age, when people report these experiences now, a lot of times they get medicated. And the interesting thing is, when they get medicated, these experiences go completely away. And I'll just say one more thing. I had a friend, unfortunately, a couple of years ago that lost her husband. I think they were married about 10 years. And he was not religious. When he was taking his medication, when he got off of his medication, he often became religious, having visions and experiences and things like that. And the reality was this guy was experiencing psychosis. And sometimes in his episode of psychosis, he would think that he is a semi-divine figure sometimes. So I get it. I know that people have these experiences, but to me, I think this is the brain tricking them into thinking things.
Okay. Very, very interesting. Actually, I didn't know these types of things existed. Thank you for sharing that. I'll look into that. Actually, that's quite fascinating. Honestly, it's quite fascinating.
I have another good friend named. You're on TikTok. Check out a guy named Morgan Lee. Morgan Lee has talked openly about his experience. He's a friend of mine. He makes a really hilarious series called the Caucasian Space Jesus videos. They're about Jesus' second coming, but never like he's been open and honest about his past. He used to be very religious, and he had similar types of delusions, psychosis, and whatnot. And he eventually, his family was like, "I think you need to get medicated," and he got medicated, and guess what? They all went away. So I get it that people have experiences, and to them, the experience is very real. But unfortunately, it's interesting. All you need to take is an anti-psych medication, and they all go away.
Right. You raise a good point, but one could also argue that those are cases of extremity. You know what I mean? Like, you say, for example, the Jerusalem syndrome, which is fascinating to me. It's about 100 people or so out of 7 billion. You know what I mean? Like it's like, so what I suppose in what it is that you are sort of purporting or bringing forth is that there are levels of experiences that can be just sort of, and maybe in the writings or anything, there's a lot of stuff that you could say could be derived from psychosis, but at the same time, those are very few and far between. That doesn't necessarily negate the fact that there are other people that may not necessarily have gotten maybe several more people that have been in and around that same aura, but not necessarily had that level of psychosis, but understand that this thing or this entity is real and exists. So,
but I don't
I
have
can't
evidence.
necessarily give you something qualitative to sort of bring forth to the argument. But what I'm trying to purport or trying to bring forth is that while you mention all of these cases of people that have, I mean, for example, you have people that fall in love with objects, but how often does that happen? It's few and far between. That's not the average person. Does that make sense?
I get you, but what I'm saying is we don't have data on anyone that has what we would consider a legitimate experience. Like we can't say, well, this person had an illegitimate experience and this other person had a legitimate experience, because we don't really have any data. What we do know is that people claiming to have legitimate experiences, when we medicate them, they stop having them.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. There's not, so what you're saying is that there's no hard case data to support the argument or the reasoning, correct? Am I understanding
yet. There's no hard data, but scientists are trying. There are some projects, I point to like the Aware project a lot. I think it's a cool project. The leader of that project, Sam Parnia, he's kind of a believer in the consciousness living on, although I've read the study papers from the projects. The rest of the team doesn't seem to agree. But nevertheless, people are doing tests. Like we're trying to find out, and we just haven't found any data that confirmed it. In fact, there was a study I read a while ago where they were testing people who are claiming to have out-of-body experiences, and they discover that they can trigger out-of-body experiences using deep brain stimulation, using DMT, and using I forget what the other one was. And so what they've done is they've triggered these OBEs, and then they've had people confirm, I knew I left my body. I absolutely knew it. And then what they do is they say, okay, here's what we need you to do. If you have an OBE, they give you a series of tasks. So they might say, we need you to, when you leave your body, turn around and see what's behind you. And so they set it up so that they don't know what's behind them initially, right? We've done tests like this, and then we've triggered people's brains, and they're like, I left my body. Here was what I experienced. But they can never validate. They can never just do the thing that would validate it. They can never turn around and see the thing they weren't supposed to see, or they can never. There was one where they said, leave your body and just go into this room next door. We can't tell you what's in the room, but if you can identify stuff in the room, we believe you left your body. And they can't do it, right? So I think people are really convinced that they're leaving their body. They're really convinced of these experiences. But when we try to replicate them in laboratory experiments, we can never get data to support it.
That's the thing though, because I mean that now speaks to the fact that this is not these things or these experiences, or let me not say experiences, because that can also be misinterpreted and things like that. That now speaks to the not the quantitative but the qualitative aspect of things, because if you were to say that it's very interesting. First of all, before I actually go off on that, thank you for sharing that, because it's actually interesting to note that there's active tests being done on the various aspects of, for lack of a better term, this existence and all of these different experiences. But at the same time, while there is no hard data to quantitatively assert that there are these experiences or this entity and all of these, you can't necessarily quantitatively put that together. It's a qualitative aspect now. It becomes an argument of qualitativeness. And my argument, or what it is that I'm trying to put forth as well, is while there's no hardline data on the sort of, for what we are arguing here, the existence of God, the fact of the matter is that it cannot be a qualitative thing. It is a quantitative thing. I beg your pardon. It is a qualitative now examination of things, and the qualitative aspect of things is recorded through not only history, through various texts in different interpretations, but the existence of that same entity or of that same being is a common thread throughout it.
Sure, but
And
so
that
are
and
alien
that
sightings.
now is where it becomes very tricky to now say that your God is imaginary. Maybe your interpretation of God is imaginary because there are certain things that are there and certain things that are not there.
Sure, but
That's subjective. That's to everybody. But if the common thread throughout everybody, or not say everybody, but through everyone's account of their experience of God is not supported by hardline data, but all of these people have the same viewpoint of like this thing is real. This exists.
But again, we have same data for people who have seen Bigfoot and have been abducted by aliens. And you got to remember, there's a huge part of society that has been largely atheistic. I mean, a lot of people in the East don't believe in God at all. In fact, a lot of people think the Buddhists believe in God. Some of them do, but most of them don't. There's a huge portion of the world population that don't believe in God. I think the people that have these experiences with God are people who already believe in God. Atheists, by and large, don't have these experiences because they don't have the background for it.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Sure.
Okay.
But listen,
go ahead.
you're a really nice guy. I had a good time talking, but I think in the interest of keeping the audience interested, I think we need to bring in someone who's going to bring some hard debates. But I had a question. Is your real name Othello?
No, not at all.
That's a really
my
cool
name is
fucking
Sasha,
name,
man.
though. Sasha, that's a good name,
Thanks,
too.
man. It's my artist name. I make music, so that's just my artist name. I'm on SoundCloud. Quick plug out. So
look him up, y'all.
Yeah,
Othello 11.
Yeah.
Okay. You'll get some people.
Thank you very much.
You got a couple thousand people watching.
Thank you for entertaining it. I really appreciate it.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Cheers, man.
Othello 11, y'all. Go check him out on SoundCloud. He's got a great voice. I hope he sings. I bet he makes some actually pretty good music if I had to guess. Let me grab some super chats, friend, and we're going to get me in here and then Michael in after that, and then PhD free after that. Acelia Monk says we are cooking at the same time. You're making barbecue and I'm making French onion soup. Thanks for the company. Hell yeah. I've never tried making French onion soup. I'm curious. I suspect the hard part is caramelizing the onions properly and then not fucking up the cheese on top. Am I correct in that? I don't know. I've never tried. Han, thank you for the additional super chat. Says the universe is finally tuned for empty space. Fucking true. And supermassive black holes. We live in a deceptively fleeting moment where stars and planets still exist. This is actually a really good point. Like, we live in a small time pocket where life seems to be permissible. The vast majority of history ever, both in the past and the future of our universe, is going to contain life. Very few of it will contain life. Only in very minor pockets. And whatever we're experiencing now will eventually just be annihilated. And Gretchen says, using a thesaurus, a debate source, is a bad idea. I know. But to be fair, there are some people who could really benefit from either a thesaurus or a dictionary. That's a tough word for somebody with a lisp. Chip, thanks for the super chat. Says, I'm a dentist and I will choose real impacted tooth extractions over Fildo conversations 100% of the time. Rock Harper Doug and Simply Wet for sharing. I'm with you. Very few philosophical arguments I find enjoying or enjoyable, unless it's like Monkey Boy or Jeff from End of Species or Ian or even Blitz. Blitz does a really good job with the philosophical debates. So it just has to be the right person. Or Matt Delhoney. I like watching him do the philosophical stuff. But I don't like it when it gets bogged down in semantics or insider jargon. Gaius Husky says advertisers ditching liberal creators for the hate and misinfo of far right equals time for me to make new blacklists. Actually, there are some advertisers that probably will go wherever they think there is an audience. And I bet there already are some blacklists out there, to be fair. But the reason why I think it's so hard for us to get sponsors on this atheist side is because it's such a small segment of the population. And so it's like they know it's going to be a niche audience. So whoever sponsors, like who's ever paying me to run an ad for them, they obviously are typically non-believers. They're like totally cool with what I'm doing. And so like I know for sure like the sponsor private internet access is obviously cool. That I've spoken with them. They've reviewed the advertisement in my stream. They know what I do and they like what I do, which is going to be a difficult find in the atheist community to find a sponsor that's like, yeah, fuck yeah, tell them God doesn't exist, right? Science Lover says it's turtles all the way down, and I couldn't agree more. It's fucking turtles all the way down. And Chodicus says, I caused the uncaused cause because I cost myself $5, and you did. You know what? I do feel like it's time to start granting the Kalam, though, just so I can see how they get from the Kalam conclusion to God. Because I don't think that they can do it. And at this point, it might be more interesting. It might be at least something new rather than failing on, the age of the universe. And Cameron says, Justin, you're always up for a good argument and you could go all night, but trying to give the word nothing some BS meaning? Come on, man. Just in time. I'm sorry. That one guest that was quivering over how the word nothing was going to be used. Maybe we kept on a little bit too long. I apologize for that. And maybe Necro, possibly Necro even, believers like Bo are the real AI problem. Arrogant and ignorant. Rock hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. Indeed. Which reminds me, this upcoming week, I think Wednesday, I'm going to be on with Matt Delahunty. We got to make sure and use JFR hashtags on that stream so he knows how much of an influence he's had with that comment. And Move the Stars, good to see you tonight. Them, infinite regress is hard for my brain to comprehend as possible. Me, how about infinite progress from each set point in the past? It's not that hard. And I agree. And also, it's interesting that they'll say, listen, my brain can't comprehend infinite regresses, therefore it can't be true. But this God, which nobody can comprehend, must be true. Okay, listen now. Either incomprehensible things don't exist or they do. And, it just seems like they're going to equivocate on the arguments here. Amateur Atheists, hey, welcome. We've got some professionals here. Thank you for the super chat. Says in 1960, they found the actual scroll Joseph Smith supposedly translated into the Book of Abraham. Then the Mormon Church bought it so it would disappear. That's fucking believable. And I've seen from the Book of Mormon, that particular Egyptian thing too, that he claimed that he translated. It turned out he didn't because he's a goof. That's a good one. Last super chat for now from Spiritual Fulfillment BS. Amazing name as always. Have you heard what the translation changes in the 6th edition Oxford NRSV UE? Pre-ordered mine and curious if they fixed the theologically motivated word translation that were still in the 5th edition. Okay, so here's the deal. The 5th edition is in the NRSV regular. Like, was it like 1988 when they did the NRSV? Give me a second to check. NRSV publication date was, let's see where it's at. 1989. Fuck, I was close. I thought I had it, y'all. Okay. 1989, the NRSV was published. Now, the new one is going to be the NRSV UE. So if you want to see the comparisons, you can just look at the changes. We can say changes from NRSV to NRSV UE. And I believe on the internet there is a chart somewhere that has some of the major changes, but there's quite a few of them. Give me a second to see if I can find one. Notable changes in the NRSV. There's an article by, it's only a couple examples, but here's an article by Evangelical Textual Criticism. It's a blog who's gone in and documented some of the changes. But there's a bunch. In fact, you can probably just use AI to find it. Actually, we can say because it can read text and it has access to the text. What are the changes between the NRSV and the NRSVUE? Make a bulleted list. See what it can come up with. And it should come up with something because, again, the texts are available. And while AI is not fucking smart, it's smart enough to at least say, hey, these two texts are different. So you still want to double check it and go back to the actual text and look at it for yourself. But certainly that should get you there. But anyways, yeah, there's a bunch of changes. I didn't document them yet. Skepticus says Psalm 41's greatest song, In Too Deep. Amazing Psalm 41 song. Also enjoyed All Filler No Killer. Jessica Kill was another good song. Man, there's a bunch of good songs by Psalm 41. One of my favorite bands. All right, let's get me in here, and we'll keep the conversations rolling. Maybe getting the loading symbols of doom. Okay, well, I don't think me is going to connect. Me, if you get the opportunity to come back, hey, come on back and try again. We're going to get Michael in here. How you doing, Michael? Which premise do you reject? What's your best argument for God? Anything? What is your ultimate foundation for your epistemological knowledge, and how do you know things, and what is your grounding grounded in? Nothing? Okay, well, we'll try the next one. Welcome in, PhD free. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Now, I see we talked recently, and by recently, I mean, let's see, December, and we talked about David's wives being sexually assaulted, and that looks like all we probably talked about. You're back for a second time. What did you want to talk about this time? Hello?
Yeah, your proposition, buddy?
Yep. What about it?
Yeah, it's a category or it doesn't make sense.
I don't think so. What's your God?
You said what?
Who's your God?
No, I'm not. It doesn't matter. I'm arguing the principle, not pragmatics.
Actually,
that proposition.
You are arguing the prompt right now, which is fine. What's the prompt say? Maybe you misread it.
It says my God is imaginary.
Sure. And so who's your God?
I mean, I think that's irrelevant. I could say it's Jesus. Sure.
Cool. So my argument is that Jesus is dead and therefore imaginary. Want to start there?
Yeah, sure. What's your what's going to be the argument to the premise you make?
The argument to my premise. I think it maybe means support. My argument is pretty simple, which is that the Bible is not actually a trustworthy source of history. And just because the Bible said that Jesus died and rose from the dead, it's kind of meaningless to me. I've got lots of accounts from the ancient world of people dying and rising. But I think more salient to the point is that the Bible just says things, even Jesus just says things that are patently untrue. So if the Bible just continually says things that are untrue, I'm not really inclined to believe that it's true when it makes claims about God. For the same reason, you don't believe that the gods of King Cyrus exist just because Cyrus existed.
Yeah, so whether the Bible is fallible or not doesn't negate God not being real, just so you know. So that doesn't make any
No,
sense.
your God. So this is where listening is actually important. My prompt says your God, meaning your specific God, the one that you believe in, doesn't exist. And your God is a Christian God. That's not even difficult to prove wrong. It's easy.
Yeah, so when you're saying it doesn't exist, that means that it's prudent only in the mind, correct?
What I'm saying is, yeah, like you can only demonstrate this God to exist as far as your imagination exists.
Okay, cool. So can you give me the contradiction for my God existing?
Your God Jesus is a contradiction because you believe in a Trinity, most likely. Do you believe in Trinity?
Yeah, it's gonna be an assumption fallacy. No, I don't.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Trinity?
Yeah, I know that's stupid. No.
Okay, so you believe in one God or three gods?
One God. Can you answer the question? What's the contradiction for my God being real?
We're getting there. I actually have to know what you believe because it turns out you're not a real Christian. So you believe in one God. So who is Jesus then?
Son of God, Messiah, dude.
Ah, the Son of God. What makes somebody the Son of God?
Lexical terminology. I don't know.
You don't know. Well, why would we accept that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yeah, so that's gonna be a burden shift. What's the contradiction for my God being real?
Because sons of God don't exist. So the contradiction is that you believe Jesus is the Son of God. You haven't even supported that gods exist. Therefore, Jesus being a son of God is a meaningless statement.
Wow, your tracking capability is astonishing. That's not what I said. So what's the contradiction for
So
my God being real?
sounds like you're just struggling right
Dodge
now.
number 3.
So
that's gonna be the third dodge.
We're talking about Jesus right now. Jesus being the Son of God is ridiculous because a son is somebody who is. What is a son?
Yeah, that's not the argument for the 5th time. Stop dodging,
What
dude.
is?
Holy
What's
shit,
a
this is dodge
son?
number 5. Yeah, that's just gonna be not relevant. One more time. What's the
It
argument to
is.
God
So
being a contradiction?
your God has begotten somebody according to your God's book. How does a God begot a non-God?
Look, chat's ready for you to kick you again, Fred. So what's the argument for my God being a contradiction?
They're just annoyed because you're too dumb to actually engage in the honest argumentation that we're attempting to have.
Okay, so one more time. God having a
it
son is
sounds
irrelevant
and it sounds
because I'm
like
not a
you're it sounds
Trinitarian.
like you're driving right now. Even are you driving right now?
I'm in a car, no, but I'm not Trinitarian. So you keep asking about.
I'm not driving. I'm traveling, Your Honor. I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Oh, that's gonna be another dodge. It's gonna be dodge number 6, dude. Do you have any more arguments?
Yeah. So entities that are outside of space and time can't do anything. How does your God do anything?
Yeah, one more time. What's the contradiction from a God being real? That's what the proposition
Again,
says, dumbass. So
it's
what's
not a
the
contradiction,
argument?
you dumb motherfucker. I said things that exist outside of space and time can't do anything because things require time to be done.
Yeah, time's a state of entropy. It's not actually existence of a tangent
No, it's
element.
not.
So that makes
Time is a progression of events.
No, time is a state of entropy, which is a fluctuation of energy
No.
change.
Time
which
is a
change in delta,
progression.
which you have no idea
Time
in
is a
physics.
progression of events.
Are you gonna pretend to know physics now, buddy? So you're gonna get dodged in philosophy and physics?
That's what you're doing. You don't even know what entropy is.
Okay, oh, I don't really. It's a change in delta. Genius. I do know what entropy is. So can you answer my question?
That's not what
What's
entropy
the contradiction from my God being real?
Would you like me to give you the
Just answer
actual
the question.
definition of entropy?
I'm gonna ask one more time, and then I'm gonna let you
It's
go.
not
buddy.
a
What's
it's
the
not a
contradiction
change in
from my God being real?
delta. A change in delta is first of all, delta is a change. That's what that fucking symbol means in math, you idiot. A change in delta would be a change in change. It's redundant. So again, entropy is not a change in delta. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe somebody this dumb has this much confidence. Delta stands for a difference in something. Why are you muting yourself? Are you?
I'm just waiting for you to be done. I'm not trying to get kicked because you're gonna run.
You're driving.
I'm interrupting you.
You're driving right now, which is why you keep muting yourself. Hey, tell your passenger to talk.
Yeah, are you gonna answer the question, buddy?
Tell your passenger to say something.
My who?
Tell your passenger to say something.
Why? What the fuck? This guy's weird as shit.
Because I think you're a lying, dumb motherfucker who's driving right now. Tell your driver to say something.
Yeah. So you were saying what, buddy?
There you go. Now you're out of the car. I heard the door
Shut the
shut, you
fuck up.
liar.
Yeah, shut up.
I
I
heard
wasn't
I heard the
driving. I'm
door
sorry.
shut. None of us are deaf. We all heard the door shut.
Yeah, I wasn't driving, buddy. So one more
Yeah.
time. What's the argument for
have your
God
driver
not
say
being
something.
real?
Put your driver on the camera.
Holy
These
shit! This guy's
liars
so weird.
are dumb if they think that we can't hear what's happening over there.
Okay, that's gonna be another dodge. What is the contradiction for my God being real?
So,
You son of
I already
holy
told
moly,
you
Allah,
that
wallahi shalom, bro.
you can't do things outside of time. Time is required for a progression of events.
So what's
God,
the contradiction? What's the premise one?
It's really easy, right? I realize that
What's the P and
your brain is stuck on P's right now, and that's fine. But what I'm trying to help you understand is that it's illogical, right? If time is required to do things, if change is required to do things, and time is a progression of changes, then your God can't do anything. Your God can't create. Your God can't think. Your God can't speak. In fact, it says that God speaks in the Bible, which also doesn't work. In order to utter words, which the Bible says happened at the beginning, you need things to already exist. In fact, you need atmosphere. God's not even capable of speaking until atmospheres already exist. You can't even speak in outer space. You know, sound doesn't travel in outer space, right?
Yeah, but are you gonna stop muting me? You just look like a pussy doing that shit, dude.
I have to mute you because you're not listening and you talk over the host. You're the reason why you're getting muted.
Okay, so one more time. What is the contradiction? What's the premise for P and not P?
I just told you.
Okay, so what's the argument for time being real then? Since you want to pretend about physics.
I'll write it in a syllogistic form of some nature for you, since your reptilian brain can't handle it. Premise number one is time is a progression of, we'll call it changes or events, whatever you want to call it. We're going to call it changes.
That's called entropy, Einstein.
No, it's not. Entropy is a measure of disorder, you dumb piece of shit.
No, entropy is a change in energy.
Yes, it is. I'm more than happy to fucking show you the definition when you shut up and let me. No, you didn't Google the definition.
Google it.
I don't need to Google it. I actually went to school and had to take fucking thermodynamics, you idiot. T2, time is a progression of changes, and all actions require change. There we go. Premise number 3, all thoughts require a progression. Thoughts are progressing in something. So premise number 4, all thoughts and actions.
This is very embarrassing for you.
It's certainly not. It's embarrassing for you, which is why you can't actually track what's happening right now. So all thoughts and actions are going to require a progression of changes, which means, conclusion, all thoughts and actions require time. For something to exist for no amount of time and in no location is describing non-existence. If your God is indecipherable from non-existence, then your God doesn't exist, and neither does your brain.
Yeah, can I answer?
You're more than welcome to try.
Yeah, quick question, buddy. What's the inference rule you're applying to that?
Don't care. Where did I go wrong in my syllogism?
He doesn't even know. What a dumbass.
You tell me
you
then.
You don't even have an inference for your
me.
premise.
You tell me. What's my inference rule?
Oh my god. Oh my god. W in the chat.
Imagine thinking you won an argument by asking me to name. Imagine thinking you won an argument by asking to name off some niche vocabulary. It's fucking crazy. After you already got punked on basic definitions from math and science. You don't know what entropy is. You don't know what delta is. You're a goof.
Oh
you're all confidence and no substance.
Run. Yeah, drop me that. Run. I know you want to run. I know you want.
I don't know why you think I'm running. This is going to end the same way it ended last time. You're going to run like a fucking coward.
No, you kicked me last time.
Nope.
You're gonna mute me, kick me, tell me you won, and
I'll
pretend to know philosophy.
definitely mute you. That will definitely be happening. In fact, I'll
All right,
fucking
cool.
mute you the whole night if I want
Show me the
to.
premise. Show me the premise. If you want, I can just destroy the show. Your premise.
I just showed you the premises. Were you not listening? You weren't listening,
Yeah, it's
were
not.
you?
It's not valid. You don't understand motor logic, dumbass.
Sure.
You need an actual premise. You need an inference to apply the motor
Premise
logic.
number 1: time is a progression of changes. Agree or disagree?
Yeah. What's the premise? I mean, excuse me. What's
Don't
the
care.
inference?
Premise 1: agree or disagree?
Yeah, sure. The equivocation is a bad definition for premise 1. I don't agree with that at all.
Okay, then give me a definition of time.
Yeah, it's gonna. Well, I don't believe in time, so that's just gonna be a burden shift again.
Oh, you don't think time exists?
No, I think time is nothing but a state of action of change. It's not actually measurable because there's constant change, which is universal.
Okay, so if time doesn't exist, that means God didn't create it?
Yeah, well, first of all,
okay, so if time doesn't exist, then there's no problem with an infinite past, is there?
Why am I making a premise for it?
This is easy. Actually, you just made my entire argument for me. So if time doesn't if time doesn't exist, I actually just had this conversation the other night.
All right, bro,
if time doesn't exist, then what that means is you actually now lack an argument for why an infinite regress in the past isn't possible.
An infinite regress in the past. What's your evidence for that?
I'm asking you, do you think that it's impossible? What's the contradiction?
Yeah, dude.
What's the contradiction? Give me the P and not P. Give me the contradiction in infinite regress. Give me the contradiction. I'm waiting for it.
Yeah, you're just gonna keep muting. It's gonna.
I'm waiting for the contradiction. I didn't mute you. My hands are right here. I'm waiting for the contradiction. Give me the contradiction. Give me the P and give me the P and not P.
Yeah, define infinite regress.
You know what it is. It's an infinite chain of causes in all directions, in the past, present, and future.
Yeah, so first of all, that's even my proposition.
Give me the contradiction. Give me the contradiction. Give me the contradiction.
Yeah, that's
find me the contradiction. Again. Waiting for the contradiction.
He hasn't answered my original argument.
Waiting for the contradiction. Now he's running. He's a coward. He's running. He won't answer. Give me the contradiction.
All right, sure. So I can say it only becomes a problem if, well, I don't know. I don't think there is one.
Waiting for the contradiction. Still waiting for the contradiction.
I never even made the assertion.
Still waiting for. Okay, so there's no contradiction with an infinite past and future.
Buddy, why am I making your argument? What the fuck?
Listen, I'm just asking you. Is there a contradiction with having an infinite past and an infinite future?
Yeah, you're pathetic, buddy.
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
So, do you know what my argument was?
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
My argument was it was a false.
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
It's not equivalent.
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no? Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
Yeah, you're dumb.
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
Buddy, you're still
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
All right, I'm gonna just listen. You keep saying this. Keep saying it.
Is there a contradiction? Yes or no?
Keep going. Boom.
Okay. Well.
Keep singing. Come on, bro.
I guess since he's too much of a coward to actually dialogue, I'll just go into reading super chats and we'll just ignore this clown. In fact, I'll just turn your volume down so no one can actually hear anything you're saying.
That's fine.
And then I'll turn my volume way up on TikTok so they can literally only hear me rather than your dumb pie hole. And we'll just go and start reading super chats. Hey, Lancelot Cockblocker of Galahad, good to see you tonight. Chuck Norris is dead. Keith Richards still alive. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed, that is the case. Chuck Norris is unfortunately dead, and I think he had to get God had to get permission to Chuck Norris to turn on the lights at the day of creation, according to that. And Not a Robot says, looking forward to all the finely tuned minds tonight. Well, we found one that isn't finely tuned because he's afraid to find me the contradiction in the argument. Oh no, he ran. Who could have guessed that? Oh no. No one expected that. Oh well. Hey, good to see you, Not a Robot, and I still believe you. I know you're not a robot. And Jammin' Jay, hey, awesome new PFP, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I wish hubris had more consequences. Rock hard for Doug and fuck ICE. Couldn't agree more with both of those statements. In fact, I got to write notes for PhD free. Caught up in the prompt. misuses science words, won't find the contradiction in my position after posturing for 15 minutes about needing to find contradictions. Cool. Easy enough. Imagine being that big of a clown on the internet and then thinking that like you're cooking. It's wild. Nikki says, I want to ask guest what he thinks nothing is. You know what? Unfortunately, that guest that got caught up on the word nothing was too much of a clown to actually engage in like, can you define this word type dialogue? And it was just obvious that they weren't going to answer. That's why I tried to get them to answer and they wouldn't. Steve Wright says, shuck 'em. Hell, it damn near killed him. Amazing joke, by the way. In fact, superb joke. So here's what we're gonna do. We are out of guests. PhD Free was our last guest. So I'm gonna read super chats. If like a really tempting guest shows up at the guest box, I might take them because I don't know. I think if we don't take another guest, we might end early. So if I get another guest while I'm reading supers, I'll definitely take them and argue with them. But I'm gonna read the supers and see where we can get. Move the Stars. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says hi. Book rec. How Minds Change by David McRaney. Let me check that one out. Hold on. How Minds Change, David McRaney. How Minds Change, the New Science of Belief. Actually looks pretty good. I think somebody else recommended this to me the other day. The Science of How Minds Change. You know who might be interested in this book and probably already read it? I'm thinking is John Cohen. I suspect John Cohen already knows about this because he has done a lot of live streams on how Christianity is nonsense because you don't get to control what you believe. It's not like a conscious choice that you get to make. And Scribbles by Janice, good to see you. Marcy, you're looking gorgeous. Are the bangs new or am I misremembering? I'm sorry, I didn't see this when Marcy was here. Marcy always looked fabulous. And good question. I don't know if the bangs were new or not. I'm trying to remember what she had last time she was up. But agreed on all accounts, Scribble. And Marcy's wicked fucking smart as well. Dr. Pizza says, trust my gut. The same gut that shit my pants last week. Oh, fuck. I mean, there's a few of our guests that I believe may or may not be into shatting pants. But it's hard to tell. Who was the name of that guy that had dumb guy voice a minute ago? Hold on. Nathaniel, was that the guy? Hold on. Yeah, Nathaniel Ward. That dude, I would believe, shat his pants. Fuck, he probably shat his pants in the middle of our conversation. And Frick says, in response to nothing, there may be paradoxes about nothing. For instance, even if no thing whatsoever exists, is that empty state of affairs a thing? No, it wouldn't be a thing. It would be no thing. But I get what you're saying. I've heard people give the argument, like, if nothing exists, it would still be a thing because nothing is a thing. Like the word nothing, the description of nothing would be a thing. But I don't think so because the description itself wouldn't exist if there was nothing. I see what they're trying to do there. I just don't buy into it. And Shane says, hey, Justin, Coke or Pepsi? Well, listen, I like Coke and Pepsi Zero both, but I'm currently doing the zero sugar, zero caffeine Coke. I don't think there's a zero caffeine Pepsi. I've been kind of minimizing my caffeine and trying to save it for like special occasions, like going to Starbucks or going to the gym, rather than just constantly being overloaded on caffeine. I don't think I need it. I don't think it does anything for me. And some people have, people already know a little bit of my journey with ADHD. I'm on like actual medication now. And the caffeine has never done anything for me. So I'm like, why am I doing this to my body? Like, the only thing it has ever done for me is like if you take it before a good gym session, like you might get some restriction in the blood vessels that help your blood to pump a little bit better. But mentally speaking, does nothing to me. Like I could, like if I was tired and wanted to go to bed, I could go to bed on a double shot of caffeine. It would do nothing for me. So I'm like, why do I keep drinking caffeine all the time when it doesn't help me with my brain? It doesn't help me wake up. It could literally only help me in like, I don't know, an athletic endeavor. So I basically am just drinking caffeine-free products at this point, unless I go to the gym. In fact, even at Starbucks now, I've started to get like some of the caffeine-free drinks. Like I'll get steamed milk, I'll get like matcha, which has very little caffeine. So it's not necessary. So that being said, if it's caffeine-free, I'll probably have it as long as it's also sugar-free. I don't really get into the Coke versus Pepsi war all that much. Barbara says it's pronounced cello. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have pronounced somebody's I pronounced something wrong. Anyways, thanks for the correction. And Pretty Pink Princess says, hey host, I love your vids. You taught me so much. Well, thank you, Pretty Pink. I appreciate that. I've been meaning to make some more videos, and I promise after Easter I will. I've had some time crunches, and I haven't got around to making standard format videos, but I've got some in the works. I did one recently that I just recorded with Leaving Faith, and I just haven't edited it and uploaded it yet. That would be a lot of fun. Slug Racer, thank you for the super chat, says, I was listening to your other debates and was shocked to learn about the Divine Council and all other biblical gods. Oh, yeah. That's some crazy stuff when you start learning about the Divine Council and the sons of God and the Ugaritic literature that is underlying the theology of the Hebrew Bible. Someone who's rather famous for this, although it's well known in Assyriology, like Klaus Westermann has been talking about this since the 60s. But a popular author, although he's passed now, Michael Heiser, peace be upon him, has written pretty extensively on the Divine Council and these things. He wrote a book called The Unseen Realm that talks about this. It's a really good book, and while he's a Christian, I think his book is really well received by the wider scholarly community. And Collapsalism says, Jada, we eagerly await you in Cali. Ha 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 ha. Wait, who's Jada? I hold on. I see a lot of people that I talked to tonight. Even a Jake. I don't see a Jada. Am I missing something? Is there a Jada that I'm missing, y'all? This might be my fault. Maybe this is a reference to something that I don't know that was happening. But Flaps, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well, and also your pro bono work. Steve Wright, thank you for the super chat. Says, question: if Doug is hiking, falls, and starts a rock slide, and it takes out a bus full of Christians, is he charged with manslaughter, or is it an act of God? It's an act of vengeance for the Christians blaspheming Doug the God, the God of the Hebrew Bible even. It's divine judgment, I would say. And Jessica Transmetal with another super chat with rhythm says, there once was a man named Justin who put theist callers into his queue, debunking the lies and myths and hate in his apologetics barbecue. That is beautiful. And I love this separation of the individual phrases with the song markers or the music marker. That's really good. I appreciate that, Jessica. Percy, good to see you tonight, says gravity is a money lender. Jesus going to be mad. I know, Jesus did not like money lenders. He's going to be pissed at gravity. It's crazy that he couldn't understand the situation with gravity. Like, so you don't need an energy force or a mover to start things moving. They will just because of the existence of gravity alone. And if gravity is, I don't know, fundamental and we'll say even eternal, there's no good reason to believe that you need a prime mover. The movement would come from, in fact, gravity itself. Percy says gravity is, oh yeah, sorry, I just read that. Game Guy, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, I bet Bo could have won the debate if he said, cause, just one more time. I know, maybe if he listed 10 more different causes, we could have actually got an answer. Also, let me catch up on some other chats. Nick Lebensky, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. I really appreciate that. Here's 30 pieces of US dollars. Can you please explain the most common apologetics for Matthew 27, verse 9 bullshit? Yes, I can. The most common apologetic for Matthew 27:9 is they'll say, well, he's performing midrash. In fact, I bet you in this Bible, in the New Oxford Annotated Bible, if there's a note, I'll bet money it says that. And we'll explain what that would mean if he was doing some form of midrash. And it'll make more sense in a second. But I'm curious what they actually say. Matthew 27. Okay, it says, this citation is loosely based on Zechariah 11:12-13. These verses also form a midrash on Jeremiah 19-18. Very good. So that's the typical apologetic. I don't think it's a good one. I don't think they're doing midrash, but the general argument is like, listen, they're saying that there's a hidden message in Jeremiah. One of the forms of midrash is you're going into a text and you're trying to pull stuff out of it, secret messages, hidden codes, different things. You're reinterpreting the text in a way that is divorced from the original context. So essentially what he would have been saying is Jeremiah is actually doing a midrash on Zechariah, which obviously wouldn't be possible. Zechariah came after Jeremiah, but nevertheless, that's kind of the idea where the author is saying, listen, there's hidden messages in Jeremiah. And that's, I don't know, to be fair, that might be the best explanation. The better explanation is he fucked up, just like Mark fucked up in chapter 1 and quoted part of Zechariah or Malachi rather, and gave it to Isaiah. Just got it wrong. Chodicus Maximus says, new screening question for callers. Who's your daddy and what does he do? Praise Lord Arnold and Rip Chuck. I love that quote. Who's your daddy and what does he do? I would definitely put that on my soundboard if I thought there was like a way to use that effectively in a debate. It's really, really when a Kindergarten Cop has got so many good quotables, but now you guys know how old I am, that my media references are from fucking Kindergarten Cop. Dr. Fudge says, I think the animist is just looking for a free nose exam. That is the case. Man. Confused. The animist, it went from animism to pantheism to polytheism to just straight up confusion. But he will get clipped, and it'll be fun to watch the second time around. User, thank you for the super chat, says, has there ever been child sacrifice in the Bible outside of the obvious prank God pulled? I wonder because they claim the Canaanites did it. You mean like, do we know of instances like other than Judges 11 where there was a child sacrifice by non-Israelites? Is that what you're asking? I mean, the most famous obviously is 2 Kings chapter 3. In 2 Kings chapter 3, Mesha, the king of the Moabites, sacrifices his eldest son on the wall, and a great wrath comes upon God's army, it says. In fact, it says, when the king of Moab saw that the battle was going against him, he took with him 700 swordsmen to break through the king of Edom, but they could not. Then he took his firstborn son, who was to succeed him, and offered him as a burnt offering on the wall, and a great wrath came upon Israel. So they withdrew from him and returned to their own land. That's probably the most famous child sacrifice. There are others. Jeremiah, in at least 3 different locations, talks about how the Israelites were offering their children in the valley of Hinnom. So we know that was happening. Judges 11 is obviously a child sacrifice. All the instances of harem killings are child sacrifices as well, based on what we know about harem warfare. So, yeah, I would definitely say that there are instances of child sacrifice. Check out the word harem in the Bible. Just Google it. You'll get a bunch of instances. Deuteronomy 7, Leviticus 27, Numbers 31. Sean James says, how many eggs are in the refrigerator? All of them. Can dude just answer a simple question? I know. They do this, though. They do this footwork because they don't want to get caught on their nonsense. That's the unfortunate thing. They don't want to engage, honestly. And also, Chris Wyndham, thank you for the $50 over Cash App. Really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And also, Scribbles with Janice coming in again says, will you let me talk? On repeat. is talking. I know. It's crazy that it's usually the people that want to yap endlessly that think that they're being like censored. Like, you won't let me talk. No. I want you to talk. I want you to talk in an organized manner where we can go back and forth and take one point at a time and decide if you're saying stupid things or not. Brian, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, new meaning to every sperm is sacred. I agree. Every sperm is sacred because of what we've learned here today. And that's going to be a wild sound clip when it comes out. Redwood Dragon said, spent money today to say strap-on has no parts. Spelled backwards. No fucking way. This can only mean one thing. Strap-ons are part of the divine simplicity. No parts. This is verifiable evidence. Somebody clip this and send this to Dalton. This is verifiable evidence. A code word hidden in strap-on telling you that Peggy has no parts and is divinely simple. There's no other way that we can take this message. It's divine. And the Sator tribe says, got here at Schmildos or God. I fucking love you guys. We did. We definitely had a moment in the live stream where dildos were deified, and it was magnificent, to be fair. Barbara, thank you for the super chat, says plate tectonics is Gaia getting her rocks off. Oh fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I wish I would have thought of that during the stream. That's right, we have it now. Thank you for that. And Oren Pack says Marceline's swimmer gods unseen and true. Well, sometimes they're unseen. MSGU, rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin. Thank you for that. Give me a second to figure out what we've got here with MSGU. Marcelina's swimmer gods unseen. That's what that means. MSGU. Very good. We might need to have a conversation about MSGU still. Yeah, there might need to be some clarification about that. And I Am the Darkness says, since you like music, give numbers 31, 17 to 18 by Sophia Isella a listen. I actually heard about that song recently. In fact, give me a second. I'll put it into YouTube and give it a listen later tonight after the stream is done. And it should be good. I hope. I don't know who Sophia is, but I kind of hope it's done in the in like the vibe of the band Kitty. If y'all know the band Kitty, I think Kitty would be the right band to do a Numbers 31 song. And Duskframe says, if sperm is God, then I have a whole pantheon in my sock. We might even say that pantheon is dried up. It has to be fresh. It has to still be living. The pantheon spreads and multiplies fast, but only the living parts of the pantheon can produce life. And Pat says, dat inside dis to the Sky Daddy sponsor ad. Pat's getting crazy tonight. We did. Guys, keep in mind. Fuck. I'm dying. Save me, Chuck Norris. Okay. So the thing of it is, we went from Peggy strap-on to private internet access, which is why, remember, you need to have a proper VPN when you're on the fucking internet talking about strap-ons and gods. That's all I'm saying. And Jay Graven says, could you point me in the direction of a good high-resolution picture of Doug and Sharon for my next tattoo? I'm having a hard time finding one. Well, I know there's one floating around in the Discord, but if you email me, I'll send you one of my raw copy photos. I've got raw copy photos in my Canva storage. I can download one of them and send them to you, and I would love to see your Doug tattoo. And please, by all means, if you get a Doug tattoo, please, 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 pretty please, notify everybody in the Discord so we can cheer for you and applaud you. Guitar Atheist, thank you for the super chat. Also, the artist formerly known as Charles, if I remember correctly, says known as, oh, yeah, it's right there. Known as the former Charles Ledbetter 907. Stealing a line from Prince, one of my absolute favorites. Prince, one of a kind. Prince really was one of a kind. But I feel like this chat might have been in reference to something other than the name change. If not, sorry if I misunderstood. But yeah, the artist formerly known as Prince is what you're invoking here. You're now the artist formerly known as Charles Ledbetter 907. And we appreciate you, buddy. And also, as always, cute pup. Jay says, we need an atheist tacos spot on the Discord. Wonder how we would do that. You guys know I'm down for tacos. Tacos are life-changing in many ways, actually. Ways that might not even be known to everybody. That being said, W fucking tacos. If we can make it happen in the Discord, let's make it happen. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. Says, don't fear the raptor. Rock hard for Doug. I feel like there's a play on words with Don't Fear the Reaper, which was, what the fuck? What band was that? Give me a second. Who Don't Fear the, hold on. Don't Fear the Reaper. That was like one hit wonder, right? Blue Oyster Cult. More cowbell. Oh, wait. That's a wood block on the video, not a cowbell. That's a wood block. Okay. That almost worked. I don't actually have a proper wood block to do the Blue Oyster Cult SNL skit. That's a shame. That is a damn shame. Oh well. Bruce would be very disappointed. I'm sorry, Bruce. I didn't mean to let you down. Peace be upon him. Jessica, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, there once was a god named Doug whose glory was revealed as we dug. We worship and pray to his hardness each day. Let's put his face on a mug. We do. In fact, I did recently change the gift shop over to a new organization because I received word that the prior gift shop we were using were fumbling. They were delivering stuff late. It wasn't getting there, like sometimes not within like weeks and weeks. I was like, this is not fucking good. We got to do this. So I did change out the gift shop. I don't know how much has been listed. I connected everything to my YouTube account, and it usually takes like 2 to 5 business days for the connection to like actually go through. Let me see if it's actually connected now. Let's see. I don't see anything in my products on YouTube for some reason, but the store does exist. I'll link to the store and then put that in my link tree. And then I'll find out why YouTube's not updating. I don't know why it's not updating. I'm using Fourth Wall to do the merch. In fact, let me log in. Oh, Fourth Wall's website's broken. Cool. Okay, we're not going to do that today, apparently. Nevertheless, I also have a fucking live restriction. Congratulations, we went all night without a restriction, and now we're reading super chats. Not even a fucking guest up here, and we're restricted. Live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reasons, harassment and bullying. Yeah, that's what the fuck happened. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and has been restricted in search results for the next 10 minutes because your live does not comply with the For You feed eligibility standards under our community guidelines. Reasons, harassment and bullying. Yeah, you're a fucking joke, TikTok. This is why nobody likes you. If a better alternative comes around, we'll start fucking using you tomorrow and you'll be left in the dust. Random says Nathaniel is confusing CTE with Heavenly Trips. In To be fair, that certainly is the case. That really is the case. Zach says, did the caller say that Jesus breathed his hot breath to his disciples and gave them his warm, godly, creamy Holy Spirit? You know, to be fair, using the proper exegetical methods that Christians use and knowing that words have spiritual meanings, that's exactly what he said. That he didn't use the exact words, but that's exactly what the text meant. So I think the answer to the question is obviously yes, obviously. Scribbles, thank you for the additional super chat, says, hello, I'm an artist. I can also draw something prettier than man. That makes me God. Hail me. LOL. Can you make something prettier than mankind is unfucking believable. We didn't even get around to the conversation of you can't tell anyone what is objectively prettier or not prettier or better looking than anything else, because these are all subjective measurements. Everybody disagrees on what is pretty and what is not pretty. You can't just tell me that mankind is like, what scale? What fucking scale are we measuring with? You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. Gamer says, W for Nathaniel, finding men appealing. Actually, to be fair, big W. If I had to guess, Nathaniel might be gay for Justin as well, which is unfortunate for him because he could come over to our team and not like have to live with that guilt, you know? Pat, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, that Volta drawing is horrific. You know what, Pat? I take umbrage with this comment. I used beautiful artistry, and a lot of people on the live stream thought it was beautiful. My picture of Volta. In fact, I still have it right here. Do you want to make Volta cry? Volta! Where'd Volta? Pat said you're ugly, Volta. Do you believe this guy? Volta's crying. See what you did? You made Volta cry. Well, hold on, I gotta draw fucking tears falling down. You made Volta cry, Pat. Look, he's crying now. There's a tear in his beer. What rhymes? What cat food rhymed with beer? What are we doing with this one? If he was on top of my face like usual, there'd be a tear in my ear. How about that? That's all I'm saying. And look, we got other people are mad. This blasphemy will not stand against our precious Volta. Will not stand. Mods ban Pat. No, please don't ban Pat. We love Pat. Skepticus says mental illness is sad. Arrogance coupled with stupidity is enraging. That actually is the thing, actually. Listen, it's one thing to be stupid. It's one thing to be wrong. It's another thing to be both stupid and wrong, and then also very fucking confident that you're right while being embarrassingly wrong in public. That's the most enraging thing. And then not only are you wrong and stupid, but you're talking over the guy, trying to explain to you why you're wrong and stupid. It's an exercise in futility for sure. Hayden says, doesn't know what an internal critique is. Not at all. They never do. To be fair, at least the Philbro types, while their brain has been ruined by philosophy, they typically at least know what an internal critique is. And not a robot. And believe you me, I won't tell anybody if you are. Nathaniel says, in Dolly Parton's name, is Doug real? Oh, fuck. Are we swearing in Dolly Parton's name now? Peace be upon her. Wait, she's not dead yet. When she is, though, peace be upon her. I hope she never dies. Dolly Parton's like 1,000,000 years old, but I hope she never dies. Hold on, how old is Dolly Parton now? Let's see. 80! Fuck. Dolly Parton's 80, y'all. Dolly Parton looks better at 80 than I look in half of her age. Hold on. Y'all, I'm just gonna say, I don't get into music stars very much, but Dolly Parton's a national fucking treasure. Can we just admit that Dolly Parton's a national treasure? She for where she grew up and what she did, she moved against the grain. She went against society and tried to make the world a better place. Doug bless Dolly Parton for sure. And Jennifer says, also great showing on History Valley. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really funny because I forgot our topic. And when I talked to Jacob right before the stream, he's like, oh, I want to talk about how the Bible is really kind of Epstein-ish. I'm like, oh, we're in luck. I got a whole bunch of talking points for that. I was literally just doing live streams on this point. And so we got to cook on all of the amazing Epstein talking points for the God of the Bible. And Guitar Theist, also Charles, 907. Is this a double name change? Caller, prove your God exists. Moron, you're making the claim. Yeah, he's been sucked on a bottle tonight. Yeah, you know what? Nathaniel, we're still talking about Nathaniel. That dude was not sober. If he was sober, then I don't want to know what he's like intoxicated. People that brains are that mushy, like we should revoke their rights to consume alcohols. They're already too far gone. Like they shouldn't be mixing with polite society while also, like, you know, having their brains impaired. Just not a good look. Voodoo pins. Hey, beautiful dog. Is that a corgi? Anyways, oh my fucking god, your kitty has a whittle stash. He does. Volta, the Hellraiser that destroys everything in my house, also just happens to have a Shitler stash. Coincidence? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Nevertheless, it is really fucking interesting. Although, listen, I put the Easter grass behind me on the set, and he hasn't eaten it yet. He might not even realize it's there. But I'm suspecting the Easter grass is going to get the same treatment as the fake snow I had there for Christmas. Time will tell. Nick, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, the Bible was written by humans, so it's flawed. Damn, too bad an all-powerful God has literally no other way to communicate or prove he exists. I know. Could you imagine an all-powerful being, and he's like, fucking, I could, like, just magically appear and prove to everybody that I'm real and tell them exactly what I want. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have these dudes write a book and just claim it's from me. No way to prove it, obviously. In a time where there's no cameras, fucking no film, no pictures, no mass media. Just hope for the best. What could go wrong? And a DIY parent says, DZ, keep working and doing your thing, bro. Well, thank you, DIY parent. And to be fair, we're all kind of DIY parents, aren't we? Like, we're all just kind of figuring the shit out together. People say, you know, wait till you're ready to have kids. And I agree. You know, if you can wait till you're ready to have kids, do it. But, like, to be fair, we're all fucking figuring it out. If you're a first-time parent, like, there's so much shit you don't know. You just kind of have to learn on the fly. You're just figuring that shit out. So if you're thinking about becoming a parent, don't worry. You'll figure it out. You'll do on-the-job training. You'll be fine. Royal, thank you for the 99-cent super thanks. I appreciate that. And Boogit, great to see you tonight. Chuck Norris was a homophobic Trumper. Was he fucking really? That's depressing. God damn it. Hold on. Never meet your heroes. Never do it. Let's see. Chuck Norris dead at 86. A history of controversial actors anti-LGBTQ plus comments. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. Well, I'm not surprised he was a Christian. I wouldn't be shocked if he was fucking an anti-Semite as well. Christians seem to exhibit a lot of transphobia, homophobia, and anti-Semitism. It just like it's part of a bundle, like a package deal. And J Danger says Chuck Norris was a mega bigot, homie. I didn't fucking know that until now, y'all. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, y'all know my what's the word I'm looking for? My knowledge of the what happens in like the pop culture world, or you know, in the lives of actors is pretty fucking minimal. Except for a few. There's a few people I've looked into that I'm like, I kind of fucking like them. Juju Penguin says, if we elect Obama, we'll be condemning our children to 1,000 years of darkness. Chuck Norris. I'm only sad he won't see the world he voted for. Fuck me. He said that shit? So he's racist too. Great. Glad to see it. Okay. Well, Chuck Norris, you can go fuck yourself. Jack. If theists don't sin, then Jesus died for nothing. That is the case, actually. Now, I would say this. I think even atheists need to go sin, or else Jesus died for nothing. And you know the reason why is because we could still come to Christ, right? If we come to Christ later in life, we need to have a life of sin to show for it, right? Because if we're perfect, we don't need Jesus. So we have to make sure we're not perfect when we come to Jesus. So whether you're a believer or not a believer, it's okay. If you don't sin, Jesus absolutely died for nothing. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, with another ditty. Thank you so much. Jesus was a liar and a bum. The prophecies he fulfilled was none. An apocalyptical fraud who died by the sword, and now his body is chum. This is... Jessica, listen, these rhymes are actually really good. I wish you would write an entire song and like put it on like Suno for us so we can hear this. These are pretty dope lyrics. Don't let Suno write your lyrics. Fuck Suno lyric or origination. Write your own lyrics. Find a song, put it to a ditty, send it to us. Put it in the Discord. We'd love to hear it. Also, a good time for, while we're reading Super Chats, to join the Discord, friend. Just go to tinyurl.com/DZ Discord, if I remember correctly. tinyurl.com/DZ Discord. Yep, that's it. It's not tiny.cc, it's tinyurl.com/DZ Discord. Join the Discord, y'all. And Prisoner Fan, good to see you tonight, says, we've been spending most of our lives living in an atheist paradise. I love the Coolio reference. We've baby-paced theists once or twice living in an atheist paradise. This is fantastic. We should do a rendition of Atheist Paradise. I'd be down for this, actually, if we could, someone could put that together. I don't know if anyone's got videography skills. We can even do a video for it. We just, you know, you got to be careful, you know, with how you depict Coolio. He is past, and you know, we want to respect the dead, unless it's fucking Chuck Norris. We don't got to respect that shit, apparently. And Puppy Coco, thank you for the $2 butt comment. W. And also, Guitar Atheist, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Luke Crawford Z9 is going to cry because we keen to apes. Moron, you know there was Neanderthals before us. Try getting an education. Idiot. Rock hard for Doug. I assume it's somebody in the comments who thinks that apes gave birth to humans. I'm so concerned at people's lack of understanding for evolution. It's not hard. If you make tiny, tiny changes and then you make billions of them, then what's going to happen is after billions of changes, you're going to be drastically different than what you started with. It's not difficult. You just got to add them all up. It's a large number. Billions are large numbers, y'all. And 15 below is good to see you tonight. Thought you'd find this interesting. In a study published in New York Times, it says that scientists brought dead brain cells partly back to life. Oh, fuck. I believe that, actually. Let me find the article. New York Times, dead brain cells back to life. I'd be interested to read this one, actually. Yeah, look at it. PBS even reported on it recently. Okay. And the National Institute of Health. Ah. No way. Okay. I see the National Institute of of Health talk about this. There's a couple of different articles on it. I will absolutely give it a look. This is really interesting, actually. I wonder how long the brain cells were dead for. Of course, it's behind a paywall. Yeah, okay. See if I can find the original study. Hate getting stuck behind paywalls. Oh, they're doing it in other organs too. No way. Okay. Wow. Damn, y'all. Okay. Cool. It looks like it right now. This article is, even though it's reported in the NIH, it's all behind the New York Times paywall. So, if somebody has access to the article, please do put it in the Discord for us. Most of us don't have access to the article because of the paywall. Good question says, even if King David was Mary's father, Jesus wouldn't be in the line of King David because the line goes through men and religion goes through women. Yep. You nailed it. Good question. So whether or not you're Jewish nowadays or Hebrew back then was whether or not your mother was Hebrew, you know? Now, if you want to know your tribe allotment came through your father. That's how they tracked lineage. It's patrilineal. So anyways, Mary's lineage is irrelevant. It also says that her cousin Mary, or her near kin, was from the line of Aaron, which means she would have been a Levite most likely. 15 Blood says, never mind. It's an older study. Still interesting, though. It looks like 2019 and then a follow-up in 2024. Looks like it might have been done more than once, actually. But it is certainly interesting, I agree. And Duskframe says, hear me out. What if there are tons of human-like species, but God tells them all they're the center of the universe, and he's just a dirty two-timer? Yeah, you thought there's only one bride of Christ. It turns out God's two-timing you. He's got multiple brides. He just doesn't want you to know about each other. The minute we find alien life on other planets, then the God two-timer is going to be found out, and there's going to be hell to pay. His fucking truck's going to get keyed, I can tell you that. And Chodicus says, Holy Spirit can't even keep Michael awake. I know, isn't that wild? They pray for God to guide them and to give them strength, and they don't even have enough strength to stay awake. Creed the Spy. I don't know what you're spying on, but welcome in. We're open here. You don't have to spy on anyone. No covert missions or nothing. Would Deuteronomy 18:12 imply a time limit for prophecy? It says to punish false prophets if they are dead before the test. It destroys the test. No. This is a fair question. I've been asked this a lot, and I don't know if that is the case, because there are other instances where, in fact, God says these prophecies for our distant time. It says it at least once in Daniel and another one in Isaiah. In fact, Isaiah chapter 8 to be specific. So we know there are some prophecies for distant time. So this seems, if we're going to take Deuteronomy 18 seriously, this really seems to be talking about, and it's not 18:12, it's like 18:19 or something. If we're going to take this seriously, then I think what we're probably going to do with this is just suggest that if the prophecy was made for like this generation and it doesn't come to pass, like say, hey, Jesus said the second coming will be within that generation, and then that generation dies, and it didn't come true, well, then, kill the prophet. Or if he says, listen, in 3 months this will happen, and then it doesn't happen, kill him. If he says, hey, King Hezekiah will win the war, and then they lose the war, like, well, fucking kill the prophet, right? So there's definitely some room in here, some wiggle room to say, like I said, a lot of these prophecies are testable. Got to remember, most prophecies in the Hebrew Bible are for the immediate time period. Very few prophecies are for a long time from now, except for the few exceptions. Nevertheless, that's why this is a generally applied rule. It's usually a good rule to apply, but I think it would be wrong to say that this means all prophecies must be fulfilled within the lifetime of the prophet, because then we would have a serious problem with God saying that here's a prophecy sealed up for some time later, a long time from now. Wouldn't really work. But I get it, because it says, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not take place or prove true, is a word that the Lord has not spoken. The prophet has spoken it presumptuously. Do not be frightened by it. And I get it. That prophet will die if they've spoken it presumptuously. You just have to kind of take into account that maybe a prophet who speaks presumptuously won't be found out until after they're already dead. And that's fine. They're already dead. Eternal Adam says, the snoring is a better argument than tag. You know what? You're fucking right, actually. Yeah. Tag is the dumbest argument that we hear on this channel. Optimus, thank you for the super chat, says, my God is not imaginary because the only thing I worship is big butts. Big butts exist. Things that exist aren't imaginary. I win. You know what? This is fair. We might have some equivocating on whether or not big butts count as gods. But I would agree they're actually fucking divine. That is for sure. Big butts are divine. The prophet Sir Mix-a-Lot has already spoken on this. And I think prophet Sir Mix-a-Lot is probably above reproach, if I had to guess. Guitar Atheist says, damn, all these Christians crying tonight. They really are. To be fair, there are some whiny ones. Not all of them. Some of them are okay. I thought Othello was nice. And Calvin Carter, hey, thanks for the super chat, says PhD free. Another example of a dumb guy voice. Actually, you're right. He had like the young dumb guy voice. Like there's the middle-aged dumb guy voice, and then there's like that young dumb kid voice. He definitely had the dumb kid voice for sure. And Amir, good to see you, friend, says, you tell him, Justin. You tell them all. You're the quickest on the verse draw. One by one, they all fall down. Thank you for your service. Well, thank you, Amir. I appreciate that. And also thank you for being a member for 12 months now. I can read the member symbol in your name. 12 months, Amir. I really appreciate that. We've actually got quite a few people now that have been members for a full year. Thank you to all the channel members that have been here for over a year now. I really appreciate it. And Amir sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you. I appreciate that. Big W. And also, Carnage Asada in the house. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Free has 2 jobs, delivering fast food and also the worst arguments anyone's ever heard. That is true. And you know what? I would bet money that he was trying to deliver these arguments as he was like door dashing, or delivering pizza or whatever the hell he was doing in his car. I actually don't know what he was doing in his car, but he was doing something in that car, and he wouldn't put the passenger on / driver. And he clearly got caught. He got called out in a lie. But what are you gonna do? Like when you don't have arguments, you have to lie, right? You have to make stuff up. And we've got a couple more super chats, and we don't have another guest yet. Somebody popped into the guest box momentarily in the left, but no guest. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist with another amazing rhyme says theists who argue from morals get caught into pretzels and quarrels. Babies turned into paste. Women judged by their chaste. We won't let them rest on their laurels. That's actually a really good one. I appreciate that. Holy shit. You don't hear women being referred to as chaste often anymore, but it is actually it's a fun word, actually. And Dr. Blitz hopping in momentarily. Maybe. He's in the guest box, at least. I don't know if he's here on purpose or not. He's come to cook me, Dr. Blitz is. He might actually be in the guest box by accident. You know what? Dr. Blitz, cooked, folded like a lawn chair, scrambled like an omelet. Sorry I had to do that to you. I think it was here by accident. Can Maroc says, does Planet Peterson know that PhD Ramen Hair Free is cheating on him with other streams? Philo Sluttery is wild. Wait, are you saying that guy goes on to his stream and annoys his audience too? These clowns just bounce around from fucking live stream to live stream making fools of themselves. And holy fuck, Dean Withers in the house tonight. Good to see you, Dean, my buddy. It's been a minute. We haven't debated religion in a long time. A syllogism doesn't need a named inference rule for it to have one. Also, 9 out of 10 times, you're probably just using modus ponens. Listen, I don't know the inference rules, but I know this. You can tell if a syllogism is sound and valid without knowing the name of the inference rule. What a silly, silly thing to argue for. And I got to be honest, if he gave me a syllogism and I asked him for the inference rule, he would probably fucking fumble that too. He's just a clown. He's not serious, but we all know PhD Free. He's one of the biggest troll clowns over here. Hope you're doing well, DNC Dean. And Dr. Blitz coming back again to get cooked. Maybe.
Okay, this time it was on purpose. It was on purpose last time too, but my phone's been acting up. You just sounded lonely because nobody else is in the guest box.
I am fucking lonely, buddy.
Well, here I am to keep you company.
Hell yeah. Well, listen, it's good timing because we almost were going to have to end the live early, but we got a guest in the guest box, Ryan, at the same time that you requested up. So what that means is that we're going to take Ryan the Theist from our YouTube queue, and then after that, we'll read some more super chats until midnight rolls around, and then I turn into a pumpkin.
Hey,
how you doing, Ryan?
Hello? Hey, how you doing?
Oh, not too bad. Ryan, are you at least 18?
Yeah.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Which God do you believe in?
I would say the creator God of heaven and earth in Genesis, Yahweh.
Okay, so you're Jewish.
I'm a Christian, student of
Gotcha.
the Bible, study the Bible.
I believe that. Okay, so you're a Christian then. Cool. What do you think?
Yeah, I was raised Christian.
Sure. Well, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
I would argue for the creation account of 7 ages of creation. So I accept a theistic evolution theory, and I believe in the Big Bang theory. So I'm not a person who denies science.
Sure. In Genesis chapter 1, it says that it was created in days, and I assume you're going to argue that days don't mean days?
Yeah, it's Yom. Yom is used as eons or ages. You can pull that up in the context. In Genesis, you can pull up the word Yom.
Yeah, I can actually. It's interesting though, even if you don't know Hebrew, and I assume you don't, it literally just says at the end of each day, God called the light day and he called the dark night, and there was evening and there was morning the first day. What is an evening and a morning in this context?
Yeah, Reverend Boker. I believe those are the beginning and ending of the ages. So, and there's evidence of that because the day of the earth doesn't appear until the third day or the fourth day.
Yeah,
So,
but they didn't understand how light worked, which is why they have this nonsensical creation account. They didn't realize that the day and night was actually caused by the sun specifically, or that the sun was the source of all light. And there's no reason to translate Erev or Boker, evening and morning, as an end of an age or the start of an age. Why would we do that?
I think there's evidence for it even with the writing of Solomon. I mean, an eon is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is an eon. So you
Well, he
could
doesn't say
argue,
that.
doesn't it not say a day is like 1,000 years in the Bible?
He says a day is like 1,000 years, explaining how God is essentially timeless compared to humans. He's not saying that the word day literally means 1,000 years. If that was the case, it still wouldn't work out, because what that would mean is that each day of creation is only 1,000 years. So you'd only have a 6,000 year creation. That's it. Actually, actually, hold on. That's wrong. I got to do actual days, not years. Let me get my calculator. So every day is 1,000 years. So it'd be 360,000. Still not nearly long enough.
Yeah, it's more of a poetic statement, so it's
Oh,
not
so
a
now it's
literal 1,000 years.
meaningless. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I would argue that you could say, at the time of Solomon, they understood this as longer ages, where
Why?
things you could say
Where's that
things are
evidence?
evolving. Sorry, what?
Said why? Where's the evidence that Solomon is under the impression that the word day means something other than a day?
Oh, I think it's seen as a more poetic expression. That's the way I would read Genesis. So
Yeah, I know that's how you're reading it. I'm asking you to support your reading of it.
there's a lot there that would say that, like
Like what?
the fact that the sun, the moon, and the stars don't appear in the sky until the fourth day. So,
but according
if we're
to
assuming the
science,
day was a sun revolution, then that can't be.
the Earth was created after the sun and stars.
Right.
And
yeah.
also,
It's
the
kind of
plants
emerging.
were created after the sun, right?
Right.
Like,
that would
like
be.
it says plants.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. The plants are emerging after the sunlight is coming through the atmosphere. So I would take that as the atmosphere actually starting to open up, so that you could
Right. But in the
you
Bible,
can now
in
see
the
the
Bible, it says
zodiac
that
in the sky.
the plants came before the sun.
Well, for the plants to emerge, you would need the sunlight to come through the sky.
But the plants come before the sun.
That's
Is
what it
that
says in
the
Genesis
third
1.
day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the third day.
So if you think
Okay,
that
right, you're
that a
right.
day
Yeah.
is like
They're
1,000
emerging,
years,
yeah.
that means plants existed for like 1,000 years without sunlight?
Well, I would say without direct sunlight. I think the sky was thicker during that age. So that would be the about a
There was no
billion year
sun.
age. If we're
And
going back to the
I mean, look,
4.5 billion years, that would be when the first protoplasm existed, and started to like grow on the earth. That's, that would be the reading of it.
If the view that you take is something like, these actually correspond to different like eons of the universe, and so like the first day was like the eon of the universe where like the Big Bang happened or whatever.
Yeah, day age
you
creation.
just get the order wrong, right? It's just not true that plants existed before the sun did, right? It's strictly false. And so like you have to reject some piece of scientific evidence that there were somehow plants before the sun existed.
No, I know. I'm arguing that's referring to the zodiac of the Earth, so that the sun, the moon, and the stars were seen due to the oxygenation of the atmosphere by the plants. So it's kind of describing a system, like an evolutionary system. Hope that makes sense.
So, as far as I know, the Earth's atmosphere has never been opaque.
You're saying like filled with clouds? Or
no, it's never been the case that like you couldn't see the sun at any point in time in Earth's history. The sun has always been visible in Earth's history.
Okay, that would be
and certainly by the time that trees and fruiting bodies and stuff evolved, which was 500 million years ago, our atmosphere was like mostly clear. There were like there were as many clouds then as there are today.
Yeah, I also have another argument for that as well, because you still don't have a complete zodiac. So if you're going to argue, it specifically says God made the zodiac for measuring times and seasons. So for the zodiac, you need the Pleiades star cluster. You need actual aspects of the zodiac that didn't exist yet.
Blitz, do you understand what he's trying to say? Because this doesn't make any sense. The universe doesn't need the Pleiades or the zodiac.
And where is that mentioned in the Bible?
From
is
the
that mentioned somewhere?
It actually is mentioned. The Pleiades is mentioned in Job, as is Orion's belt.
Right, but not in Genesis.
No, not in Genesis.
Well, no, but it says God appointed stars for measuring the times and seasons.
Yeah, he didn't say which stars.
Well, yeah, but you'd have to go on the ancient farming, concept. This was where we'd have to look into, like the Bronze Age mentality to understand.
I have. That doesn't adjust the problem. Nothing about our universe requires there to be a zodiac.
I also still don't understand how we have plants before the sun.
Right.
Like, I don't know how we got around that.
What I think it's describing how God is forming the earth for Adam specifically. So it's kind of like it is sort of centering around God's plan to make man, if you will. So like that's what it's describing. Adam is a central aspect of that.
So is it metaphorical and it's like not the actual order, or is it the actual
somewhat
order?
metaphorical, I think. Yeah, but I think that you could still ascribe the same concept of the evolution of the cosmos and life on Earth, like through the science. It would take a little time to fully explain it, but
Dr. Butts, I have no idea what that had to do with anything to answer the question. This is simple. Listen, the Bible says that plants existed before the sun. We're just asking you to explain how plants existed without anything to do, without anything to feed them with the nourishment. Remember, they do photosynthesis.
Yeah.
They need oxygen.
It more says he appointed the sun, the moon, and the stars in the sky. So it's not necessarily saying that's when he created them. So God is describing it for a Bronze Age audience, if you will. So like a farming audience is how
he
they
said.
would understand it.
He said, "Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and seasons, for days and years." So the lights in the firmament, because remember they believed in a flat earth with a firmament over top of it. Those are the sun, moon, and stars. That's when they were created. They were created on day 4.
Let them be.
In verse 16, it explicitly says, God made 2 great lights, right?
Yeah, the lesser lights will rule the day, the lesser lights will rule the night. Yeah.
Yeah, he made them. They weren't they weren't already there. He made them on the 4th day.
Again, it just says, and God made 2 great lights. It doesn't say he
on that day
actually made them on that day necessarily.
Then what are the days doing here? Are the days dividing the days of creation, or do none of these days matter? What day was Adam created on?
I think they're like indiscriminate eons. So it's
what eon was Adam created in?
The 6th eon.
How do you know that? You just said that the eons don't matter anymore. You said what's happening in the 4th eon didn't happen in the 4th eon.
I mean, I think you could say they merged together over time, because again, he made the light on the first.
So Adam could have been created on day number 5.
Well, he made the light on the first day, though. So it's like, where does?
So we have no idea what the order is.
All the light of the universe is coming from the first day.
No, what I'm saying is, based on your hermeneutic, we have no idea what was created in what order, because you're saying that these days aren't actually a progression of events, which is the craziest thing I've ever heard about the creation account.
Well, I think it is a progression of events. But there is a system of thought here.
So then if there's a progression of events, then what happens in that progression is that, just like Dr. Blitz said, on day number 4, all the luminary bodies and the sun is made. The sun is how plants live. So plants didn't live for an eon prior to the creation of the sun. I don't see why this is difficult.
And he made the lights on the first day.
Yeah.
And then
he didn't.
And he appointed the light in the sky to govern the day.
He made light. He didn't make lights. He says, "Let there be lights," plural, "in the dome of the sky that separate day from night." That's the sun and the moon. The lesser light and the greater light. The sun and the moon were made after generic lights were already made, after photons were made. They don't know where photons come from. They don't know where light comes from. So what I'm saying is the light from the sun specifically did not exist until day number 4, and the light from the sun specifically is required for plant life on Earth.
Yeah, I've read it in Hebrew.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I have. Bereshit Elohim bara ha'eretzas hashamayim, the heaven and the earth. I know the Hebrew.
Well, you've memorized it.
Well, yeah.
But do you actually know how to read Hebrew is what I'm asking.
Not in like a, I'm not fluent in it or anything, but I've studied it.
How do you change bara to be a future tense verb rather than past tense?
Bereshit Elohim bara. You're talking about in the Genesis.
Bara means to create. I'm asking, how would you change the verb?
Correct.
Do you know how to do verbs?
No.
Okay, so you don't know how to read then. Gotcha. So you've memorized some words. Congratulations. You don't know how to read Hebrew just yet. So my point is quite quite clear here, right? On day 4, or whatever you want to call it, eon number 4, then what you have is a period of creation where the sun and the moon and the stars are created. Prior to that, plants already exist. We're trying to figure out how plants were in existence prior to the thing that feeds them.
It's more. I was trying to get my Bible. I just got it out. So it's more of a thought that God is inserting into that point in time. It says God said, "Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate day from night. Let them mark the seasons, the days, and the years." So that's the concept being expressed. Is
maybe
how
the relevant
do humans
distinguish
time?
So there's something to be of note here. So if you go look at Genesis 3, or 1 verse 3, the word that's being used is or. It's aleph vav resh, right? This is the word that refers to light as like a concept, the kind of thing that you see light. It's not an object, right? This is the concept of light.
Yeah. Right.
And if it's just, and if you go look at the word in verse 16, when it talks about God making the 2 great lights, it says ham orot. Now, the prefix he just means the, so that can be thrown away. And so we have me'orot. Now, me'orot is a related but distinct word. So this is a different thing being created that's being referred to. If this was the same kind of thing, if God had already made this and he was just appointing them or something, it would have used the same word, but it doesn't.
Right. I would say that during the 4th day, it's God is setting forth the expression how mankind is going to be able to distinguish time, and that would require. That's why you have the zodiacal signs, and so that's alluded to in the text.
Okay, but maybe Dr. Bush, maybe we can attack this a different way. I don't think he understands the problem yet, so I'm going to put a couple questions on one question on a notepad, and we're just going to try to get a linear answer. Question number 1. Okay. When was the sun created? When?
I mean, scientifically speaking,
Nope.
it
According to the book.
with the Big Bang. Are you talking about in the Genesis account?
According to Genesis, when was the sun made?
Well, it's expressing a thought on the 4th eon. God's let there be lights in the sky to separate day from night, which is
on the 4th eon, right?
Perspective. That's a relative concept.
Okay, so which eon was the light or the sun, moon, and stars created?
The 4th.
Okay, so we're just going to write in here.
It doesn't
4th
specifically say
aeon, or day.
It doesn't say created though.
It doesn't matter.
It says he appointed them in the sky.
Well, he doesn't create a bunch of stuff here. He doesn't use the word create every time he makes something. He says, let it exist, and then it exists. So the word bara doesn't need to show up for God to create anything. It just, he speaks it into existence. That's a meaningless hurdle to get over. Okay, so on the 4th day, or eon, is when the sun was created. So that question number 2, what day, or we'll do when again. When was plant life created?
That's easy. That's on the. What is that? During the 3rd day, is it?
Partially, yep. On the 3rd day, we get fruit-bearing trees and vegetation and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so we're going to say
the earth growing plants. Yes, during that would be the before the Cambrian explosion.
No, we're not asking about your science background. We're asking about the Bible. Okay, so question number 1: when was the sun created? 4th eon. Question number 2: when was plant life created? 3rd eon. Now, what that means is that plants had had to live without sunlight for all of that eon or day. So
My
what that
objection would be
means,
your interpretation of the fourth day. Yeah.
you
that would be
told me what the fourth
my
day
objection
means. The
to-
fourth day, according to you, comes after the third day.
Yes. The formation of that thought that God is
You got
creating
it.
for the earth.
Okay, so after plants
third
are
day.
created, the sun is created according to you, not me.
The sun, the moon, and the stars are being established, as it says, let them be for signs and seasons to. So it has to do with
Listen, nobody
God
cares, Ryan. No
establishing
one's caring why he does it. No one's asking you why. All they're trying to do is establish the facts of the matter. And the facts of the matter is that the sun is created after the plant life. Can we agree on this?
I don't agree with that interpretation. I would say that you could read it that way, but we could also assume all the lights were created on the first day. When he says let there be light, we could
they
assume
weren't.
that's the light of all the galaxies that
They were not. I'm asking you about the sun specifically. What day was the sun, the thing that feeds our plants, what day was that created?
that ties into it being that's its association with the earth is being defined right there. Let it be for viewing time, seasons, and days.
No.
So that has to be
It
associated
seems like
with human relativity.
I think
to
that
me,
you're
right?
equivocating.
God
a bit here,
doesn't
because
live
verse
in time.
14, verse 14 is not what we're talking about. We're talking about verse 16. But if we want to look at verse 14, when it's talking about making the stars that to divide, or letting the lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, that segment, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, that is a separate clause from and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. So first, God says, let there be these lights in the firmament. And we will let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. So this is genuinely them being created. It's that's what let there be these things. That's how God creates things. He says, let there be X, right?
I think you could read it from a, like you said, heliocentric perspective, but I wouldn't deny that you could possibly interpret it as from the perspective of the Big Bang cosmology. That's all I'm suggesting.
By the way, Justin, there is a secondary issue, namely that on day 3, the fruit-bearing trees are brought into existence, but fruit-bearing trees came after ocean life, which was on day 5.
Right.
So there's another piece that gets the order wrong. I don't know how you make sense of that. They're separated by 2 days.
You're talking about within the evolutionary tree of life.
Yeah, like sharks existed for like 250 million years before any fruit-bearing trees did.
If you look at the evolutionary tree of life, the first things made are like these cellular plant life forms in the ocean, right? In the waters. Isn't that?
I'm talking specifically about fruit-bearing trees. I'm talking about fruit-bearing trees. These are angiosperms. It's a very specific kind of plant. And they only became, in fact, I think stegosauruses are older than fruit-bearing trees.
Okay, so you're talking about to the point where they're growing with the fruit to feed the animals.
Because on day 3, it says tree-bearing fruit. It specifically uses the word tree. And then bearing fruit. Ose pre or pre. Right? These are fruit-bearing trees. They only existed 150-ish million years ago.
Yeah, and again, you could argue for a continuous eon, so that the first eon overlaps through the second and third eons. So that
no, not how that
God's
works.
word is like it's happening in time. If you know what I'm saying.
Nope, the eons are divided; they don't overlap.
Well, if he
Because, you know,
says
they're
let the
separated by day
sun
and night.
let the sun rotate in the sky, the sun is continuing to rotate in the sky through all of the the following days. So you could say that God's word is
I don't actually think it
you
says
know
let the
it's
sun rotate through the
continuous.
sky, does it?
Well, it's
It does.
inimitable.
It does say
God's
that
word is
the
continuous.
sun. It describes the sun as going around the earth in the Bible.
In Genesis 1?
Not in Genesis, no.
Within the heliocentric
Okay.
perspective.
Wait, let me ask you a question, Ryan. Are you a flat earther or a glober?
No, I mean I totally believe in the globe Earth, of course. You know, I believe in the globe. Of course,
Okay.
I believe in the understanding of science.
Do you though?
Yeah, I do. I think you can read Genesis from that perspective. I don't
But
think
we're
Genesis
demonstrating that you can't.
forces you to believe in the heliocentric Earth.
No, we're demonstrating that you can't read it from a scientific perspective because the order of operations is all wrong.
In fact, I don't think there's a single piece that actually gets the order right.
Mm-mm.
Like a single day, a single pair of days that's in the correct order.
You've got the last 3 days, which is creating the Cambrian explosion, the amphibians, reptiles, mammals,
Oh,
and
no,
humans.
but that order's wrong.
That's the
The order's
last
wrong because on day 5,
2 billion years.
so on day 5 you have fish and birds, but birds came after land animals, even though birds, according to the story, are on the 5th day and land animals are on the 6th day. So
It's
even
actually
land
not.
animals existed before birds did.
Insects could be described there, though, because it says flying creatures.
It uses
so
the
could
word
be
fowl. It uses the word fowl, which is a bird, not insects.
Well, we'd have to look at the Hebrew for that. Yeah, I mean, but
We can.
Oaf is the flying creature.
Oaf is a bird in Hebrew. In fact, in modern Hebrew, it just means
Specifically,
chicken.
it's fowl, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was
So
gonna say
when do
it's
flying
like fowl.
insects fall in the evolutionary timeline?
They actually come
Just out of
after
curiosity.
land insects.
So you
They come
think they
after land
started to
insects.
fly after being on the land? Okay.
That's not, I think, that's like known. That's a known thing.
That's the evolutionary timeline. Okay.
Yeah. So like there's not a single pair of days that are in the correct order here. Maybe you could maybe you could say that like the second day. Oh, what was made on the second day? This is when you split the. No, even then, even then, the second and the third day can't be in the right order. Oh no, I guess the second and the third day could be because obviously there was land before there were plants.
You had we had the globe Earth spinning around the sun, and it didn't have any life on it.
No, but
and
the
did
sun
it
didn't
not
exist
have
yet.
a volcanic ash layer around it, or was
No,
there
I don't.
an atmosphere?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm
Okay,
aware
I
of.
thought the Earth once had a really thick atmosphere where there was no sunlight coming through.
No, I don't think so. At least I haven't heard of that.
Maybe when the dinosaurs got killed and the asteroid hit the Earth from volcano eruption too.
Yeah, for like,
Yeah,
I think 10 years or something like this.
The Chicxulub meteor, I believe, it set the motion of the 6th day.
Wait a
so
minute.
When the meteor struck,
I've got a question.
That's what led to Adam coming, which would be the monkey evolving.
Well, sorry to interrupt anything, and Blitz, if I derailed you, but I'm really fucking curious.
You're fine.
What the fuck are we supposed to do with the dinosaurs? Why don't they show up in the Bible?
That would be the creatures of the field, the beasts of the field.
No, that's cattle.
That's your amphibians and reptiles.
Nope, it's just like cattle.
Creeping and crawling things. It says God created the sea monsters and all kinds of crawling living creatures.
And
which the water teems.
I'm asking about the dinosaurs though.
The dinosaur. Well, a lot of the dinosaurs were winged birds. They found that a lot of them might have had wings. So you have like raptors, right, that had feathers.
Wait, no.
Weren't a lot of them birds?
They had. So, look, all birds are dinosaurs. Not all dinosaurs are birds. And in fact, all of the dinosaurs that went extinct are the non-bird dinosaurs.
Okay. So the bigger dinosaurs would have died off after the meteor. Okay. Yeah. No, I understand the scientific thinking. Just to, I think that you could.
Isn't it weird that there's like maybe one pair of days that actually gets the order right, and then literally everything else is wrong?
Well, again, you've got the creatures in the water. The living creatures are first in the water, and then you've got them teeming out onto the land. So you could possibly read that as evolution in Genesis, the fifth day.
Where does it say that?
God said, "Let the waters teem with the abundance of life of living creatures."
Where did it say the aquatic animals came off the land?
Well, it says, "Let the waters teem with abundance of living creatures and let the earth birds fly beneath the dome of the sky." So,
but that doesn't say that animals are coming from the water to the land.
Well, God's word is setting the pretext for the evolutionary cycle.
But that's not in there, is what I'm saying.
If He says, "Let it
you
happen,"
said that the text says that the water was teeming with animals that came onto the land, but it doesn't say that.
Well, but He's saying, "Let it happen," meaning
no, He didn't say it.
The process that God
give me the verse
does it is through time.
Give me the verse.
What is it? Genesis 1:20? Yeah, 1:20. Let the water teem with life.
Yeah, I agree. Let the waters teem with life. Yeah. It doesn't say that the life is coming out of the water to live on land.
Well, then it says, and then it specifically gives you a cue. Let the birds go onto the land and fly. So
it did not say that. No,
you have a
it
process.
says, "Let the waters bring forth or teem with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly above the earth across the dome of the sky." It doesn't say anything about coming out of the water.
I would argue that God's word is happening through the age, so it's not necessarily.
I would argue that the text doesn't say what you said it said.
The text doesn't specifically describe the process of evolution.
It doesn't describe any of it.
What?
It doesn't describe anything. Not a single thing in here can be described by evolution.
I mean, I think you could read it as God is speaking it out.
You could read it as some kind of evolution, but it's just a wrong version of evolution, right?
That would be. I mean,
it just gets the order
ways
wrong.
You could read this. I think that could
look. I mean, let's be honest here. If we were trying to develop a theory that describes the order in which animals were created, or the order in which animals began to exist on Earth, our theory, according to this text, our theory would say first fish and things that live in the ocean, then birds, then land animals. And your theory would make a wrong prediction. It would predict that you would find bird fossils lower in the fossil record than you would find land animal fossils, and that's false. Anything else
you
is
need
just
amphibians.
like gymnastics.
You need
to try to make it
amphibians
work.
on the land first before birds, right? That would be the order.
Yeah, but that's not what the chapter says. And so look, you can squirm and wriggle to try to make it work however you want, but it's just not the plain reading of the text.
No, I think it sets a possible precedent for thinking of the creation in stages or a process. It's obviously not describing 4.5 billion years of a scientific theory, but you could read it that way. I would say.
Nah.
But
hey, where's the firmament?
the Rakia.
Yeah,
I
where's
believe
that?
that's the firmament. I believe to be the upper sky or the atmosphere, and then
Does it say atmosphere?
Going all the way out up into the universe.
Did you look up in your lexicon what rakia means?
Opening? Is it an expanse or an opening?
Nope. Rakia
is
is a hammered out vessel. It's something that is hard, which is why Job 37 says that the sky is spread out hard like a cast metal mirror. That's why in the King James and in the Latin you find firmament. Firmament is the King James. Firmamentum was in the Latin, and it means a hard surface. And even in the Greek Septuagint, they translate it as steroma, which means the same thing as firmament, a hard, flat surface, because everybody in the ancient world thought that the world was a flat disk with a dome over top of it, and so did the Bible authors.
I think the Earth was covered with ice layer before the Great Ice Age. It went up 5 miles high with ice.
The firmament, though, it says that the birds fly across the face of the firmament, so the ice can't be that. In fact, it flies under the face of the firmament.
Okay, well, you definitely had the Earth being different back then, geologically speaking, like the clouds in the ice area was most of the northern hemisphere.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Was there ice in the sky?
Well, it from that perspective, it went up into the sky.
Was there ice in the sky dividing?
Well, not literally, no.
No, of course not. Well, the sky, it says, is hard like a cast metal mirror.
I don't know that verse. Is that in Job?
Yeah, it's in Job. In fact, I'll grab it real quick.
I'd be curious to read that.
Should be Job. I thought it was Job 37, but give me a second. I'll grab it.
And I would link to you that, of course, people in the Bronze Age had a different conception of probably of the world around them. I'm sure, of course.
Yeah. So in Job 37,
doesn't mean they didn't conceive of God, though.
Says, "Can you, like him, spread out the skies hard as a molten mirror?"
What chapters?
Job 37:18. Oh, he froze. Where'd he go? Lord took him. Okay. Well.
Wait a minute. Why is Job so long?
So Job is written in a time period where they were very fond of two different things. Actually, we're going to call it three different things. So Job is laid out like a very long stage play. It's got basically, I think, 3 main acts. And so that's part of it because it was entertainment. The other thing is they were fond of doing two different things. They wanted to have something that counted as a theodicy, explain the suffering, what's going on. And the other thing that was super fond or super popular at the time period was trying to explain the universe. So sometimes you would find these long texts that doubled as a theodicy or an explanation for the universe. Perhaps another example is the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch does the same thing. And, they build these long texts because they want to have something to answer everybody's question.
Okay, I mean, because the story is pretty short, right? I shouldn't say the story is short, but because it's obviously long, but it's very quickly summarized. It wouldn't take a lot just to tell the actual story.
I know. Yeah, the story, most people, Christians, think that it's a real story. It's not. In fact, I've never met a scholar who thought this was a real story.
I mean, it'd be crazy if real, right?
Yeah. Overwhelmingly, scholars understand the story as being a fictional story that is designed to teach a lesson. And that lesson is that, hey, sometimes the righteous people suffer and you can't fucking question God. He'll do what he wants. And then the other thing is,
including...
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to say, including making an arrangement with the devil, right?
Right. Well, so people ask, why in the post-exilic period have literature like this? Well, in the exilic and post-exilic period, a lot of people were trying to figure out why are God's chosen people, the righteous people, still suffering? What is happening? And we find in the post-exilic period, we find texts that are dealing with this particular problem a lot. In fact, even in like the book of the Maccabees, First and Second Maccabees, we find people still wrestling with this exact topic, and they're making excuses. Well, this is why God punished us. Well, this is why God punished us. So if you're part of the Jewish people, or what was left of the Jewish people, the Hebrew people at that time period, and you think you're God's chosen people, at some point you have to ask, if we're God's chosen people, if we're the one he actually likes, why is he fucking us up so bad? And they had various ways of explaining it.
I mean, that question's still asked 2,000 years later, right? 2,200 years later.
Yeah. I mean,
that's like the whole thing.
Have you read any of the Bart Ehrman stuff? I read quite a bit of stuff when I was younger, when I was still a Christian. And the thing that converted him to atheism was this idea of theodicy. And, the longer I do these debates, the more I think that a theodicy is a really good reason to be an atheist.
Yeah, no, I can see that. I haven't actually read any of his books, but I've read some of his blog posts.
Yeah. Because, like, if you really believe in a God that created humans, that loved his creation, is like a fatherly figure, then the suffering and the outrage and the nonsense, the supposed punishments, none of them make sense. Like it's hard to make sense of that.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that you wouldn't need to come up with some elaborate explanation as to why it's the case, right? You would think that it would be clear as day. So the fact that theodicies exist to begin with is some indication that something's amiss. I'll be right back. I have to power cycle my phone because it's acting up.
Don't worry about it.
In like 2 minutes.
I've got to read super chats and end stream. It's past midnight here, so I got like another 15 or 20 minutes and I'll be out. I appreciate you stopping by though, Blitz.
Well, then I'll catch you on Sunday.
I'm about to ask, are you available Sunday morning? Okay.
That I am.
Perfect. Can't wait. Thrilled. Y'all make sure Sunday morning you're watching Unapologetic. It'd be Blitzian and myself, and we'll be doing our thing.
Indeed we will. All right, I'm going to take care, bud.
Cheers, buddy. Good to see you. Big fucking W for Dr. Blitz. Okay. All right, then. Give me 1 second. I've got to move something over here before my cat knocks it on the floor and makes a huge mess. 1 second. All right, we're back. All right, fans. I've got some super chats left. Thanks for sticking around. I didn't think we were going to have a late debate. That was exciting. Not going to stay up till 2 a.m. though. I've got stuff I got to get done tomorrow. So unfortunately, we're not doing a 2 a.m. one yet. But I suspect sometime in April or May we'll get some good 2 a.m. Debate going. Gretchen says, super satisfying watching you dunk on Free. Thanks for that, Johan. I love that she remembers the Johan. Well, thank you, Gretchen. I appreciate that. And Free is an absolute clown. I talked to Free only once prior, but I've seen him. Give me a second. I've seen Free on other people's live streams prior to him coming here. And he was always a clown. I talked to him back in December, and we covered David's wives being raped. And I wrote, though, I don't even know if this should be clipped. I guess I don't really recall what we talked about. I assume it was a nonsense debate where either he ran quickly or I kicked him or I dressed him down. And we didn't actually have any productive dialogue. Who knows? Nevertheless, looks like I'll have to, when I get around to clipping that episode, we'll have to make a decision on that. Mostly Gizzard, good to see you, friend. Chuck was a POSF in real life, but I did love the memes. You know what, Gizzards? I get that. I didn't know how much of a POSF he was. But the memes were fun. In fact, I used to have one of the booklets full of the Chuck Norris quotes. And I get it. he's a cool dude from the time period, it seemed, if you grew up in the time period. But like a lot of people, once you know things about them, they kind of lose their cool, you know what I mean? And Misha, hey, thank you so much for the $10 super chat, says, looks like the Philbro Circus is in town today. You know what? We had more Philbros coming today than what we typically see. Could you please tell me the author name for that book rec you had from another stream? Mythic Mirror was the book title, I think. Oh. I think what you wanted is the Martyr's Mirror. And in fact, if you give me a second, I bet you can get a free PDF copy online. Or a print copy. Give me a second. It's going to look like this. And the Martyr's Mirror is worth every penny, even if you buy the hardback. You can buy it for sure on the Amazon. Sells for $30 for the hardcover. Brand new. $30. Now, I bought my copy a long time ago when I was still in seminary. Because I needed it for research. And if I remember correctly, I bought it at like one of the local libraries, because the Martyr's Mirror was made by the Brethren people, the Anabaptists, and the seminary that I went to was Brethren, Anabaptist. And so we had lots of local libraries and book sales and churches that would sometimes sell off their old library books. I went to some used book sale somewhere in town, and somebody had it for like $10, untouched. I was like, no fucking way. I was like, I already wanted to get this book. I already was looking at getting it for $10. I'm fucking going to get that thing. But even still yet, for $30 for a newly printed hardback. Mine was printed like back in the 70s or something. For a newly printed edition for $30. I mean, that's money well spent. It's like an 800-page book. Hold on. It's 1,100 pages. You get over 1,000 pages of history for $30. It's a no-brainer. You got to do it. If you love history, please buy it. And Furtive Patach, amazing name as always, just supporting the community in my tiny way. You've been an irony intended godsend. Well, I appreciate that. Big W, Furtive Patach. I was actually just talking about you with my SO the other day. How much I loved your YouTube name. It's such a creative YouTube name from like a very niche, like Hebrew piece of grammar, and it just tickles me that somebody did it. Big W. Absent-minded professor, good to see you. It says, best way to chop up Paul? All I have is the slavery comments. Uncle believes anywhere Paul and Jesus disagree, the Jesus quotes must be wrong. Interesting. So if Paul and Jesus don't agree, then Jesus is wrong and Paul is right? I've had some people request that I run the live stream, Christians follow Paul, not Jesus. I think it might be boring because we talk about the topic enough already. Let me know what you think. I'm curious how many Christians are aware that they actually follow Paul rather than Jesus. I bet most of them don't. Eric says, Justin doesn't put you on mute. You put yourself on mute. Checkmate, Theus. And that is the case. I like how you did that. That's like, God doesn't send you to hell. You send yourself to hell. And you know what? It is true. Like, listen, we had all kinds of people come up here tonight. We talked to like 10 different people. Nobody needed muted other than Free, because Free's a clown. So again, if you come up here and you have decent conversation and you're not acting like a clown, you're not going to get muted. I only mute people that need to be muted. And Simeon, thank you for the super chat. Says, I sent you a question on Discord, by the way. No pressure. Well, thank you, Simeon. Actually, tomorrow, Saturday, I'm not streaming and I have some plans, but my goal for tomorrow, hopefully, is to catch up on my messages. And then also on, hopefully on Monday and Tuesday of next week. I realize I'm way behind. I apologize. It just is one of those things. I'm at a really weird stage where I had a very busy month, and when you run out of time, and something has to go, like you have to cut something out of your schedule. Unfortunately, sometimes answering messages just has to be that thing because I can't stop streaming. I can't stop posting videos. I can't stop making content for AXP and for the line, I've got agreements with them, right? I've got commitments. So unfortunately, answering messages gets really slow. Apologize. We'll try to rectify it. Psychonaut, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin. I'm thinking writing a new book, and it's going to be called "What Will the Preachers Do When the Devil Is Saved?" Oh, interesting. Sounds fun. LOL. They'd have to invent another imaginary foe to fight. I'm curious. Is the devil in Christian theology? Is the devil savable? I don't think so. I think in Christian theology, the devil is like beyond saving. I could be wrong. In Christian theology, Jewish theology is different. So I assume it's fictional, but imagine if the devil did get saved. If the devil did get saved, I can only imagine that the unforgivable sin wouldn't exist. Because if the devil could get saved, anyone could get saved. It'd be an interesting fictional book. William Atkins says, where does God or Jesus say the law of Moses will return in the new heaven? I'm debating a friend and can't remember. Well, he doesn't say it will. Jesus doesn't say that, by the way. God does. So if we go to Jeremiah, and we'll find it in Jeremiah, it's in Ezekiel chapter 40 to the end of the book as well. But if you go to Jeremiah, I think we have one of the best references to prove that in the Messianic age, there's going to be the laws of Moses. I would say Jeremiah 33 and Deuteronomy 30. So in Jeremiah 33, it talks about the Messianic age. Verse 14 to 18, it says, the days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. And this is the name by which it will be called. The Lord is our righteousness. For, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. And these sacrifices are described with much verbosity, or is it verbosity, in Ezekiel chapter 44, 45, and 46. When the Messiah Prince comes, which he's described in chapter 37, verse 24. Another passage I don't think gets a lot of attention, but deserves mentioned in Deuteronomy 30, talks about the Messianic age and the law. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, Christians have one or two options. They'll say this happened when Jesus came, and Christians have their heart circumcised, or they'll say this hasn't happened yet, this is for the future. Either answer gets you to the same conclusion when you keep reading, because he says, the Lord will put all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So what that means is that when God circumcises the hearts of the people, all of the commandments in the book of Deuteronomy will be followed again. That's the law of Moses, y'all. It's going to happen. Shirley says, if nothing can't exist, then explain the album, and then nothing turned itself inside of the band Yola Tango. You know what? This is a fair challenge, and I'm going to have to do some more research on it. I don't know yet. Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And I'm curious, are you going to the California meetup that's happening in April? I'm planning on being there. I have to get my ticket still yet, but let us know. We'd love to see you out there. I know you're out on the West Coast. It says, we don't believe in science. We believe in the Bible. Quote from the stepmom as she stood in the hospital after my dad had open heart surgery. Oh, if you believed in the Bible, you wouldn't need open heart surgery. If you believed in the Bible, you wouldn't even need cell phones. The Holy Spirit would lead you in all truth. If you believed in the Bible, you would lay hands on people, they'd be healed. And God would give you anything you ask in his name. But that shit doesn't happen because God isn't real. I used to criticize Jeff for Truth a little bit. You know, when people ask him why he left Christianity, he would say, well, the promises didn't come true. And I'm starting to think that that's a better argument than I used to give it credit for. The Bible makes very serious promises that are hard to wiggle out of. They just don't come true. No hope for humanity, says Chuck Norris didn't die. Death was required to receive Mr. Norris. Yes, that's actually a pretty good Chuck Norris joke, actually. And unfortunately, as we've learned earlier today, Chuck Norris was actually a major POS, a homophobe, transphobe, all the phobes, which is sad. Jeffro Bibby says, please tell me we're getting some Justin Has Risen shows coming up. The Shaw Get Up and the Preacher Holy Speak is always hilarious. We are actually. Justin is the Messiah. It will be coming for sure. Maybe part of our resurrection day. We'll see. But we are definitely overdue for a reappearance of Justin as the Messiah. Maybe for Halloween, maybe for Christmas. I think the triumphal entry might be a good time to pull it out as well. That's coming up. Famous Amos, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, when Chuck Norris starts counting at the beginning of infinity, he can get to now. Just saying something while sending my tithes. Justin's fucking rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Famous Amos. And that's a good one. You incorporated a Chuck Norris joke and a meme from one of our previous conversations about people's inability to comprehend how infinities work. And I appreciate that. And Godwin says Chuck Norris died for God's sins. Well, fucking hey. That's a wild one. I haven't heard that one before. I'm actually a little bit shocked. And Super Bold Joe, hope you're doing well, up in the Great White North, says, had to put my 14-year-old kitty down today. I'm sorry to hear that. That is awful. Here's my cherished companion, rock hard for Doug. Well, here's to your cherished companion, Super Bowl Joe. I'm sorry to hear that. I hate it when a family member, whether it's got fur or not, passes away, and especially when you've had one for 14 years, you've had all that time to bond with that family member. Heart goes out to your friend. I hate to see anyone lose a dog, puppy, kitty, fuck, even a farm animal like a goat, one that they really liked. I had a friend once with a pygmy goat, really fucking sweet animal. You get attached to the animals; they're precious. You shouldn't just be going around slaughtering them, except for fish. Fuck fish. Jeff Roby says Jesus is sitting at the right hand of himself. Thank you. The Trinity is ridiculous. And as a bastard, he would be allowed in the assembly in the first place? Or would he be allowed in the assembly? No. According to Deuteronomy 23, nobody born of an illicit union is allowed to be in the assembly of the Lord. That's actually a really funny verse, too, the way it's worded. Give me a second to grab that. Deuteronomy 23. Was it verse 2 or 3? Verse 2. All right, Deuteronomy 23, verse 2. If I remember correctly, it's got an even more interesting wording in the Hebrew. If I remember, I could be wrong. We'll see. But I remember it having an even more interesting connotation, having to deal with the not having a father. Give me a second. Which is why some translations would say bastard. Oh, interesting. A mamzer. Okay. A pretty typical word. We know mamzer. It just means somebody who is of illegitimate birth. Let's see what the actual lexicon Brown Driver Briggs has. It says a bastard. More specifically, a child of incest. If Jesus gave birth to his mother, or if Jesus impregnated his mother to give birth to himself, then he's definitely a mamzer. He's a child of incest and a bastard child, which means, according to Deuteronomy 23, he would not, I repeat, would not be allowed in the assembly of the Lord. As it says, those born of an illicit union, or those who are qualified as a mamzer, shall not come into the assembly of the Lord, even to the 10th generation. None of their descendants shall come into the assembly of the Lord. Seems to include Jesus, y'all. Pat says, you got to be kidding. They are restricting your streams on TikTok. Yes. TikTok is a shit show to survive on, but that's where a lot of these debates are happening, and that's where the guests typically come from. So we've got to, we got to play with TikTok. You got to kind of keep it happening, When I was brand new on TikTok, I got my live stream taken down a lot. now my live streams are bigger, I'm more established, and now they just give me warnings. Misha, thank you for the super chat, says, so funny that Drew something more beautiful than man guy is so derisive of Islam when also tipping off Islam's. Can you write a verse as beautiful as the Quran argument? Rock hard, like, fair point. That argument from the Muslims, like the Quran is immutable and perfect, and nobody has produced anything like it. Well, nobody fucking should. We've got Shakespeare. Why are we fucking around with the Quran that's repetitive? It says the same thing 1,000 times. Every page talks about the fire of hell. We don't need to hear it. There's no context, by the way. There's no fucking narratives. It's just a random book of text thrown together. It's not even good to read. And Space Barbarian says, please dog or cat if appropriate. Oh, praise dog or cat if appropriate. I agree. Fucking praise dog and praise cat. Now, dogs did give me trouble for a little while. In fact, I thought for a minute that there must be a God, and the syllogism went a bit kind of like this. Premise number 1, all dogs go to heaven. Conclusion, checkmate atheists. It's cut and dry. I don't know how we get around this. I'm still working on this one, see if we can defeat this. And Mr. Baggins says, Dolly gives books to kids for free. Helped my kids. Indeed, I've got some free books as well. Dolly has done a lot of philanthropy. Dolly Parton is just a really cool person. I hope I don't learn anything bad about her, because I really like Dolly Parton. And D, or D-I-E? This sounds like a bad name to have on the internet. Love the Kraken, love Justin, love Reason. Well, I'm with you. I love Reason and Kraken. In fact, I might have some after this stream. I got a little bit of Kraken Gold, in fact, right here. I don't have anything to pour it in. I don't have any glasses in here. It's unfortunate, but it's the world we live in, you know? Thank you, D1E. I appreciate the $25 Euro chat. Big W. And Eris, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Dolly received the role of America's female national treasure from Betty White when she passed, and Dick Van Dyke is the male version. Maybe, yeah. Although I know enough about old men in the film and / entertainment industry to know that Dick Van Dyke probably did some shit. If I was going to guess. You know what I mean? Just guessing. He probably did some shit. I hate to even speculate. B-Cat says Stallone is a mega chud too. I knew that about Stallone, actually. That's disappointing. But you know, he got hit in the head too many times filming Rocky. Unfortunately, also my cat Cleocatra thinks your picture is perfect. Thank you, B-Cat. That must be your cat in the PFP, and a beautiful fucking tuxedo cat it is. And I must say, Cleocatra is a fucking phenomenal name for a cat. My only regret is that I didn't think of a name as cool as that. It's an amazing name for a cat. I absolutely love it. And again, hey, share some of your cat pictures in the Discord. Love to see them. Gentleman Viking says Chuck was the worst kind of anti-Semite. A Zionist. Was he fucking really? I'm not shocked. I am not shocked that Chuck Norris was both an anti-Semite and a Zionist. Which means he wants, he wants Zion to be restored only for the battle to wipe them out in Armageddon. Super Bowl Joel says, plea from a cat named Virtute by the Weak Earthens. Cat lovers, give it a listen. So that's, is that a name of a song? Hold on, let me see if I can find this. Plea from a cat named, I think you meant to write virtue. Nope, that's right, Virtute. This is a real song. It's on YouTube. Okay. There's a lot of weird words in this song title and in the name of the band, but I'll give it a listen. I appreciate that, Super Bowl Joe. And Slug Racer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, how many gods are on the Divine Council? Are there any of them, his children? And if so, does God have a wife? Great fucking question, Slug Racer. And the answer is usually 70 boys. And the reason why it's 70 is typically because they thought that there were 70 nations. And there needed to be a god overseeing all 70 of the nations. In fact, give me 1 second. We're going to go to Sirach 17:17. Sirach 17:17. And then we're also going to see, probably want to go to Genesis 46. Give me a second to think on this one. All right, we'll get there in a second here. All right, in Genesis chapter 10, on the names of nations, there are 70 of them that are named. So that's our first point of reference. The other point of reference, this idea that these were gods that were overseeing the nations, which is a very, very popular idea in the ancient Near East, shows up in the Bible in quite a few places. Namely, Sirach 17:17 says he appointed a ruler, or a king, a god really, for every nation, but Israel is the Lord's own portion, which mirrors Deuteronomy, actually. Hold on. Deuteronomy 32:8. It might be 8 and 9. Let me include 9 just for reference. It says, when the Most High apportioned the nations, he divided humankind. He fixed the boundaries of the people according to the number of the gods. So there are 70 nations, 70 gods. The Lord's own portion was his people, Jacob his allotted share, which is why we find the same thing hinted at Sirach 17:17. He appointed a ruler for every nation, but it's a God for every nation, and Israel's is the Lord's own portion. And so we get also a glimpse in the divine council in Psalm 82. The other thing is the wife. So if we go to Ugaritic literature, we find that El, the high god, the same guy in the Bible who had a divine council, he had a wife. She's referred to as Atirot in the Ugaritic literature, which is a variant of Asherah, according to most scholars. So the wife of El, not Yahweh, the wife of El was typically Asherah, and that's who the 70 sons were born to. In fact, we find a number of references of the 70 sons of Asherot, or Atirot, in the Ugaritic literature. In fact, I bet if we Google, John Day talks about this in his book, The Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Canaan. We do 70 sons of Atirot, if I can spell, and I bet we'll find I probably just could have put Asherah and it would have popped up because this Ugaritic spelling is not popular. There you go. Yeah, in the Ugaritic myth, Asherah, or Athirot in this spelling, is the consort of the high god El, in the mother of 70 sons known as the sons of Asherah. This will be, I'm going to give you a book that talks about this. 1 second, I'll put it on the screen. You want this book here, which I think might already be in the cheat sheet under resources. It's Yahweh and the Gods and Goddesses of Canaan by John Day. Amazing book. I would recommend anything by John Day and Mark Smith on this particular matter. William Devers as well. William Devers has done a lot of work on Asherah. He's very, very fond of Asherah. So definitely check out the works of William Devers and see what he has to say about it. And my cat's trying to destroy my computer. Hold on. Okay. So hopefully that answers your question. JH, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. JH asks, all these amateurs, but I unlocked the cheat code to avoid God's wrath. Get a vasectomy and you can waste seed all day without receiving Odin's curse. Fair. Yeah, although it seems like Odin's curse was lying so he could boink his dead brother's wife, or widow rather. But nevertheless, yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you get a vasectomy, it might be a loophole. I'm saying. And Jeff coming in again says, imagine threatening hell, damnation, curses, and other nonsense to people who don't believe in magic. Crazy. may as well say, beware of Voldemort. This is fair. That's why when I talk to people, I ask them, like, are you afraid of going to Muslim hell? Because I'm only as afraid of Christian hell as you are of Muslim hell. Like, we're not afraid of it. We don't think it exists. It's nonsense. And Jay Graven says, I don't see your email in the link tree. Also, while I have great appreciation for tacos, I was posing an atheist tattoo page on Discord. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, you're more than welcome to do your tattoo promotion on the Discord. As for my email may not be in my link tree, but it is for sure in my on my YouTube page. If you go to my YouTube page, it'll be listed under emails. I don't know if you use the web app if it shows up, but it certainly does show up if you use the internet browser. So that might be what's happened. And Not a Robot says your final guest is Timu Volodymyr Zelensky. Rock hard for Doug. Did he look like Zelensky a little bit? I don't know if I saw I didn't look that close. I'd be curious now when I go back to clip the video what he looks like. But I have to assume that Zelensky was smarter. The same. Evan, my friend, good to see you tonight. So speaking of tattoos, I just got a 2-scale tattoo of a 12-inch ruler, but it hurts when I'm extra. Rock hard for Doug. Oh. Okay. Listen, Evan over here is talking about having a foot long. So that's some serious shit, man. I mean, listen, if you were normal size, you could have saved money on ink. That's all I'm saying. And 15 Blows says, on the 4th day of creation, my true God gave to me a partridge on a zombie pear tree. And that is the case. We do need to do a live stream sometime and reference zombie Jesus. Like, we have to do something with zombies. It's preposterous we haven't done a live stream without doing, like, specifically a zombie live stream. And Collapse, my friend, thank you for the super chat, clearing up Jada. Justin, Jada is a community member moving back to Cali, and we are making sure she got some support for when her as finally lands. Ex-evangelical is her at. Oh, okay. I think I actually know who you're talking about now. Thank you for the clarification, Collapse. Got to remember, there's a lot of people, and it helps to use like the full name or the handle so I know what's happening. Like if someone just says Jada, I'm like, there are a couple Jadas perhaps. And I see Volta now on my set wanting to destroy it. Go ahead, buddy. Pat, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, there goes one egg. Then what do we do about the dinos? Fucking dead. I know. The dinosaurs just don't fit into the Bible. It's just there's no point for God to create the dinosaurs only to turn around and kill them all. Right? And Genji, with a $12 super chat, thank you, friends, says Adam and Eve were members of genus Australopithecus. Maybe, according to the narrative, if we're trying to like marry it up to evolution, that might be the case. Although then again, like they're only 6,000 years old according to the Bible, so I guess they're technically Homo sapiens, if I was going to guess. And thank you for the follow-up super chat, friend. Says the impact of exile on religious thinking of Judeans was so profound and played a pivotal role in shaping their thinking about God. I agree. I think the Exodus was the Babylonian exile. Sorry, not Exodus, exile. Was probably the most formative thing we know of about the people group we call the Jews. It seems to be the thing that changed everything and shaped everything. It's kind of like when an abuse victim is abused and internalizes the cause and blames themselves for the abuse. And they think, oh, if only I do this other thing, the abuse won't happen again. It's very common in abuse situations. And so I think Israel was doing groupthink in the same way. They're trying to figure out what can we do within our own power to prevent God from fucking us up again. And you get things like the law, the Torah. Sloshy Will says, not saying it has anything to do with God, but apparently there actually are at least a few birds that can indeed fly out of the ocean. Actually, that might be the case, fly into it and fly out of it, depending on the situation. But there is another verse in the Bible actually that talk about quail. If you read the manna and quail episode in Exodus and Numbers, it says that the quail came out of the sea, from the west. How? Why are millions of quails coming out of the Mediterranean Sea? It's preposterous. And Sloshy Whale within another super chat says, gannets and boobies drive from 100 feet to hit the water at 60 miles an hour to catch and eat prey before their buoyancy launches them back out completely dry. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There are divers go in and go out. That's a real thing, and it's fun to watch. It's a pretty amazing skill set, I think. Friends, I got 3 super chats left. While I'm doing these, go on TikTok and YouTube and see who's live right now that we can go send a raid to. Good question, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Isn't Patach the Klingon insult for cowards? If it is, I don't know about it. A furtive Patach is an interesting piece of grammar. Let me see if I got something to draw on here. In Hebrew, where we'll use the word ruach as an example. So typically you would do a vowel on the bottom of the I'm sorry, it's going to be backwards for the vertical stream. I apologize. You'll do a vowel on the bottom of the word. So it's a resh, and then you've got a vav acting as the u vowel, and then you got a hey. And you might notice where there's no a vowel. Well, typically there wouldn't be 2 vowels in a row, but because of the weakness of this word, they add an a vowel just prior to the last letter. So it's in English it'd be R-U-A, and actually this is not a hey, it's actually going to be a het in Hebrew. So then what it actually comes out as is ruach rather than rucha. So the vowel shifts from the end of the word to just before the last letter because of its weakness. This is what's referred to as a furtive patach. And it just kind of tickles my fancy that somebody used it as their screen name. It's just a cool little thing, you know? Absent-minded professor says, what's your favorite way to break down the reliability of Paul, please? Well, I think Paul's kind of ridiculous because he contradicts Jesus. And you might not realize that he actually quotes the Old Testament wrong on a number of occasions. So Paul misquotes the people who died after the incident at Peor. He misquotes the number of people that died during the incident at Peor. Hold on, my cat's trying to destroy my set. Hey, you two, stop chewing on my cords. Okay, sorry about that. These cats are going to destroy everything. Paul also contradicts himself. So he'll say, you're only saved by grace alone, not by any works. But then he'll go on and tell Christians, hey, if you're committing these particular sins, you're going to hell. Well, listen, if you have to refrain from particular sins, then what that means is that you're not saved by grace alone. It's just an internal contradiction in Pauline theology for sure. And last super chat from Warship. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I made Reddit Deconstruction Zone. Please join, Justin. I was wondering who did. Hey, cat, get out off my desk. I'm going to have to put a fence around my desk for these cats. Okay. Hold on. Reddit Deconstruction Zone. I saw that somebody made one, and I appreciate that. Hey, what? You out. Go. Okay. I saw that it's up there. It looks like nothing's been posted in over a year, but there is a group actually, and I don't have actually a dedicated username on Reddit. I don't fucking do Reddit, so I don't really have a username on there. But I can create an account with my email, and maybe do it that way. So if I do log in or sign up, I should be able to use my email, right? Give me a second. I'm gonna log in as use another account. All right. See if this works. I'm not a robot. Okay. And then password's got to be this one. Hopefully. Fuck. Not it? Ah, shit. I don't know my password. God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Shirley. It'll be in here. Don't call me Shirley. All right. Where's my passwords? Passwords. Saved passwords. How? Open passwords, maybe. If it's in here. All right. Let's see. What is... Do I have it saved in here anywhere? Probably not. Anyone? No? Nope, not even saved in my phone. Okay. Well, I don't know what my login is. I'll create a Reddit login using my Deconstruction Zone Gmail address. I'm sorry, I have no idea why it's not loading, but we'll get it taken care of. I appreciate you making the page, though. It really is nice of you. Maybe I just typed it in wrong. Let me see. deconstructionzone@gmail.com. Yeah, that's it. How... It's linked to my email account. How the fuck is my email account pulling the password? But I'm not finding it here. Hold on. Oh no. My email is not loading it. The password must be wrong here. Looks like I got to reset my password on this account. Fucking somebody already hacked it or some shit like that. Okay. Well, anyways, who's live right now, friends, that we can go raid? Surely somebody is live that we can go send a bunch of people to. I can't imagine a Friday night like this where somebody's not live. Is Thinker live right now? I keep remembering she doesn't go live on Friday nights this late. Just on the other nights, if I remember correctly. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try to reset this password. It is Deconstruction Zone Gmail, right? Yeah, Deconstruction Zone at Gmail. Oh, never mind. I'm doing it wrong. Okay, let me try this again. Let's see. Use another account. Mezzo's live. Oh, Tiny's live? All right, give me a second. Okay. So if Tiny is live, meat sauce, only Mezzo? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It looks like the only one really live is probably going to be Mezzo. We might have to send everyone over to Mezzo's house. Yeah, I don't see anyone else live. So friends, Mezzo's live. 270 some odd people are watching Mezzo on YouTube. And I'm sure he's got a couple hundred already on TikTok. Let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. Tell him, obviously, Justin sent you. Huge W for everyone being here today. I really appreciate it, friends. I thank you so much for all the likes and shares and support. It really does mean a lot that so many people come to these live streams and watch and have fun and participate and support the stream. It really means the world to me. And also watching my videos and clips when I publish them, watching back the clips and sharing and commenting really helps a lot. I really do appreciate it. And I love this community. Thank you for being awesome. And we'll see you again in just a couple days.